And we are back. It's time for our second final series of the evening. This time we've got the Chengdu Hunters going up against the Shanghai Dragons. Chengdu, a must-win series for them if they want to make it into the mid-season madness. As you said, Avril, any scoreline doesn't matter, just need the W.
They need 2 Ws, actually, because Charge lose to the Fusion. Fusion are already 1 point ahead of Chengdu. Chengdu desperately need 2 wins now to at least tie things up, and even then, if they do win 2 games here, this would include the Shanghai game. If Fusion beats Seoul in any regard, then they just make it through regardless. So, Hunters, first step, beating Shanghai. Scoreline doesn't matter. They just have to win. Starting lineup, as you'd expect. The only substitution they could make is Daisy, who's not going to be coming in for map number 1. Not when Ball is good, not when Gaga's on the ball. But this is going to be an exciting matchup because I think last year, Hunters and Shanghai produced some of the most amazing dive games, especially on the ball. Fate and Gaga, the 2 best ball players, I think, in the world. And Chengdu, while this year has been a bit of a struggle, they've started to really catch up and come into full form in the mid-season madness. So things are looking on the up and up for the Chengdu Hunters. However, on the other side, though, Ilios, speaking of teams on the up and up, Shanghai looked pretty atrocious in week 1, but since then in week 2, they have been unfairly good, like unreasonably good.
Yeah. I mean, Flood is back to being the meta. Lip is just utterly dominating. Fate is back in the starting lineup as well, and they've just looked completely impeccable as of late. So the Dragons, this is a very terrifying and scary opponent for the Chengdu Hunters to have to go up against when their tournament lives are on the line. But if they can get this win, that is a massive boon for them moving forward. Granted, of course, it's not fully in their hands. Like you said, if the Fusion can get revenge on the Dynasty, then they should be feeling a little bit better there. But we'll have to just wait and see. For now, they have to get this W.
And looking at the Shanghai side of things to speak to what their capabilities are in the mid-season madness, they are 6 maps behind the Hangzhou Spark, but they have equal amount of points. So very similar to the Hunters-Philly sort of situation previously in terms of points and maps. Shanghai just need to win their games and make sure that Hangzhou at least lose 1 game somewhere. Now, one thing that's interesting is that Chengdu do actually play Hangzhou this week. So there is a chance where Chengdu just end up helping out Shanghai big time by losing to Shanghai and then beating Hangzhou, and then Shanghai's like, thank you so much for helping us get to 2nd place.
Could be firm handshakes between the 2 teams at the end of that one, with Chengdu probably shedding some tears at the same time, but you never know what can happen. I mean, we've seen some wild things in the past. We've seen it this year. Maybe that same circumstance can occur right here, and they can give Shanghai Dragons that little 1-up to get over top of Hangzhou. We'll have to just wait and see. I mean, I'm thinking back to last season with Valiant taking that 1 map, and then that denied Fusion access to a tournament, and yada yada yada. Sometimes when you get down to the nitty gritty, you can get some wild results.
That would be sad Hangzhou noises for sure. If that ends up happening, because you still have Shanghai have got what left? They have this game. Shanghai still then have struggling Guangzhou Charge as well. So look, if they beat them, I'll be honest with you. Unfortunately, Guangzhou Charge, maybe they'll get that 1 map versus Shanghai. They'll get that 1 map. But Shanghai are looking far too good as a team based on what we saw last week. I see no reason that they wouldn't be as good as they were last week. It would be really disappointing for Dragons to not play as well as that, but I think once Dragons find their form, they keep that going forward. And we saw the same thing at the kickoff clash, right? 0-3 start versus Fusion. Took a while for the Dragons to warm up. Lip then gets into God mode on the Soldier. Things start looking great for the Dragons. Now we hit to mid-season madness. First 2 games, 0-3 results straight away. Lip is now fantastic on that Sojourn. The reintroduction of Fate and Lee Jae-gon, I think, has helped this team out immensely as well. We go over to Ilios. Best ball map in the entire pool. Gaga versus Fate on the ball. I really can't wait. I mean, this was some of the best matchups that we saw last year, and we'll be blessed to see it again.
See, week 4, Shanghai were able to take them down. And that was when they were operating not quite at full power. A lot of people, I've been seeing, people discussing this a bit and asking the question, what happened? How did Shanghai Dragons get so good again? And, just kind of have to remind everybody the circumstances that they were playing under, circumstances that we don't even know the full extent of during the first part of the tournament. And now that we have them back on camera, they're in a much more comfortable location. They have stable internet. You can see that those things widely helping contribute to the overall success of the team, as well as the changes we've been seeing to the meta and the roster.
So I'll say one other thing that's contributing right now in this particular skirmish is that because Jinmu, despite dying, is playing the Sombra and Shanghai not playing the Sombra, first of all, they have a hack against the ball, but they can also hack the Mega on the coast side, which they did do. So that should give Gaga a little bit of advantage in this ball matchup. Now that he has a Mega to play with him, that Fate does not.
Let's see if it's going to be good enough for them here. Split up. Jumping up over the top here. Looking around the back lines. Monk, however, great opening kill. Does find Lip, taking him down. At the start of the fight, they take on as well. Chipped away at.
Leaves on 72.
Onto the top. Hack comes through. That's going to interrupt him as he tries to go for the pile driver. Get the finish here on a Monk. Cannot make it happen. More orbs flying through. Fleta will get on top of Leave. Finds that kill. Now he's going to have to try to catch up as far as ult charge is concerned, because the pulse bomb is nearly there for Leave, and he's going to be rejoining here rather quickly. But Shanghai Dragons looking like they're going to be able to hold on to this point.
Yeah, I can't believe it. Leave's damage in that opening fight was unreal. He nearly has the pulse bomb. He was almost 50% ahead of Fleta. Shanghai Dragons as a team, though, far cleaner in that fight. You see Jinmu being very active. The unfortunate thing about playing Sombra, and I've talked about Sombra enough this year that I won't have to say too much here, but to get value out of Sombra here, you'd need Jinmu to be on Fate 24/7, bully the hell out of that ball, give Gaga an even more superior matchup, and then Chengdu can
look at this. This is disgusting. A dive just right in front of the dropship. Monk
spawn camping
will get topped up, so yeah, they're not going to be able to get any eliminations off that. That being said, Lee Jae-gun will find Leave, just hounding him down as he tries to harass and contest around the back lines. Jinmu going to be drawn out of stealth. Good spy checking here. Fleta.
And that's a big kill, by the way.
Continues to apply pressure here from the flank. He's dashing forward. He's got a pulse bomb in his pocket. He's ready to use it.
And Monk's already pulled the trigger on the Transcendence before anything happens, so they're forcing ultimates.
Stick.
And the stick doesn't even care about the Trans.
Stick. Yeah, it's absolutely beautiful there from the side of the Shanghai Dragons. A wonderful set play. Split going to be tagged low, rotates over, grabs that health pack, Leave trying to pursue. Continues to take Fleta a little bit lower and lower, but he will manage to make it out with his life intact. But now Bob online, 95% final fight here for the side of the Chengdu Hunters. The minefield going to be opened up from Gaga. The bomb goes forward first and foremost from Limp. OT starting to bleed away. Gaga crashes back in onto the point once more, but he is low on HP. Grabs that mini. The rest of the team now have to be the ones to try to contest. Nisha, he gets pushed right into the crosshair of Limp. Strikes him down. The support's now gone. Lee Jae-gun with a whip shot finishes off Jinmu. There's the cleanup. Leave will be the last one to fall as it bleeds away. It's 100-0. Shanghai Dragons kicking off Ilios on Ruins with a win.
Absolutely. It's Monumentous team diff coming on through. And looking on the Hunter side of things, as much as I would love to scapegoat the Sombra, I don't even know if that's the primary issue here, because you have a number of cases where outside the open neutral, which goes reasonably well for the Hunters, Monk gets a frag as well despite losing Jinmu, so it's pretty evenly traded. Gaga has the extra Mega to play through. Dragons, once they got tempo and forced the first reset from Hunters, push all the way to spawn. And you actually saw from the Dragons' health bars, they got low. It's not like they didn't take damage, but they could not have those kills secured. Chengdu couldn't find those frags, and that's exemplified by the fact that Leave had nearly 600 more damage than Fleta, but he's got 0 final blows and Fleta has 6. Lee was doing the damage, but they couldn't finish off the kills.
Well, Jinmu going to be taking to the skies to match the Echo of Fleta. Let's see who can find more value there. Of course, Nisha does shift to the Mercy, that pocket healing, so a bit more sustainability for him as Fate's just going to be chased down. Cannot escape, cannot clear line of sight fast enough. Jinmu gets him with a beam.
So, if you're going to be pocketing an Echo here, putting Nisha onto a Mercy, which by the way I think is one of his best heroes, if not his best, you are losing a lot of extra value you would otherwise be getting from a Lucio or a Brig or a Bap or anything else. It means Jinmu needs to pop the hell off on this Echo to justify the fact that you have one player basically permanently pocketing one of your other players, so you're kind of playing 4v5 in a way.
Fleta gone, so quite literally playing 4v5. Another good pick-off here. Jinmu takes the lead towards that duplicate. Leave just getting right back onto the high ground. And I mean, Nisha, 2 prime targets. Which one do you want to go for? Damage boost on the Leave, the pocket there for Jinmu. Either one is going to be a solid choice. And Lip taken down to the back lines.
And Gaga, by the way, has about doubled Fate's damage here. And ult charge, so the mine's been coming up pretty early. Lip's already given up on that Tracer. I think in some ways it's a good thing because now he can sort of affect the aerial battle a little bit more, put a bit more pressure on the Jinmu via his Ashe. Leaves playing with the Ashe on the other side, so you want something contesting that. So a good move by
You're not going to be able to out-pressure the healing from Nisha. I like it. Good dink. Forces Jinmu back, hits the floor. Well, shots flying out. Dynamite looking to try to land that over into the spa room. Cannot make it happen, though. Shanghai Dragons is really struggling to work their way over to the point. Even when they do that, Minefield is going to be waiting for them. Fleta, however, opens things, finds Nisha. That's going to be the healing. The damage boosts the res out of the fight. Dynamite over the top. Lee Jae-gon going to get chipped away at as Fleta melted. Jinmu wins the 1v1. No pocket, no problem. Finds the kill. Leave, however, now falling. Jinmu dead. Moves right up into line of sight of Lip. Takes his head clean off. The flip now starting to come through. Gaga turns, tries to recontest. This discorded up. Doesn't have any healing. Will end up falling. So they managed to extend it up to 88%. The flip is there. Shanghai Dragons now on the board.
And that's what you want to see out of Dragons, right? I mean, the pressure coming through from Lip and Fled doesn't necessarily have to be onto Jinmu. Nisha has to be a prime target as well. And Lip can definitely target Nisha. If Nisha comes up anywhere out of position, sometimes there's a mercy. That does happen. So Shanghai Dragons, they take down Nisha. Jinmu does trade, but he'll go down as well. And Chengdu will win the fight. So Jinmu forced a copy here. He was on 1 HP.
Yeah, Bob out first there from Leave. Lip now having his own a lot ready to go. Has used it. Rotate over to the Mega Pack. Fate trying to stay alive. Just get chipped away at, but Lip will manage to find Gaga. That looks for a little bit more. And Jinmu broken out. He's got nowhere to go. The whip shot will finish him. Perez is there to put the Wrecking Ball back into the fray from the side of the Chengdu Hunters, but the damage continues to be roughly insurmountable for them. Push around the corner. Lip again, finding another tap. Looking for Leave's head. Can't quite get that connection. Would have been a nice pickup, a good stagger on the back end, but Gaga is dead once more, and Chengdu Hunters are going to have to recollect and regroup. But look at this push coming through from Lee Jae-gon. He's just going balls to the wall, deep into the back line, all on his lonesome right now. He needs to get a bailout, but he's just chipping away at Leave. Barry comes in, and yeah, okay, he does finally fall, but look, Jinmu and Nisha are now dead.
It just shows the confidence from Dragons, right? That Lee Jae-gon would even go for that play. That's one of those funny moments. It's probably not a good idea for Lee Jae-gon to do that. They're down in support now. They're down further members. Leave's got the kill onto Lip. What it does mean that Dragons will absolutely catch up to 80% at least, and even then, more kills are coming on through. Easy out to spot trans. Dragons can win this.
Chipped away at. Pocket healing once more coming back through. Nisha going to be at the ready with the res. Should he go down as well?
Who touches Gaga?
It's going to have to be the one. Got the minefield available as well to try to buy some space. Pile drift paint, not going to find too much. Rotates around the back. Jinmu taken down, but beyond the grave, the sticky bombs will manage to take down Izayaki. Lee Jae-gon, Dynamite finally gets to him. And that's the support side of the fight here for the side of the Shanghai Dragons. The flip coming through. Fate doesn't want to play the point, knows that they have 10% to play around with.
2 bombs.
Waits it out, but he cannot die here, and he does. Monk finds an elimination, and that is catastrophic here for the side of the Shanghai Dragons.
So Bob has a touchdown. Here we go. Lip managed to throw that one in. Somebody actually touched before that. Bob on Bob action on the point. One of them is discorded, so Leaves Bob will come out on top, and a lot of frags for the Hunters.
Lee Jae-gon does manage to find him. The projectile's flying, but Fate just a second too late. Cannot get that last contest to try to extend the fight, and even if he had, everybody else was dead. 199% in the response of getting swept on Ruins. That's going to extend us to well to settle the map.
And I think this is Dragons, where you look at Ruins, they start spawn camping, they 100-0, super one-sided, but you get to the second round of Lighthouse. Dragons, they turn around and fight. They have to catch up to 88%. They get very confident. They start thinking about spawn camping on Lighthouse, which is not a very common map to see spawn camping on. Ruins, we see it a few times. Lighthouse, almost non-existent. Lee Jae-gon goes especially deep. Shanghai gets punished. Not just Lee Jae-gon that dies. A bunch of other members die as well, giving Chengdu Hunters the ability to reset, get back to the point. Well, we fight in mostly neutral territory, but it ends up being the fact that Gaga touches, has mines, is able to contest. Fate dies at the critical moment, and Chengdu win. So, Shanghai Dragons, I think, lack the respect there.
Thank you for your assistance.
Gaga dead off the rip. Record time there as Lee Jae-gon finds the finisher. Not sure if he sent him off the side of the map or if it was just a straight-up kill, draining the HP bar. Either way, a good one there for the side of the Shanghai Dragons to find as the point unlocks and they look to get the initial cap coming through. Leaf contesting it for the moment, does dash away, grabs some HP, now goes into the back line of Shanghai Dragons, trying to apply some pressure where possible. Gaga straight up here in front of Fleta, but sticky bombs come through. Beam not even necessary. They find the elimination. First cap, locked into the side of the Dragons once more.
Well, can they do something with the Legion on death, though? Probably not at this point. They need Gaga to get back into action. There's a brief window where Gaga should be here and Legion isn't. Great job by Lee on the Hunters to keep the point controlled and contested for as long as he did. Now the real fight starts.
Gone, the beam comes through, Leave is also there. They managed to work down the front line a bit. The support's that much more exposed, but speaking of sports, Lip fights Nisha. Pulse bomb stick, quick and easy, Jinmu dead. Lip comes up with 2, and that's going to be Shanghai Dragons retaining control, or maintaining it rather.
Yeah, good play from Lip there, who didn't get to play that much Tracer last year. I remember he had some great stats on the Tracer, but the play time was relatively low. Now when we look at this particular composition, you know, Fleta's obviously going to be your echo play, so Lip has to pick up on that Tracer, and so far that double kill will certainly show his hidden prowess on this hero that he doesn't display very much.
Recall used. Trying to stay elusive here. Jinmu tagged low, Discord Orb out onto him, retreats. He joins in with the supports, will stay alive, stay safe for the time being in the minefield. Dropped in from Fate, but it's going to be Leave who finds an opening kill. Pulse bomb out, Lee Jae-gon dead. Rally not used, however, so still does have that as they come back in potentially for the recontest. If
Rally
the Hunters can get the flip right here. They are looking for it, and as you say, the rally is there from Nisha. A lot of green HP being offered up. Izayaki dove on. Almost actually gets the pick off there on the Leaf despite the pressure he was put under, but does end up falling all the same. Duke now going to be used, however.
Double Tracer.
Copy on a Leaf, puts another Tracer, into the fight, and they're both going to have pulse bombs pretty damn soon. Lip falling low, pulse bomb goes out from Fleta, unable to find the stick, unable to find the elimination. Dashes back, pulse bomb in. Nisha this time does end up falling. Fleta throws out the sticky bombs, forces the transcendence there from Monk. Offers up some healing here for the rest of the team as we go into overtime. Shanghai Dragons trying to close it out. Just a singular ult to work with. Jinmu goes for a dupe. Goes for Lee Jae-gon. So now another rally potentially here for the side of the Chengdu Hunters. So they look to win out the fight. The flip getting ready to come through, but Monk, Gaga, now Jinmu, they're all dead. Fate, the only one to fall. And as they clean up Nisha, that will be it. Shanghai Dragons, they can't get the win on Lighthouse, but as they shift over to Well, it is incredibly one-sided, much like we saw on Ruins. They will take Ilios and move up 1-0 in the series.
And part of the reason why Lighthouse is even a win for the Chengdu Hunters, again, is I believe that Shanghai Dragons overstepped and overstayed their welcome, went a bit too deep into spawn. Dragons, you know, they pull back, they play well, and they say, okay, let's play this a little bit normally. Let's not try and disrespect the other team too hard. Play a standard game of Overwatch. They do that, and you see the difference coming on through Lip, even, I think, you know, very much impressing on the Tracer here. Scariest moment is definitely when Fleta also goes for the Tracer copy, so now you're both Lip and Fleta on Tracer, both with pulse bombs. You look at it from Nisha's POV, and it's an absolute nightmare. You've got two of the best Tracers out there just hunting you down. And Chengdu Hunters, despite getting some reasonable good picks there, I think one of their best moments was Leave kills Lee Jae-gon at 99% to rally. Nisha then pops to rally, so they have a 5v4 plus rally advantage, but even with that, they couldn't beat the Shanghai Dragons, who only had 4. And that's a very telling moment, so unfortunately for Chengdu Hunters, even in some of their best moments, they just couldn't pull through. Reasonable good play on Lighthouse, though, so you give them that.
All right, well, let's see if that Lighthouse can come back, that performance from them, as we get ready to go into our hybrid map. It's going to be Midtown coming up next. Shanghai Dragons currently 1-0 in the lead. See if they get to match point, if the Chengdu Hunters even it up when we come back. And we're back. Shanghai kicking off the series with a win on Ilios, 2-1. Close. Chengdu Hunters able to get that victory there on Lighthouse, but the other 2 rounds just couldn't quite hold a candle to the Shanghai Dragons, who continue to look absolutely superb. Midtown now going to be coming up. We'll see if Shanghai Dragons can get a map win there to take this to match point, or if the Chengdu Hunters can tie it up. They absolutely need to, because just a reminder on the stakes, Chengdu Hunters need this win. In any condition, any scoreline, but they need the win if they want to make it into mid-season madness.
The tournament lives depend on it now. With Fusion winning against the Charge, Hunters have to go flawless here. And I think Chengdu Hunters, they had some reasonable moments, some glimpses on Ilios that looked okay, but you know, during even more neutral moments or moments where I felt like Hunters were slightly ahead, it didn't look very clean. They couldn't quite clean it up. So many Shanghai members low on Ruins that Hunters failed to get kills on. Lee really is trying his hardest right now stat-wise. He is more than keeping up with the Shanghai Dragons. But I think a few other areas there are definitely not quite on par. The Sombra excursion there, not quite successful for the Chengdu Hunters. I feel like you definitely need to be a team that's ahead and controlling the map. So you're setting up dives with Jinmu Sombra, getting that damage and hacking Fatal up, but when you're behind, you're being spawn capped. Sombra really just does nothing for you there. Impressed with some of Jinmu's Echo. You know, this is a new hero that he had set to pick up for this year. Actually looked okay, especially versus Fleta, but largely Chengdu Hunters, it's Leave keeping up with the Shanghai Dragons, and the rest of them struggling.
I mean, it makes sense. You know, in the past we've seen Jinmu's Pharah and whatnot. Echo, obviously not quite the same at all, but similar. Take those guys.
Pharah and better Pharah.
Yeah. Well, with this map, though, coming through, Leave, you can see, already going to be moving over to the Sojourn. And something that has been looking really, really good as of late, something that was severely lacking for the longest time, was Jinmu's Tracer. But the last time out, he looked really good on it. So now he's going to be showing it once more. We'll see if he can get back into that form.
I just saw the stat line there as well. All-time record between these two teams is 9-2 in favor of the Shanghai Dragons. But the 2 that the Dragons did win with 3-0s. The most resounding one that we saw was actually last year, I believe it was during Melee, where week 1 even, they got a 3-0 victory where Gaga popped off on the Winston and Leaf's Tracer was impeccable. I don't know if you remember. We were both there, but you know, that was the last time that Hunters actually beat the Dragons.
You know, Chengdu Zone and all that stuff, I'm sure those references were made. Safe to say. But yeah, I mean, Chengdu Hunters not being one of the original franchises in 2018, they don't get to pad their stats in the matchup versus the 0-40 squad, so it does look very wobbly for the Shanghai Dragons. We're able to start finding their groove there in 2019. What with the Stage 3 championship over the Shock, etc. Crash up, they find Leave. Support provided by Gaga, leaping over to the tube, just to try to keep it covered, but this does leave Monk a bit exposed here on the point. Fate crashing through for just a moment with Lee J gone dead. He's trying to make his exit, but it's not being allowed, at least not yet. He manages to get inside, but Jinmu hounds him down, finds the elimination all the same.
And this is where Jinmu's ability on the Tracer becomes important, because Lee was really trying his best to carry on the Tracer on our previous map of Ilios. That duty now falls on top of Jinmu. He has to go up against Fleta, who traditionally has been one of our best Tracer players. So, it's a difficult game now for Jinmu to step up in that kind of way. So seeing him get that frag into Fate, finalize it, good stuff. Shanghai have reset completely. They're ready for the next push.
Might have spotted there being tracked by the Discord Orb, but Lip,
good solo,
taken down. Yeah, he was playing here, underpass. Gaga just gets on top of him. Solo kill for the Winston. Fate once more. Under fire, tries to get the pile driver in, but connects into the bubble. Good little footsteps there from Gaga. Keeps himself safe. Wrap around the corner, Leave, sending that rail through. Almost goes down for it though. Greedy play. He really manages to survive.
If he goes down, though, I think the point is done for. Dragons just push on forward and win. So that would have been rough indeed. Nano's available now, goes straight on top of Gaga.
Oh, Izayaki under fire, and that's going to be both supports taken down. Jinmu playing off the back of Gaga there with the Nano boost. Says thank you very much, claims the kills into the kill feed. And that's half the time now drained away. Shanghai Dragons, not even a single tick established as Lip is in danger of being taken down, but no, a quick rail build. He'll find Jinmu.
And Chengdu need ults there. Now, they're very close to ultimates. Jinmu is a tracer, so can rejoin the team very quickly. Shanghai's pacing needs to ramp up massively so they can get this 5v4 before Jinmu arrives. At minimum, they should be forcing ults out of Hunters if they can get them in time. Hunters just a bare percentage points away. The fact that Shanghai have slowed down will give Hunters the ability to get ults.
Allows for everybody else to join back in. Gaga is body blocking there for a moment. Fate taking so much damage, can't roll out. Ends up getting dropped once more time, going to be bought. Jinmu drops the pulse bomb right there at their feet. Izayaki, he uses the Transcendence. This is catastrophic for the Dragons. A massive overstep on the ult. Recall out. Jinmu staying safe, and well, it seems like Izayaki might live to fight another day. The Stagger not going to be coming in. They get the Transcendence out.
Yeah, I mean, he won't be dying, but he'll have to use the... He'll have to kind of have that Walk of Shame back to spawn, right? Or at least regrouping with his own team. Transcendence, trying to save the rest of his team, but Fate and Lijigon already dead. Obviously, Lijigon will die with the pulse on him, doesn't care about the Trans at all. And Hunters, on top of that, have another Nano coming online, so Nisha's managed to build up another.
Jump around the flank, just keeping Lijigon honest. Minefield now going to be dropped here on the stairwell. Gaga throws the bubble in just to clear out a decent amount of space. Escort Monk down from that high ground. They look for the recontest.
Oh!
Monk taken down. Lijigon finding the elimination. Good pile driver set up there for the side of Fate. Lip now with the overclock pop finds Nisha. That's the supports out of the fight. Leave going to be finished off. Fate finding him, and Gaga not going to be able to survive despite the primal rage. Jinmu still dashing and ducking around somewhere, trying to find some extra picks, but Fate is on the hunt. The point is being capped.
It should be capped at this stage as well, unless Monk wants to go for a last-minute Transcendence, but you don't have a team. You need some win conditions here. He's coming close. He's going to go for it. Feels like, yeah, he might actually.
Pushed out.
Leave has to go as well. Leave has to pop ult. Surely.
He gets whip shot away, pops the Transcendence, just keeps everybody alive here for the time being. 10% left to go. Out of Lijigon going to fall. Izayaki as well. Eliminated the overclock. Finds the elimination. Leave. Trying to go on the hunt. Finds Splitter. Gets the hit. Holy! Lip is taken down. And they're going to make it happen. The full hold. Fate knows it's over. He just sits still. 92.4%. Leave playing off the back of Monk's contest. They make it work. What a turnaround. The Chengdu Hunters full hold the Dragons.
That's your MVP from 2021, baby. Coming in with only a Transcendence. It's like a two-player retake. They just go for it. Gaga not even there. Was that an ace, by the way? I think Leave finished that off with an ace as well.
They may have.
Unbelievable shots coming on through. Eats a rail from Lip cleanly, but doesn't die. Then lands shots onto everybody else, including a sick flick onto Flitter. Unreal sights. I mean, Leaf has come online. He was still really keeping up, and more than keeping up with the Dragons on the previous map. But here, where Chengdu have some pretty successful defenses, Jinmu finds great value on his Tracer. It's looking over. Monk dies with Trans. Pretty much over from there. Nisha dies as well. Leaf would love to pop the overclock in that moment, but without any healing, he doesn't want to risk just losing the ultimate, so holds it. Monk, because he dies early, is the first person to come on back. Leave on the Sojourn is a fast hero, and they just say, we're going to do it. Why not? Pop the Trance, make it happen. Major risk. That was if they fail that, that's two ultimates wasted, Achilles. Very high risk, but my goodness, is it also a high reward.
I mean, Chengdu go to the casino after this one, because they're rolling the dice hot right now. Let's see what happens now as they go for the attack. Shanghai Dragons needing a fuller hold if they want to win this map and move up the match point. Otherwise, the Chengdu Hunters, seeming like, in Leave in particular, seeming like he definitely wants to be a part of the mid-season madness tournament.
Yeah,
he's making damnedest to make sure that they can get at least this map win.
Leave is single-handedly just controlling Destiny. He's manifesting Destiny. He's trying to will his way into the mid-season man as best he can. I gotta credit Gaga as well. The swap from Bolt to Winston here worked out wonders. Nisha finding two nanos on that defense as well in quick succession. Jinmu even finding frags, but can they convert this? Okay, you've managed to get the hold. 92.4% though, so it's not quite over. Shanghai still have an opportunity. They get the opening first blood.
What they do, and Fate does manage to make it out of there with his life intact. It was looking a bit dangerous for him, but manages to roll out. Would be a big punish if they could have gotten him. For now, Shanghai Dragons breathing a little bit more easily. Splitter just continues to play the flank, keeping eyes, relaying information for the rest of the squad to try to play off of. Fate going for the dive. They know that Monk is going to try to reconnect with the rest of the squad, but they get right on top of him before he can do it. A great punish here from the side of the Dragons. Fate out in the middle of nowhere, but they can't play off the sleep. ends up going down. Now Leave is going to be picked as well, and Nisha is not in a good spot. Between a rock and a hard place, Gaga up on the high ground cannot escape. The cleanup finally comes through. They flush him out.
The most dangerous thing here is that Izayaki will get a Transcendence, so you can tell for the win condition via the Hunters, they're going for kind of like a one-and-done type composition, which is why I respect the Jinmu pick on towards the Genji. Usually you would probably be playing Tracer here, but when you only just need to cap A, working for a Nano Blade and using that as your win condition, even if the Nano Blade fails but you make good trades, you can come back in for a player advantage fight straight afterwards. So Hunters know what they need to do. It might take them the full 4 minutes to get it done, but they know they only need that one, and that one could also come from a great pick like that.
Yep. Huge value. Monk with a great headshot. It's going to get them onto the point. The first tick getting ready to come through, and Fate is still being zoned back, not contesting. So first tick locked in, even with Nisha gone. Monk continuing to get closer and closer to that transplant. However, gets on top of him, finds that elimination, but it will be at the cost of Izayaki, who now falls. Lijigon trying to stay alive.
Watch the blade.
Keeps going lower and lower. Doesn't have the rally. Leave dead. Overclock pop. Lip will find Jinmu. Finds Gaga. Picks him up. Lijigon dead on the back end of that fight, but doesn't matter. They've won this one out. Shanghai Dragons continuing to keep their heads above the water. 1 minute and 25 seconds remaining as they look for the fuller hold.
Yeah, Lip saves them. Big save there from Lip on the overclock, but Jinmu, you were saying they're rolling hot, but this time he loses big. He doesn't wait for the nano. Nisha's only a few percentage points off. They felt like they could win off the blade alone. It was a dry blade. Jinmu dies, and the blade should have been what finishes the game off and gives them the map. But now things look a little bit more dire. Nisha's probably going to have to nano Gaga instead.
Might be the target, or maybe the nano clock if Leaf can get away, but no, it's going to be a nano on Jinmu once more. He's chasing him to the back line, but the rally is now rolling from Lee Jae-gon. Fate once more off screen, going to be slept. The punish is there. Monk lines up the right click charge, gets the headshots through. The hamster is eliminated. Leave gets the rail across. Lee Jae-gon is dead. And now it's the final tick-ups coming in. Izayaki trying to see if they can go ahead and repeat history, but this time in their favor. The trans moves forward here onto the point. Now it's going to expire. Now it's going to be matched. Monk pops his own. Izayaki taken down. Fate has re-arrived, but needs to stay on this point. Even swinging around is allowing for percentage to be accrued. It seems like it's not going to matter in the end. They zone him back. The cap comes in. No fuller hold today. Shanghai Dragons making me believe for just a brief moment. They take the clock down low, but the Chengdu Hunters will not be denied. The cap comes in. They tie it up 1-1.
I mean, honestly, what a great map from the Chengdu Hunters overall. Full hold into, a little bit of mistakes on the attacking side. You have to consider the greed coming through in Jinmu as well. Just got a little bit too far ahead of himself. Play a little bit more patiently, wait for the nano. Could have been a different story, but I'm glad they still managed to get the win regardless, because it felt like they deserved that win. They worked so hard to secure the defense. Leave major heroics off the back of Monk's Transcendence as well. A 2vx retake in this Overwatch. I mean, I think that is the epitome of what I love about Overwatch 2. That's the kind of thing that is simply not possible in Overwatch 1.
Yeah, I mean, or at least fewer and far in between when you get to see moments like that. Incredible from Leaf. We got to watch it again in the play of the game replay, but I'm sure it'll be a part of the post-match highlights for sure. An incredible clutch moment from him, and just great from the entire squad. Monk getting out there, popping that Transcendence, buying enough time, and then Leaf just connecting with those rails. Wonderfully done from the Chengdu Hunters. That does tie it up, and that means that they are one step closer to keeping themselves alive for the mid-season madness. Coming up next, we're going to be moving into Escort, and once more we have Dorado for you guys. We'll see what happens. We'll see who can move forward in this series when we come back.
This ends now. Precision and control.
And we are back. And while we didn't get to 5 maps in our first series, it's definitely still possible here for our second, but we're at least guaranteed 4. So maybe we can rename it to 4 Map Friday. Worst case scenario. Either way, we're avoiding the 3-0s. That's all I care about. And this series has certainly heated up. Chengdu Hunters, absolutely wonderful performance from them there on Midtown, getting the full hold onto the Shanghai Dragons. It gets close to being a fuller hold, but they managed to persevere at the end, and now it's all tied up 1-1.
And I don't think the narrative is that negative if Shanghai Dragons don't completely destroy the Hunters, because I think people have this kind of weird perception of the Dragons that, like, oh, okay, if they're winning, then they have to 3-0 everybody. But you have to give some respect that some other teams here are very competitive, and we saw that Chengdu Hunters not only took Seoul Dynasty to 5 in this particular patch and meta, this tournament cycle, but they almost probably have won that series as well, had they not C9 3 times. Chengdu are very good in this meta. In the mid-season manage, Chengdu, in my opinion, are probably even potentially a better team than the Fusion, but they have a lot of catch-up to do. So I don't think it's out of the question at all that Chengdu are playing the Dragons close.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, in the past, this is a roster that Chengdu Hunters have been able to take down. You know, when it was 6v6 in Overwatch 1, when Chengdu Hunters, or rather when Shanghai Dragons went on to win the entirety of the Overwatch League, Hunters have been able to best them, so it's definitely not a bit of a head-scratcher. I think, you know, the inconsistencies, the mistakes that Chengdu Hunters made does paint them in a negative light. But when they are not, you know, rather, when they are playing on the points, when they are contesting objectives, and we see the level of cohesion that we have been seeing from them as of late, they are a force to be reckoned with. There is not a team in this region that can go up against the Chengdu Hunters with confidence and say, yeah, we're going to be able to slaughter them. You never know what's going to happen.
And, you know, we've had the orange chicken ball, and I'm not saying every single matchup needs to have a name onto it, but there is a specific Chinese dish that is pretty traditional. It's the tomato egg stir fry, which when you think about the colors of the two teams, it does kind of match. So, you know, it's I had that dish in my childhood. If anybody that's Chinese knows it. But, yeah, here we go. Let's see how far in the distance we're going to get with this one. Both teams looking towards the Ashe. Obviously, we saw in our previous series between Fusion and the Charge that Ashe is very good on Dorado. Big dive map. Fate on towards the Winston. Love to see it.
All right, we'll see who's going to be able to come out on top. Have a develop-esque performance, perhaps.
It used to be on this team.
I think based on history, sounds like it's kind of a negative, but given what we saw from Develop earlier on this very map, it's very much a positive thing.
And it's kind of crazy because last year, you know, it's a different look for Leave as well, because we've seen plenty of Hunters on this map last year, but he was always the Tracer player here. So now he's the hit scan player of the Chengdu Hunters, has been for the entire year. Last year he was competing against Flitter, now he competes against Liv.
Sure, Flitter as well would love to take a bite out of him if he can. Fate under a hell of a lot of pressure. Somehow managing to stay alive. We know how much of a rough time these Winstons can have when they're trying to deal with Xenion on the opposite side. And while Fate does manage to survive, it's going to be Lee Jae-gon who ends up going down. But it's spotted around the back with the unscoped headshot coming through. Really forcing him low. He continues to harass around the back lines, but Jinmu, he gets the better of him.
Wow.
I was about to say Jinmu's been passing him towards that pulse bomb buildup. He now has it. He gets the stick instantly. And there's some further stagger for you. Now they have to go ahead and back away from this position.
This guy's been queuing some quick play in the beta, I see. Chengdu Hunters, decent opening here. Going to take some opening space as well into, you know, the spawn, the scouting. Always love to see it. Nano available from Izayaki, so this is Shanghai's opportunity now. Nano will most likely go into Fate, as they're going to have to try and break high ground all over again. Halo sliding backwards, but still in the archway. You can see that Chengdu are just keeping eyes on Fate, because they know that he's going to be the Nano target.
Coach got out to try to force them back. Fate continues to push forward. Monk falling lower and lower, but the rally is enough for him to survive. They cannot out-pressure. They cannot get that kill, and now with Monk surviving, he has the transit ready, and he pops it as soon as he gets the moment. But Gaga and Nisha, they're not a part of the healing. They end up getting taken down, dive to the back. As the kills come through, and it seemed like maybe they were going to be able to continue this hold, what with Monk having the ult ready, but just not in a position to really get the max value out of that healing. They go down, and that's going to be the cap.
I mean, the rally was good for quite some time, right? And the eggs turn green, as they say, as the green HP, Monk and Leave both were purple during that, so the green HP helping them just stay alive for as long as they did. Hunters ultimately still fall prey to Shanghai Dragons, who were pushing that entire time. Off the back of a couple ultimates, Shanghai will be to make their way over towards B. Hunters still hold on to a couple ults, so should be a Bob defense coming on through. Gaga Minefield as well will always give them a lot, so it shouldn't take long here for Hunters to establish some sort of good defense.
Yep. Challenging the high ground. We'll see how Dragons are going to go about it. Likely it's going to be involving a Winston and a Primal Rage, one would think.
Oh, another step!
Back. It connects onto the shield, though. Lee Jae-gon managing to hold that right click fast enough, keeps himself protected. So this time around, Jinmu not getting the kill, but the stick accuracy, I suppose you could say, is still going to be looking rather good for him. Target prioritization as well. Dashing around the back, he's looking for Fleta, forcing him from one mega pack to the other. Continuing to try to hound him down, keep him occupied so the supports have that much more peel.
I love the confidence from Jinmu to do this because, you know, he barely gets the mega pack, but, you know, in the past, you'd never think that Jinmu would be able to hold his own up against Fleta, but here we are. Monk takes down Fleta as well, Sans Prime. I mean, the Primal just didn't even come out.
I mean, this is the thing. You don't have that dive to come through from the Tracer and the Winston. It's just a Winston by himself, and he just gets ripped apart. Cart does advance a decent amount here, but 2 minutes remaining. It's absolutely holdable for the side of the Chengdu Hunters. Dive in once more, looking for Fleta, and yeah, I mean, Jinmu's just able to keep Fleta on, is able to keep him occupied, so that dive, they cannot find Monk.
I've got to say as well, you know, the payload distance is pretty significant, so despite Dragons losing that fight, in a way they still win because they can now translate that into objective pressure where Chengdu have to be considerate of all angles. The rest of the map of the courtyard is now completely opened up. Jinmu has to spend a lot of time contesting payload now because you can't allow players like Fleta to get free push on. That was great pushing from Dragons despite losing.
See how they decide to get back over onto the cart, make him be knocked down to the low ground. Lee Jae-gon rally pop, trying to escort everybody forward. Taking damage from both flanks now. Pulse bomb from Fleta, however, will find leave. That opens things up a good amount for them. Jinmu, pulse bomb about to be up 5% from now. Find another stick. As the push continues to come through, Transcendence going to be used. Monk dropping down, escorting the rest of the squad forward so they can keep this payload locked into position. Pulse bomb still at the ready. Jinmu popping the recall, looking for the target. This time it's not going to lead to a stick. It's not going to lead to a kill, but Izayaki and Fleta both still fall all the same. Lip chunked away at, still sitting here on the high ground, finds lead, but is quickly traded back. Shanghai Dragons now have 50 seconds left to try to get this push through to B.
And, you know, the great thing about Hunters on this comp now is that everyone is playing heroes that they're very good at as well. Jinmu gets a, you know, very nice staggered kill coming on through. Time is really running up for the Shanghai Dragons, but we could be seeing the hold coming on through and a further stagger. This can't happen
These
for
are
the Dragons.
Staggers. What is happening? Fate and Lee Jae-gon both dead after the fight has already concluded. That is absolutely huge. Gonna be looking at a 10-second contest here. Fate now swapping back over to the ball as the rest of the team starts making their way forward.
Nano?
To scout things out.
Nano
versus the minefield, which has been dropped in. Nano has to be used just to keep Lip alive. Still gets jumped on. Still, however, manages to find an elimination. Takes out Monk. It wasn't even a target that was up close and personal with him. He went for long sight lines. Gets that kill. Cart now going to be contested. The overtime rolling through. Nisha taken down as well. Now Gaga out of the fight. Fleta coming in with 2 huge pickoffs. Cart rounding the corner, advancing forward with Gaga dead. I don't think they're going to be able to contest it this time around. Monk does not have his Transcendence available, and you can see them sat back. Dash in, Jinmu does get the touch, so they are going to try to play this one out. Gaga now arriving, and Lip is dead. Pulse bomb from Fleta, gets the kill onto Monk, taking one of the supports out of the fight. Nisha's still going to be there, 20% away from having the rally online, and once more Jinmu, he lets the pulse bomb fly, but it's not going to find the stick, and now Lee Jae-gon's okay. I'm safe to use the rally. Uses that one, tries to keep everybody alive as Izayaki was taken down, but the rally does not last very long. The headshot comes in, Lee finds the kill, but Fleta finds another, taking down the enemy Ashe. Jinmu dashing around, looking for a target, avoids the pile driver, pops the recall, keeps himself safe. Fleta low, dead. They get the kill. It's just Fate now on the card. Gaga trying to smack him off in this position as best as humanly possible. Lip up on the high ground. Lee Jae-gon rejoined, swapping over onto the Lucio. Lip gets the headshot. Gaga's dead. The camp is there. The Chengdu Hunters managed to get that extra minute and a half, but the Chengdu Hunters are still pushing forward. Nisha has the rally rolling. They're looking for some extra staggers. They're looking to lock this cart out of point C. Shanghai Dragons, they'll be grateful to get a second lease on life.
I mean, a great recovery from the Shanghai Dragons to force themselves to get this cap, but my goodness, I think Chengdu Hunters would be a little bit upset about that. The fact that they were almost winning that fight, I mean, in the OT, Rally comes online. They were down 2 supports. 3 players were living for forever, despite not having any supports. And then the cap comes through. Hunters, I don't know what happened there. Maybe just one person stepped away for a millisecond and it was done for, but I truly believe they could have held on B. And we'll have to see if this one comes back to bite them a little bit later on their own attack, because they're going to push the C as well now.
And Gaga is parting the minefield. Now the Bob going to be invested as well. Goes charging over towards the stairwell, matching Bob out from Leave, and it's finding so much value. Both the supports taken down. Fate just eating shots. Lip, however,
Lip, though,
managing to find 3 kills. A 4th kill for Lip. As Monk will go down. One of them's the Bob. Doesn't necessarily count, but either way, an immense amount of value found as he looks for Jinmu. Dashes over to the right now. Advances forward towards the cart. Takes the recall out to safety. The cart advancing forward. 10 seconds remaining for the Shanghai Dragons. Just a pulse bomb to play off of.
Shanghai Dragons, they have the closer respawns though, so the hold should still come on through if they don't make further mistakes, so they get these picks as well. Lee Jae-gon barely surviving. Jim has been trying to get Lee Jae-gon down, but the shield goes up.
The first couple sticks from Jinmu looking clean this time around. Hasn't been able to really find too much purchase. The shield stick hasn't gotten eliminations from that. Fate falling low. The Nano used. Izayaki keeping him alive. Gaga going to be burned down by the Dynamite. Nano forward, Lip once more finding a second elimination. Jinmu taken out of the fray. The dive comes in, they're looking for Leave. They juggle him out into the open.
Good sleep.
Start will buy him a little bit of space. Leave staying alive. Cart not contested. The OT bleeding away. They barely managed to touch. Lee Jae-gon making it happen. Coach Gun forces them back for just a moment. Pile driver in from Gaga. Looking to knock somebody in the air. Looking to isolate a target so that Leave can click some heads, but he is still under pressure. Anisha is now dead. The rally is rolling from Lee Jae-gon. Leave has been felled. They're getting on top of Monk. The shield bash will finish him off. And once more, it seems like the Shanghai Dragons will not go down. They never say die. The cart will push to the end.
And a 4K, I believe, from Lee Jae-gon as well. At least 3 coming through via the rally. Big frags. Rally will carry them through at the end of the day. And the Shanghai Dragons, after recovering from what was looking like an awful situation on B, Lip receiving the Nano from Izayaki to stay alive, and then getting the frag onto Monk, continuing to push on through. Here we go. This will be the Bob frags coming on through from both teams, right? They got the multiple frags. We saw a little bit earlier on. Kind of just forgot about Lip's Bob after it woke up. But a situation that was very preventable for the Hunters, considering, you know, there is a very good opportunity, a very real opportunity there for them to actually have held B, not allowed the cap to come through. And I did say, like, could this come back to bite them? Now, it's going to come back to bite them heavily, because not only did Dragons get B, but they snowballed C as well. Now, Hunters still got a lot of frags into the final fight, was extremely back and forth. Leave even receives the Nano this time, almost akin to exactly what, you know, Izayaki did for Lip. But the rally difference, the rest of Shanghai regrouping. Hunters, unfortunately not able to get the rest of the frags. Jinmu, maybe if he got that stick onto the Lee Jae-gon, it could have been different. You know, so many if-buts and maybes.
Hello there.
Yeah. Well, we don't live in the multiverse. We can't just dive into other realities and see what would have happened.
5, 4, 3.
Now we just have to focus on the attack of the Chengdu Hunters, who do need to complete Dorado if they want to move up to match point. Otherwise, Shanghai Dragons will be one step closer to denying them access, and also one step closer to potentially overtaking the Hangzhou Spark for the midseason madness. Leave jumping back up for there a brief moment, but didn't receive enough healing, so decides to cheat back. Doesn't want to get eliminated by Fate right off the bat, who's just having a bit of a wet noodle fight. Hugging around the corner, says, yeah, this is fine. Zap away, my friend. Your ult percentage gain is not going to be too massive. Goes back over once more, just occupying space, keeping Leave taken care of here.
Super well played by Fate there. Like you said, he knew he wasn't going to go down. He completely sort of challenges, I wouldn't say completely nullifies, but he definitely challenges the Chengdu Hunters TP play on the high ground. And Leave's been kind of struggling to find the correct angle so far. Definitely looking for his counterpart on the other side, who is Lip. Payload, slight movements, but nothing insane. Again, it just comes down to the fact that Fate has been controlling space.
It has been. Let's fall low. And, I mean, Leave just kind of playing straight up alongside the cart. He's looking for line of sight. Knows that he needs to get a headshot, trying to open things, and that could have been a big one. Slow run back from Lee Jae-gon would have been quite the punish, but doesn't get the hit across. Gaga now knocked down below half HP as the Chengdu Hunters approach to the side room, but Leave gets caught. He was left behind, the last one through the door. The door swings shut right on his foot. Kills now continue to fly out. The Nano does get used, invested here onto Gaga. Lee Jae-gon will finally fall, but the rest of the team is still here. They're still healthy.
Oh, late
As
death.
Monk gets cleaned up for some additional stacker. Yep, late death as Flutter finds 2.
And I was going to say as well, you know, that one kill into Izayaki is actually usable, but now that Monk's dead as well, they're going to have to wait too long, so Izayaki should be able to rejoin the fight. Ends up being a very expensive nano for not a lot. I was going to say expensive nano for what will be Hunters getting a 5v4. That no longer being the case. Sojourn also being used by Leave now as the swap does come through. A little bit strange because I think the Widowmaker was doing a lot of work. You know, ult-wise, Leave was keeping up the damage despite not finding the headshots. It's a trade.
Oh, Jinmu finds the second support. That's Izayaki and Lee Jae-gon taken care of. Nisha, the last one left standing, now will die. Flutter manages to get that kill. Rotates back, grabs the Mega Pack. Looks like a couple more dashes. A minute and 30 seconds remaining as Leave cannot escape. He tries to slide away from Fate, but it's right into the welcoming arms of Bob. Bob's getting some work in today.
I think this has basically been the entire story of Dorado so far for me, which is to say that Hunters will get a reasonable lead, Shanghai Dragons get some good trades, and then Hunters can't close it out. Like, you know, it's like one step forward, 2 steps backwards a little bit for the Chengdu Hunters. Not necessarily from their own play, but Dragons just forcing them, you know. Hunters walk up, Dragons shove them back. Let's see if Hunters can do a bit of shoving themselves via the blade. It's not looking good.
Jinmu had a slight little window of opportunity to find that elimination, but then the Transcendence comes through from Lee Jae-gon. He keeps Izayaki alive. The Nano goes forward. Gaga now taken down. Lee Jae-gon finding that kill. Tries to stay alive, but Lee will finally finish him off with that rail. Jinmu 20 HP in a dream. Dashing and ducking around. Somehow still has not died. He kills them both! What just happened on screen?
Way. There's no way.
Jinmu had no HP.
He knows.
1v2. And somehow he kills them both, and that's enough for them to get the cap.
Yeah.
What a clutch. Look at that smile on his face.
Jinmu Happy is the name of that emote. Look it up.
I need a replay. Stat.
That is incredible. No HP, wins a 1 versus 2 like that. And I was going to say, he's doing a great job of distracting the Shanghai Dragons backline so the Hunters can get some decent push in there. Jinmu will probably eventually die, but he's buying great space, and he's like, no, I just kill them. You know, why not?
You run that simulation 100 times, and I think 99 of them, Jinmu dies. He found the one opportunity where he could get that victory.
The one multiverse.
The dynamite. Yeah. Once, I know we said we don't do that, but we just did. Jinmu made it happen. He opened the portal, and he continues to do so as Lee Jae-gon gets taken down. The support's out of the fight. Fate, no hope in the world, ends up going down to that right-click headshot. Flutter trying to escape. He's got 1 HP, and Gaga just managed to clear the corner, and that's going to be such an immense amount of
Here we go.
Thank you, observers.
They just don't hit him. He's on 15 HP. He just completely demolishes them. Wow.
Jinmu he just neo'd out. He just neo'd out of control. He just dodged every shot.
That is an
kicking
outplay.
themselves for that one.
That's an outplay with a capital O. Holy.
Unbelievable. Blade pulled, finds one, looks for another, sets up the kill on the Izayaki, and I mean the Chengdu Hunters just continue to cruise along here for B. Fate rejoining, goes to the pile driver, but ends up dying. That's the cap. 3 minutes nearly to chew through now for the Shanghai Dragons if they want to avoid extra innings.
I just had a capital O in my pants looking at that play, and now Chengdu Hunters 240 still remaining. I got the chuckle out of you. I appreciate it. And decent. I mean, that entire B has just been... I mean, we barely got to see B because we were in the middle of a replay. We come out of the replay, and Gaga's damn near capped the entire point, so Hunters have been snowballing the entire way through. They've really
Never had
catched
the
up.
Discord out. Flood has been tracked, but the call came through. Nisha, he was sitting back. He was trying to watch for that Tracer flank, but it ends up costing him as Fate arrives. They get the pinch. They get the kill. Jinmu now taken down, pile driver, snogging Fleta into the air, but Gaga has to make his exit. Just build up the minefield in that little excursion. Just trying to escape, or escort rather, Monk out to safety, but the shield bash will be the finishing blow as Leave also under fire. Seems like there's enough firepower there from the Chengdu Hunters to force the Dragons back.
Okay, so this is the reset that Hunters never got to do against Dragons, by the way, on their own C defense, and that can be a huge difference maker. So despite there being 2 minutes, Hunters have no time to dilly-dally around. They have to be very stringent with how they play the rest of this timer, so it's coming online now. Can they wait for the Nano Blade? It might just have to be a dry Nano on the Jinmu, to be honest with you.
Pulse out, finds Nisa's shield, but the pile driver and both DPS focus firing him. He does end up going down. Solid start to the hold here. The final stretch from the side of the Dragons. They just corner lead, making sure he cannot slide out to safety. Monk as well, likely to suffer a similar fate as he gets popped up into the air. So some late staggers coming through. Shanghai Dragons punishing at every twist and turn where they can.
Yeah, that's a minute gone now, so with 1 minute left, Hunters have to have a flawless run through the entire DC. Payload distance is very poor, which means it's going to be difficult. You are looking at a situation where Hunters basically cannot lose any more fights. As the OT swings around, Shanghai Dragons will be massively favored in that OT, so Hunters need to get max distance before that happens. They are very much waiting for this blade to come on through, but even with the Nano Blade, it won't be enough because you have to win like 2 to 3 fights here as the Hunters.
Minefield on the high ground from Fate. Slept, antied, knocked to the low ground. Not under too much threat though. Gaga goes crashing through, wakes him back up, gives him a little nudge. 4 ults versus the near 3 of the Dragons. Blade first, push up. Jinmu looking for target. Narrowly sees Lip, but he manages to track him. Gets his Izaki as well. That's enough. That's going to be the opener here, but now they have to continue to win out the fights. Flooded with the pulse bomb. Gets leave. Their work not done yet. Chengdu Hunters advancing forward. Fate arriving here on the high ground. Going to be knocked back. Low HP. Retreats.
Double support ultimates, by the way, for Shanghai Dragons, so Hunters still have their work cut out for them. Leave needs to go absolutely sicko with this overclock when it happens.
It's a Nano on the Fleta. He's looking for a target. Jinmu the first one to fall. Lip with a headshot. Gets that connection. Now the bomb is available. Bomb's finding an immense amount of value for him so far here on this map. Let's see if he can do it again. It's thrown in. Now it's going to be woken up. Monk going to be taken down. Lee Chang with a whip shot, finding the kill. Nisha trades it back, making it a 1-for-1, but Nisha himself will end up dropping. No supports now in the fight for the Chengdu Hunters. The damage cut in half. They get the sleep onto Gaga off the cart. And while it gets close, while there's some wild moments, some incredible clutches throughout this for the side of the Chengdu Hunters, for Jinmu in particular, the Shanghai Dragons will be able to successfully defend. Now they move up 2-1. One more map for them. They take the series. They get 1 step closer to overtaking the Hangzhou Charge in the overall standings. And they're 1 step closer from knocking the Chengdu Hunters out of mid-season madness contention.
Well, that's the thing about this team, right? When you look at what happens on B, it seemed like they should have just been able to hold on B, and Hunters wouldn't even be looking at that situations. Hunters would be 2-1 up ahead, looking at match point as well. But the Shanghai Dragons, they will overcome the difficulties they had on that B push. They will have a far cleaner C push as well. And for the Hunters, they ran out of time, got spawn camped on their C approach for more than a minute. Cannot allow stuff like that to happen. They have great moments, but Shanghai Dragons still overall far more consistent.
Well, let's see what happens now. New Queen Street coming up next. Chengdu Hunters, they've had some magical moments when it comes down to these push maps. Can they have it once more when it matters the most? They need to win there, take this into a map 5 if they want to be able to take down the Shanghai Dragons. Otherwise, Shanghai will be eliminating them from the Midseason Madness tournament. We'll see what happens from contention, I should say. Obviously, the tournament hasn't happened yet. But anyway, that map coming up in just a few minutes. Don't go anywhere, guys. This has been such a nail-biter series. For those of you who are here watching it live, you get to say, yeah, I was there when that series happened. It was absolutely wild. We're going to see the conclusion of it, or at least get 1 step closer to it when we come back. So do not go anywhere. And we're back. The action continues. 2-1 the scoreline right now as the Shanghai Dragons were able to win on Dorado, but it was not an easy affair for them whatsoever. Fighting tooth and nail is the Chengdu Hunters. They know better than anybody, better than us, better than everybody watching right now that the tournament lives are on the line. They have to get a win here if they want to stay alive, and they have to do it again in their next series. They need 2 wins if they want to stay alive for the mid-season madness. Shanghai Dragons, however, are looking to put an end to it here with what could be the last map of New Queen Street.
Possibly. And I think, speaking to the Hunters, the Dragon side of things now is, we've looked at the Hunters. Admittedly, they have looked great this series, but when it really comes down to Shanghai Dragons in terms of their overall play, individually, obviously fantastic. Macro, great as well. Good objective control. Just their ability to make those comebacks happen as well. I go back to the Izayaki Nano into Lip, who then gets a frag onto Monk. Speaking of Lip, by the way, I have a fun fact for everyone at home as well this time. I hope most of them have been fun for the people at home, but this one in particular. Now that the beta is there, you've all been playing the beta, hopefully. If you haven't, unlucky, but hopefully you get in. When you press tab, you all know what your damage numbers are. So you've probably finished a bunch of games. You've looked at the tab. You've seen, some big numbers. Sometimes you get a 10,000 damage game, and you're like, wow, that's a lot of damage. I probably did quite well, right? I don't know what the highest number that you've seen in your lobby so far is, but looking at the stats right now, I can tell you that Lip, at the end of Dorado, and this is without going to time bank, by the way, without going to the second phase again, we kept it within the original time. No time bank here. Lip had 20,004 damage. He broke the 20k.
Okay. That's kind of wild, kind of crazy. I think we saw, total damage dealt from MN3 in our last series was like 37,000 or something, roughly?
Over 4 maps. Lip did 20k in 1 map. With no time bank. No time bank, just regulation.
If somebody wants to convert that to per 10 minutes, I would love to see what that figure ends up.
10,893 per 10.
There you go. Nutty. Absolutely nutty. Anyway, here's the dive into the back line. They're looking for the supports. Nisha kind of hugging against the corner. But as I said, they're looking for the supports. Monk decided to get his hands dirty. Takes down Izayaki, and the first fight victory goes the way of the Chengdu Hunters. They will be the one getting the bot pushing first.
Alright, so good opening picks coming on through. As the only one that actually died there was Leave, got hunted down by the Dragons, but the rest of the Dragons, minus Flitter, fell over. Flitter's still alive, just kind of lurking through. See that Gaga's already advanced his positioning to scout out some positioning from the other side. And now is Fate and Flitter wrap around and link up. They have to do something about this high ground. I mean, we see this kind of middle section, this middle high ground being controlled a lot by teams after winning the first fight, especially double supports hiding up there.
Maintaining control of the walkway. 33 meters already established here for the side of the Chengdu Hunters with the bot locked in place for the time being. Gaga rolling through the back, going dangerously low, and he kind of bonks his head on the door frame. Ends up falling, and that's the turning point here for the Shanghai Dragons as they look to take control without the tank. Somebody to hide behind and create some distractions. The Chengdu Hunters go into the meat grinder. Monk the last one to fall as the bot's already been rotated back. Lee J gone, keeping it moving in the right direction. Now the push will begin for the Dragons.
Yeah, so you have the Dragons kind of contesting the walkway, right? Fate and Flitter push both the supports of Hunters into that health pack room down below, and then the Dragons collapse, and better yet, they didn't have to use ultimates for it. So, very minor amount of pushing from Hunt. Well, that's not that much. 34.94 is okay, but Shanghai Dragons now control, and the ability to snowball further forward as well with ultimates online. Nano target will be interesting. Maybe just even on Lip. I mean, I think Flitter and Lip will be ideal targets.
Either one. Not really a bad choice for you on the side of the Shanghai Dragons. As it turns out, I mean, hell, even if you just use it on the Lee J Gon, I'm sure he'll probably come up with a couple kills. Speaking of which, Gaga crashing through, narrowly makes it over the health pack.
Oh my god, his HP.
Has that shield up, and does manage to stay alive, at least for a little bit longer here. Flutter, however, now being chased out. Does retreat successfully. Bot once more, going to start pushing here for the side of the Shanghai Dragons as they look to overtake and take the lead. Bob is going to be sat there. Not killed off, he'll just make his exit naturally. Rally rolling, Nisha now has that expired.
Yeah, well.
Headshots flying through, and Lip finds Jinmu, Flutter finds Nisha. As Gaga goes down, that's going to be a massive window now for Shanghai Dragons. The lead certainly going to be theirs. Lead rolling forward, trying to keep this contested, but just too much pressure being applied, too many targets that have to clear. He can't quite make it happen. Dragons will grab the lead and may just be able to actually grab this checkpoint as well.
And important for Lee to go for the kill attempt there because, you know, on every other map you'd slide backwards and try and rejoin and reset. Here, if you even get one kill, it's a big deal. I like that freeze frame on Fate, by the way. It looks eternally happy, so I'm enjoying it.
Wide Fate happy. Minefield just to stop them from dropping down out of the window, but Monk does manage to find Fleta. Jinmu getting a second kill, now a third. As both supports falling to the Chengdu Hunters Tracer. Flip crashed across there. Gaga rolls into him. And while the lead is established, the bot once more going to be taken by the side of the Chengdu Hunters, shipping it back across the opposite side of the map. We'll see how much distance they can gain.
No cap, though, so really important that Hunters contested when they did.
Yeah. Preventing
the cap is definitely everything in this sort of game mode. As Hunters made it expensive for Shanghai, who ended up using all their ultimates. Hunters also responded with ultimates as well, right? So both teams now heading into a neutral where no one's going to have realistically an ultimate. Maybe Lit in this next fight, that'll be it. See what kind of neutral play we can get as Hunters need to find some way to actually engage. Pushbot is not going to make any further movements until they get kills.
Sleep out, pile driver down.
Gaga won again.
Takes slip to half HP. Izayaki dead off screen in the meantime. Gaga finding some nice value. Jinmu widely ignoring the Ashe, just trying to get onto the supports and causing chaos, which is something that the Chengdu Hunters often do thrive in. Exchange now on the Wrecking Balls. Lee Jae-gon taken down. Jinmu once more finding a support. Looks like he's not going to be able to get the 2-for-1 special this time out, but still is finding good values. The Bob just going to be holding the bot in place.
It's an unfortunate place as well. He just kind of hides behind the barricade, which means the rest of the Chengdu Hunters don't have to really deal with the Bob. Just wait it out. But the waiting time gives Shanghai the ability to respawn, right? So we are into another 5v5.
Okay, there's the checkpoint now for the side of the Chengdu Hunters. The forward spawn is theirs. Flooded taken down. Pressure forward here onto Izayaki. Gets popped up into the air. Orb of Harmony from Lee Jae-gon. Not going to be nearly enough to keep him alive. And he will go down on the back end of the fight as Monk claims him. Flip now dead as well. The stagger's looking absolutely monstrous. Chengdu Hunters coming up with kill after kill. Bot's break going to be expired. Somebody goes back. There you go. The push going to start coming through, but Shanghai Dragons instantly find 3 on the back end.
The 71 is very recoverable for the Dragons as well, right? They can win a couple of fights while pushing. They won't get 71, so fantastic recovery from the Shanghai Dragons to get at least a couple of frags in. You have to kind of go balls to the wall to get whatever frags you can find, turn into a 5v4, and it will be a 5v4 that sticks because Hunters have to come back from such a long distance to make it happen. Because Hunters actually have the lead here, they can play fairly defensively. It's a lot of ultimates online for both teams.
With that overclock pop, Lee finds Izayaki. Transcendence going to be used by Lee Jae-gon. Overclock back end, not going to be finding too much. The rail won't connect. Bot gets up 57 meters here. As I believe the checkpoint has been hit. It has.
Transforced.
And they will leave it. Wow. I didn't quite catch how it was forced.
Pulse bomb.
Looks a bit questionable in the end. Well, perhaps. That would make sense, I suppose. Well, either way, don't have that tool anymore. Fate makes his exit. Monk getting jumped on down low. HP. Nano out onto Fleta. He's looking for this kill, but everybody from the Hunters actually just piles in on top of him.
That's good.
They managed to trade it back. Fleta gonna be the one who ends up falling. Fate drops in the minefield, but he will also go down to the Chengdu Hunters once more in control of the bot.
It's not too bad for Dragons considering they got the cap right. That means they don't have to wait for it again. Brilliant snowball kill coming through with Gaga as well, who's been really insane this map for me. How many times has Gaga managed to just slip through the fingers of the Shanghai Dragons, escaping on 1 HP while being extremely annoying, contesting backlines, getting kills on backlines, solo kills on Izayaki gets away on 1 HP, just stuff like that. And then body blocking is all helping his teammates, keeping his supports alive and dealing with Fleta. Gaga's been really strong on this ball matchup.
Dynamite not going to find anything. Bot once more. Escorted back here from the Shanghai Dragons. Trying to get this back over into Chengdu Hunters territory. As Jinmu stashes out, locks it in place here for a brief moment. He's looking for Fleta. Takes him low, they force the recall. He's in a bad spot as well. Recall's right next to Gaga. Now has the dash out, wrap back around to join in with the rest of the squad.
Look at this though, Hunters don't even have
totally
to push.
Fine with this.
They're just defending. They're in the high ground. They're in the walkway. They're not really forced to go further forward. Okay, Fleta gets double. That's insane. That will give Dragons the push now.
Yep, both the supports taken out in one fell swoop. Finds Jinmu as well for his troubles. Now it's looking for leave. Can he get the 4K? Dashes over the Mega Pack, going to be stolen away. Fate is there to try to buy some space, but Lip will arrive to go ahead and help his cohort.
I can tell you
It
how it
goes
happened.
down.
I don't even need a
By
replay
all
for this.
means.
I can guarantee it is, both supports playing on walkway. Fleta knows how to contest that area. We've seen him contest it with Fate in the past. This time he can solo contest it, lands one stick, one support would have run into the other, and that entirely breaks the defense. For Hunters, the strategy was sound. Defend the midpoint, have high ground control, do not push. But Fleta breaks it.
Yeah, the bot once more being taken away. Just a little bit of extra distance, shifting it back. The Dragons snatch it back up. Little golden box of potential victory right in front of them here. Golden line, I should say. Bot for now just going to be sat on the checkpoint. The forward spawns there, but now they're going to have to utilize it because Lip and Lee gone. Both get eliminated. Fleta trying to stay elusive, trying to stay alive. Pulse bomb not quite there. 30% away as Izayaki will fall, and once more the Chengdu Hunters will stop Shanghai Dragons.
Yeah.
They're rotating this back, and Lip, he's abandoning it. He's swapping over to the Sombra.
And that's, I think part of me thinks it's smart because you want to have fast heroes, but it's just not a good character, right? We've established that even Lip Sombra is not going to be enough to make Sombra work, and you say golden line of victory, it literally is now, because if you reach that, you just win. We're about to hit the OT. So forget about anything else. No one's having any dreams of finishing the map. Hunters are just trying to play this one strategically. They're just pushing the payload back over towards Dragon's territory, and then they back out. They don't need to force a fight. They just got to waste time.
Getting a kill on the Gaga would have been massive there if they could have gotten it, but they do not finish him off. The pulse bomb from Fleta. Not going to be able to find any value. Same with Jinmu's. Tracer's not finding kills, but Izayaki gets the shot across on the Monk. Now Nisha going to be taken down. That's the support set of the fight. Some space
gonna go in.
over the side of the Shanghai Dragons. It's going to come down to one final fight. The Chengdu Hunters, they lose way too many people. They need to reset right here, right now.
Jinmu shouldn't have backed out. Jinmu should have backed up both Leave and Gaga when their supports died. You just want to dive straight into Dragons, because if you get any trades, the OT hits, you respawn with 5, and the Dragons have less than 5. So if they missed out on the opportunity to trade anything, now this is going to be final fight territory. 2 ultimates versus 1.
So very close. The map 5 on the line. Mid-season madness, everything to play for. But Nisha, he's going to be taken down. The nano goes on the Fleta, and he immediately utilizes it. Rally rolling from Lee J gone as well. Prince Head is now expiring from Monk, and the
Oh my
kills
God.
continue to fly through. They are just getting ripped to shreds. The Shanghai Dragons, they do not want this to go to map 5. They say, no. This will, from now on, forever be known as 4 Map Friday. They will get the push across. They take it away from the Chengdu Hunters. They fought so very hard to try to keep the tournament alive, but unfortunately, this is its conclusion. A 3-1 series once more, as Shanghai will take it. Chengdu Hunters no longer can qualify for the mid-season madness.
It's just, you gotta give major credit to the Hunters for how close they actually play the Dragons. They are the first team so far to actually make the Dragons sweat on the Dragons' revenge tour. They come back right after starting out 0-6 in the mid-season madness. But like I sort of said here, Hunters officially now are out, and you have to start considering many moments at not just this particular match. I mean, we can go back to Dorado. I think that's fairly winnable. New Queen Street, fairly winnable. Dragons, though, they're the more clutch team at the end of the day. When push comes to shove, when we hit the OTs, when we hit the very dire moments, Jinmu and Lee did God's work today. But the Shanghai Dragons, that last fight on New Queen Street, getting those cleanups, Fleta getting the double pulse bomb as well to even turn the fight around on New Queen Street, stuff like that. The nano save onto Lip, on Dorado, all these kind of things that, slowly turn things around for the Shanghai Dragons. That's what makes them the best team, because they win in the most dire moments.
Incredible clutch, shown here on New Queen Street, shown earlier on Dorado, getting that point B cap into the finish of the map. Shanghai Dragons, a team that you can never really count out. Like I said, they never say die. They fight to the bitter end, as do the Chengdu Hunters, but unfortunately, the end for them, for their tournament qualification run, it ceases here. But still, positive signs, and it's just unfortunate that this is, we're not going to be able to see them in international competition, at least not this time around. Obviously, playoffs at the end of the season and whatnot. That it seems like with the level that they're hitting, with Jinmu being able to play Tracer and really contend and go toe-to-toe with the likes of Fleta, it seems pretty damn good for Chengdu's Hunters of, their hopes of being in the playoffs at the end of it all. But this is where the road ends. They still can do a slight favor, as we kind of teed up, for the side of the Shanghai Dragons later on by helping them get into that next slot. But enough about that. We'll talk about it a little bit more in a bit. For now, let's go ahead and highlight our player of the match. I think this could have gone a couple different ways, as per usual, with the side of the Shanghai Dragons, but in the end, it's Lip.
It is, and he showed up on the Tracer on map number 1. really setting the stage for the Shanghai Dragons nice and early. Again, I hear that he didn't really have a lot of playtime on previously. What short playtime he did have last year had really good stats on, so glad that now he's kind of picking that up to alleviate Fleta from those duties. But really, we're talking about the Lip Ashe. This is the hero of the day for basically everybody. I mean, Lip performed so astoundingly good here across all of the moments he had on the Ashe. I noted as well, statistically, on Dorado, he finished with 20,004 damage. And again, no time bank. You know, when you see records of like gigantic damage numbers from the Overwatch 2 beta, like, oh, I got like whatever number. Usually those games go like major time banks, really long games. That was an under 20-minute map for Dorado. So yeah, it's just insane stuff from Lip at the end of the day. As you know, New Queen Street was a far quicker map. I don't know about the 28 5-3-5 here. I have it on record. I have on my screen that he actually did get 20k on Dorado. So I don't know all the calculations at the end of the day, but take it with what you will. Ashe was the hero of the day for I think all 4 of our teams, and Lip was one of the top ones, if not maybe the best one today.
Yeah, it was very much just an Ashe showcase day. I mean, Leave, like you were talking about earlier with his stat line, utterly pounding. Lip, winning player of the match off the back of, widely. The Ashe play, Develop looking good. MN3 also winning player of the match for his own Ashe play earlier in our first series. So definitely a good day to be a hit scan stan, I suppose. But yeah, looking forward to seeing Chengdu Hunters, in their future series, because obviously we're still in the qualifiers. There's still matches that they have to play and whatnot. We're not into the tournament yet. That's going to be coming up in a little bit of time. But I'm excited to see the continued growth of the squad. Jinmu really finding his footing when it comes down to the Tracer. He continues to, I think, he looked better on the Tracer today than he did on the Genji. And he still had that wild, that 1v2 Genji clutch. His Tracer still looked more consistent on the maps that he was playing it, and that's something that at the start of the year I never thought I would say.
It's a big step up for the Chengdu Hunters, but now, unfortunately, some regrets in there, but a lot to look forward to in the future. If they do actually beat Hangzhou as well, that will be even sad. It will be great for Shanghai, but it'll be really sad for Chengdu because they're proving that they're actually one of the top 4 teams here, but they can't make it to the Midseason Madness anymore. And, they were very close to beating Seoul. Had they beaten Seoul, they would have actually already qualified in. Maybe, I think, depending on tomorrow's results, but it would have definitely helped them qualify in. But that's just going to be one of those multiversal things that a different Chengdu Hunters did, but this one, unfortunately, has not qualified.
No, they have not. And I mean, Fusion fans, you can all breathe a sigh of relief. The Shanghai Dragons, they got it done for you. You will be a part of the Midseason Madness tournament. So a little bit of stress off of you for the future matches that are going to be coming up. But obviously, you still want to be able to get those W's. But yeah, I mean, that's going to do it for us this evening. Just quick little day. Yep. I got him. Yay. Quick little day. Only 2 matches. 3 going to be coming up tomorrow, but I will be out. Those games are going to be brought to you by Avril and Leg Day as we change things up a little bit for you. So make sure you guys tune into that. And I believe NA, of course, is going to be coming up later on as well. So make sure you tune into the lesser region and show your support to those squads. But that's going to do it from us. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. I'll see you on Sunday. Avril and Leg Day will see you tomorrow. Goodbye. Good night. We love you.
words for Super. The Dragons teach us that if we want to climb high, we must do it against the wind.
Welcome to the Watchpoint pre-show. I'm Johnny the host, the imposter.
Johnny the host.
Johnny the host.
Oh, it's so weird. Why are you sitting here? Why are you not here? Why are you here?
We played rock, paper, scissors before the broadcast on who's hosting, and I won. Natural winner right here.
Stupid scissors.
I'm joined by Danny Lim, Scott Costa Kennedy. Danny, I feel like you have to name yourself. So it's not here to give you names.
I know. I have all this freedom. I don't know what to do. It feels so weird. Call me creatine today. Danny Creatine Lim.
Yeah, look at all this water weight, right?
Yeah.
Prime condition, all that strength. You'd love to see it. Look, we gotta do a normal show, okay? We're professionals. We get paid to do this.
That was the funniest joke I heard today.
Let's keep it real, okay? Let's do Zoe proud, even though she's not here. We miss you, Zoe, of course, but we hope we can make you proud. That's all I can ever ask for. The truck, it's not normal, but something that was normal, I'm working on my transitions, was the APAC overnight, of course. They just kept going as per usual, the overnight games, and we had quite the exciting scenario, actually. Philadelphia Fusion and the Chengdu Hunters playing for the final spot for the Mid-Season Madness tournament. Philadelphia Fusion going into the night were on 6 league points and Chengdu Hunters at 5, with both teams having 2 matches this weekend, of course. So the Philadelphia Fusion, with a bit of a must-win matchup here against the Guangzhou Charge, ended up taking it 3-1 and securing their slot actually to the Mid-Season Madness. How did it go down, Kelsa?
It started in the most classic way possible of Philadelphia Fusion letting us all down the first map and then being like, is it going to happen again? The Guangzhou Charge looking great in the first map, being like, oh, are they finally going to do it? The answer was no to both of those things. Unfortunately, the first map was really good. Some interesting things from the Charge. They played a little bit of Pharah on Gardens, and it looked like their synergy and they were starting to work together. But then we went over here to Kings Row and they decided to show us their true form and just really struggled to do anything as a group. And I think that is the consistent theme for me for the Guangzhou Charge right now. They have some good players, especially developed on this Ashe in this series. He did this multiple times. His Ashe is very clean, but other than that, they didn't really show any signs of life. And Krong on this Doomfist hasn't worked so well for them as well. So Charge, honestly, another disappointing performance other than that first map. So the Philadelphia Fusion, though, they punched their ticket to the mid-season tournament. Excited to see more of them because you never know what to expect from them in the playoffs. And they do have some individual pop-off moments, but they need to get some of these weaknesses and throwing away these maps like they did on Lijiang Gardens against the Guangzhou Charge, because the Shanghai Dragons, the Seoul Dynasty, and not even just those teams, the Western teams, the San Francisco Shock, the Gladiators, they will punish this Philadelphia Fusion squad if they try and come out and play like this.
So you think that Philadelphia Fusion, they've started to figure out their identity for who they're going to be come the Mid-Season Madness, or do you want to see something different from the Fusion improving moving forward?
I actually liked what I saw from them. They're leaning on this Belis Rio Wrecking Ball a lot more. That's how they want to play the style. They want to be rolling around. They want to be diving on the back of some great Zest Tracer play, MN3 on that hit scan. So that is a good identity. They have Fury coming in to play the Sigma from time to time. Do I think it's going to get them really, really far? No. But they made it. I want to see some Philadelphia Fusion and some high-quality matches.
I do feel like the East are leaning really heavily into like dive-style competitions.
Yeah,
and I think that's really interesting. Like compared to the West, we have a lot of variations where like East is shaping up to be like one really big dive region.
Yeah.
So, exciting. Talking about dive, right? Can I talk about?
Yes. Oh my God, I love it.
We're doing it.
Go on.
Yeah, I actually watched the Shanghai Dragons and Chengdu match, and any guesses on who won? Did you watch? You watched the game, so you already know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think Shanghai won.
Yeah. Shanghai won, and it was 3-1. But I honestly think it was pretty close. Shanghai, the Chengdu actually put up a really good fight. Not this one though. This one was very fast. Jinmu, Sombra. I don't know about that one. But yeah, overall, Chengdu had a really. I think they had a really good fight. They really tried their best. Liv and Jinmu both throughout the whole game really tried to carry the team. They both had their moments in the sun as well, but they were just. Honestly, I think what it all boils down to is they weren't enough for the Shanghai Dragons. This match, Chengdu had on Midtown had a really good defense. They full held the Shanghai Dragons, but that was about it. And the very last map in New Queen Street as well, there was a very close fight. But still, Shanghai got the win as well. Like Lip and Fleta, they were just too good.
Fate's just giving up at that point.
Yeah. At that point, like, all right, you guys take it.
5K right there.
You guys take it. Yeah, I think Shanghai right now is another team that's really shaping up to be how they were. And like, we always say, the Shanghai Dragons that we know and love, I think they're shaping up to be that team again. They're really leaning heavily into that dive competition, whether it's Winston or the Wrecking Ball, and it's working perfectly for them. So for the mid-season tournament, I'm guessing that they're gonna keep doing this. Please don't change, because you guys are looking amazing in it. Don't do anything else.
Look at this. They're pushing.
That one was really cool.
Do something.
Yeah, and I think Shanghai Dragons, I think they, honestly, if they keep playing like this, I think they do have a chance to put up a really good fight against the topper teams in the East region, like the Seoul Dynasty and them as well. And also, I do want to give a quick shout out to Jinmu as well. He also had a really good performance on Dorado, I think, where he had like 20 HP and got like 3K. That one was pretty crazy. So Chengdu Hunters, better looks for them as well, but unfortunately, it is end for this stage for them. So
I like that little Jinmu nudge, because that's not where we're going next. The Chengdu Hunters. I feel like we have to shine a light on the Chengdu Hunters so far this year. Let me just recap their last year for them. They made 3 out of 4 Hawaii appearances, top 2 in APAC. They made 2 stage finals last year, the Chengdu Hunters. The regular season record last year was 11-5.
Oh, wow.
So far this year, they're 5-6. They've already lost more games in 2022 than they did in 2021. I mean, it's been a bit of a failure of epic proportions so far for the Chengdu Hunters. Which begs the question, really. Do the Chengdu Hunters, do they regret dropping Aprita before the season even started? Because, come on. I'm sad that Chengdu Hunters are not living up to the hype so far.
Okay, let me preface this before the Jinmu stands come at me too hard, but Jinmu's a great player. Jinmu was a big proponent to why they had that success last year. They played a lot of those Farah compositions. It worked well for them. They were sort of that wacky team. While they come into this season and it feels like they're trying to play a lot more straight up. They're trying to play the normal stars. And you look in this match that we just saw against the Shanghai Dragons, Jinmu is the one who is having to play the Tracer while Liv is playing the Sojourn. And I don't think that is comfort for either of them. In a perfect world, if they were the Chengdu Hunters, we would have had Aprita in the lineup. And what that would have allowed the Chengdu Hunters to do is he would pick up that Sojourn, he'd pick up that hit scan, and then Liv would be able to play that Tracer, and that just puts them to a completely different level. And that's why I think so many of us were disappointed when that signing did end up getting dropped, and the Chengdu Hunters lost Aprita, because that was supposed to be their, I guess, entry into standard style of play for the Chengdu Hunters, and they just haven't been able to find that level with Jinmu because he doesn't have the hero pool. He's a Genji player, an Echo player, silly hero specialist. Let's say that. And they don't need a silly hero specialist. They need a good hit scan right now, because having Liv on that role feels like they're at 75% power instead of full power.
Oof.
I think here's what they do. I mean, it's already done, right? I mean, they can't sign him back anymore. So just do the Chengdu thing, like Custom said. They're trying to go the standard meta way. That's not Chengdu. That's not your color. Do the Chengdu thing. Don't try to follow everyone else. You guys are known to be that wacky team. Go back to the wacky team. I think that'll work out for you guys.
I mean,
don't quote me on this, and don't blame me if it doesn't work. But
they are buffing like Orisa and Symmetra, so maybe next stage we'll have to see. We have to end this segment on a good note, though. So I feel like we have to highlight someone who really popped off last night, and it was Lip from the Shanghai Dragons. As you said, Danny, I mean, this guy was just like on fire, and it doesn't matter what it is. The Sojourn, it was last week when he carried Shanghai Dragons to great performances. Here playing the Tracer next to Fleta's Echo, and also bringing out the Ashe. We saw plenty of Ashe. How about this for a highlight? The Chengdu Hunters to go up ahead with Liv getting a couple of kills kills on the Ashe, and then Lip just turns the fight around himself with his own bomb. He's making the action happen himself. So I feel like, you know, when we think about great damage players across the league, we think about Profit, of course, has had a great 2022. Proper from the San Francisco Shock. But Lip, he doesn't really get enough love, you know. He's a top 5 damage player, I feel like, in the league. So, you know, he's certainly nudging Bob here in the right direction. This is one of my favorite highlights.
He has to be the MVP for that play right there.
Just for that, but that's the only reason he should be MVP.
5-head move.
Well, I agree with you, Johnny. Like, he was the runner-up for MVP last year. I think it was either Leave or Lip for last year, and I think Lip, you know, absolutely deserved it in some capacity, but Leave, you know, was just on another level. But Lip hasn't put up those performances so far this year. But in this stage, over the last couple of weekends, he has. And I think he's starting to make his name more known of, should he be in the conversation for MVP for this year thus far.
Well, I'm looking forward to seeing more of Lip as we're closer to the mid-season madness, where we're playing some of the top teams in the entire world. And for the least surprising thing of Watchpoint 2022 I'm hosting, we got a rankings segment coming up next here on the Watchpoint pre-show. We're going to rank the best Sojourns around the league. Stay tuned.
Ranking.
D tier?
Welcome back to the Watchpoint pre-show. I'm so ready for this. You guys can't believe
I hate power rankings. You know it as well.
You're gonna have to do it.
Are we ranking it?
Well, we've actually asked for some help to know, take off the burden a little bit because the fans are gonna come after us.
Yeah.
So, you know, we inquired about the different Sojourns in the league, who's doing best so far, and we asked our stats guys, Noah specifically, to rank these Sojourns for us. I'm not saying the last name. Noah from Owl Research. The best Sojourns in the league according to stats.
Ooh,
Number one, we got Merit. Number 2, we got Kai, Hisu, Hydron, and Paripan. Now, something seems to be off here. We're missing a little something.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Don't know what I'm talking about? Okay. How do we feel about these statistical rankings, Costa?
You know, obviously the elephant in the room is no APAC teams, but honestly, I can sort of see it to a degree. But the person I actually wanted to talk about on this list is Merit, sitting at number 1 for the Houston Outlaws. He's someone who we know is a good Sojourn player. He's a great hit scan player, acquired from O2 Blast alongside Kilo from the San Francisco Shock. And he has been putting up numbers on the Sojourn. As much as we know he's been good from the eye test, I don't think anyone expected his numbers to be this high. The most important thing for me on this stat list is he dies the least while also doing the second most damage. That means he has a good balance between going in while also getting that damage and not being punished for it as well. So Merit for the Houston Outlaws has really been stepping up on this hero, and you know, this is what we have stats for, right? They don't tell the whole
Is he number
story.
1 for you?
No.
No?
He's not number 1 for me. I think my number 1 Sojourn player so far this season would probably be Kai, just because of his first couple of matches.
All right.
With that said, people have been catching up to him. I think Merit has been the inverse of him. Merit started slow, but has been getting a lot better as of late, while Kai started very strong, but has been struggling in his most
So he
recent
might
match.
be vying for that number 1 spot as we progress through the mid-season madness.
Yeah,
Here we go.
absolutely.
Who do you got, Danny? Who's standing out?
I kind of want to talk. I was going to talk about Kai, but I mean, I talked about Kai all the time, like all throughout the week.
You do?
Literally, the Kai guy thing was a little bit too much. So I wanna highlight someone that's below him, Hisu, in Toronto Defiant. I think that was really surprising. I mean, we all know that Hisu's a great player. Like, he's always been a great DPS player for the league. But you know, on that Sojourn, like coming in 3rd, it's really impressive. First in, you know, overclock kills, final blows. I don't see the bottom line. I don't know what that is.
Yeah, that's a big number. What is the number?
Don't look at that.
Sorry.
I mean, he's an aggressive player, and he's in the Toronto Defiant, and they have been struggling. Okay, let's just leave it.
Okay.
So is it not his fault?
Huh?
Are you saying it's not his fault?
As long as he gets killed, he's a DPS. Okay, I should have. DPS players, I got your back. Yeah, as long as you get the kills and get the numbers, your job is done.
No, that is, as a support player, that is not true. Also, this collateral kill is nuts.
But his aim has always been like one of his like biggest things, and he's just a smart player as well. The death thing, yes, I guess he's a little bit aggressive, but at the same time, like I said, Toronto Defiant have been in the start of the tournament have been a little bit, you know, shaky. But now they're with the help of Muse and Twilight and everyone else in the team, they're, you know, waking up and they're performing a lot better, and they are currently in the last spot for the mid-season tournament. But I mean, if they continue playing like this, and if Hisu, I think we really need Hisu to be as consistent as possible going in, and I would say that they hopefully has a fighting chance for the mid-season tournament.
I mean, they're qualified.
They are qualified.
Yeah.
I love that Danny went to say something with like so much authority, and then he's like, and hopefully.
You guys threw me off. That thing threw me off, all right? But yeah,
I like
but
assertive,
Hisu's
Danny.
a great player.
Yeah, Hisu's a great.
Yeah.
We'll have that segment some other time. Hisu held back by the Toronto Defiant. Should he go back on the Fusion? All right, we'll talk about this some other time. Look, we gotta talk about the fact that there were no APAC Sojourns on that list. And again, it's based on stats, right? So no one just like, oh, I don't like the APAC Sojourn players. They're not for me. But we gotta. I mean, I love the APAC Sojourn players. There's so many of them. Shy from the Hangzhou Spark, like his aim is just like phenomenal. But then you also have players like Lip, for example, and Stark from the Seoul Dynasty. If we take a look at Shy's stats so far, I mean, he's first in railgun accuracy.
That's not.
But if you're not pulling up the other stats, I kind of feel like that's a vanity metric. You're just like, I hit right clicks. Like, okay, well, so what? I don't care if you got good accuracy if you're not popping off. But if you actually look at the eye test, if you watch some of these matches, and look at, I mean, Lip's highlights right here from the Shanghai Dragons. Last week, it was all about how Lip was carrying the Shanghai Dragons, how he was just dominating on this Sojourn as well, right? And then also the Seoul Dynasty. I think my favorite Sojourn so far has honestly been Stalker. And it's not because he has the flashiest aim, like that's Kai from the Atlanta Rain, but his ability usage, like finding himself in the right position all the time, I think is mesmerizing. So, I mean, how do we justify that there's no like 8-pack Sojourns in the top 5?
Okay, now we're done with beating down the East. Let's talk about the West. The reason I think the East Sojourns are doing worse is that the competition is stiffer in the East. There is so many great hit scan players. They're going toe to toe, so the matches are going to be more difficult in comparison to the West, where there are some teams which are not as good as other teams. And
like Vancouver Tyrants and Paris Eternal.
Yeah, okay, if you're just going to name them, yeah, sure. But yeah, exactly,
Come on,
right?
don't be shy.
These teams are buffing up these stats and against these weaker teams, and that's why, you know, this is such a small sample size. We've only had Sojourn in for this stage so far. So I think you need to take all these stats with a grain of salt. That's why the numbers don't tell the full story in Overwatch. The eye test for Lip, for Shy, for Stalker, as you said, Johnny, points to the fact that the Eastern region Sojourns are just as good, if not better, than the Western ones.
All right, well, I got my wish with the rankings. Thank you guys, I really appreciate we took the time for that. Now, we actually have to dig in to some of the matches we're going to play out today as well. So, we got a preview coming up of San Francisco Shock against the Toronto Defiant. But before that, don't forget to lock in your pick'ems, of course. Get a lock in your pick'ems, predict the matches, make a stand, and I mean, you'll actually show up in the prediction stuff we got later as well to wrap up the show. You're impacting the prediction standing, so just keep that in mind. Download the Overwatch League app, make your selections for today's matches, and you can win prizes. You can win prizes. So it's always fun competing for stuff. We're going to preview the San Francisco Shock against the Toronto Defiant coming up next here on the Watchpoint pre-show. Welcome back to the Watchpoint pre-show. We got 3 great matches coming our way later today, and we're going to preview the San Francisco Shock taking on the Toronto Defiant. A San Francisco Shock squad that's been on fire so far this season, unbeaten in the regular season. We're not going to talk about the kickoff clash.
Why not?
Shock fan, didn't happen. 11-0 so far with a plus 26 map differential. I believe they're tied for the second longest win streak in Overwatch League history. First, of course, were the Vancouver Titans in 2019, before they were taken down by the Los Angeles Valiant.
Got 'em.
Kariv.
Kariv was so
many
good.
good players there.
I think everybody on that Valiant squad
Coach
really
Moon,
popped
Fate as well.
Coach Moon, Fate, yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
They were really good.
Yeah.
I remember that.
off. You both said Fate and Coach Moon, but both of those people were not on the
Cookie.
team.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah,
I know
that's
Kariv.
right. We'll ignore that. We'll ignore that. San Francisco Shock and the Toronto Defiant in our second match of the day. And this is a Toronto Defiant squad, Costa, that's a bit on the up and up because of one player in particular.
Yeah, and I want to talk about Muse. You know, we talked to him in the interviews, and Muse said he just recently picked up the Doomfist, and he's been playing well, and we were impressed. But I don't think we realize how impressed you should be. Look at the numbers here. That is how impressed you should be on the Muse Doomfist. Obviously, small sample size. He has not been playing Doomfist for that many matches. It's only 30 plus minutes, but the stats don't lie. He is first in all of these categories: eliminations, final blows, knockback kills, and he is dying the least. So the Muse Fist is the way forward, in my opinion, for the Toronto Defiant. We've seen a lot of teams having success playing these Doomfist compositions in a lot of places, and what that enables is the rest of his team to play to their strengths as well. Finale can play the Tracer, Hisu can play the hit scan like Danny was talking about, and then the backline, we know how great the backline is. So I think this needs to be a good proponent for this team going into the mid-season tournament, because they're by no means the favorite. They might be a dark horse, but they have not been playing so well. But now, ever since they moved away from that Winston and into this Doomfist, I think it's going to be a good look. So just lean into this. I want to see them keep sticking with it, and I want to see more Muse Fist, because apparently it's just the best in the world, question mark.
Are we gonna get another angry Costa if Toronto pulls out the Winston against
No, that was a long series of disappointment. You know, Toronto Defiant, they're not there yet.
They're not there yet, okay.
There's one player we have to talk about, Danny.
Yeah. Oh, that's true. Is it my turn?
Yeah.
I mean,
look, we gotta do it.
We are all
Have to.
contractually, obligated to talk about this player from this specific team.
Yeah.
But our host, Zoe, is gone for some time, so I get the honor to talk about this player named Proper from San Francisco Shock. Zoe, we miss you! Zoe, we miss you! Yeah, this is for you, Zoe. Proper, rookie player coming to San Francisco Shock, and he has been just dominating. Look at the stats. Don't look at the middle one, but look at everything else. He's like every hero that he plays, it's just top notch. And I think his Tracer is probably one of his best heroes, and he's been just ever since the league started, just consistently doing so much damage and doing so much for the team as well. I would honestly go to say that I think he is probably a rookie of the year.
Okay.
What I guess could be one of them.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
Could you take it one step further?
Yeah.
One step further? Should I take it one step further?
Danny,
He could be for MVP as well.
Okay. All right. I'm
Okay.
listening.
I'm listening.
Well, I mean,
You
okay.
piqued my interest. Okay.
Okay,
Danny.
honestly, who else from the West would be in the
Well, MVP is not a West trophy.
It's everyone.
but
Kevster?
But contender, yeah, okay, Kevster's there.
Prophet?
But I think Proper could go in that list as well.
Right.
That's what I'm saying.
He is there. He's close.
He is, so definitely, he is just a fantastic player. It's always just cool to just watch what he does.
All right. Well, there you go. We crossed the Proper checkbox off the list.
Yeah, we're done? Okay.
Yeah, that one's for you,
Good job,
Zoe,
guys.
and for the San Francisco Shock, and Proper. Just for all of you, and all the Shock fans around the world. I got another head-to-head that I'm observing for this matchup coming up. I feel like I'm so excited about this. It's low-key like one of those hype head-to-head matchups we've ever had in the Overwatch League. Look, we just gotta talk about it. Twilight going up against his former teammate Violet in the flex support head-to-head. These two have won championships together. They've played in championship matches against each other.
True.
Yep, 2019, Vancouver Titans. Twilight was on that squad, of course, in the grand finals. And then 2020, they won together, competing for playtime, if you will. Violet and Twilight, this is going to be a head-to-head of epic proportions right here. And Violet, not normally known, I guess, for his Ana compared to the Zenyatta. You know, Shock even had that time where they were playing, you know, Architect on the Ana. But you see here, it's 6 versus 6, right? If you take a look at these highlights right here, it's a throwback. Oh my God. Good times, good times. Unstriker damage duo. So, you know, they've had their fair share of playing with each other, against each other. These are 2 of the best flex supports of all time in Overwatch. So the fact that we're going to see these 2 going head-to-head against each other, I mean, that's just like a dream coming true, really. So I'm really hoping Toronto Defiant, they can like do Twilight justice and like give him a chance to pop off and beat his former teammate. That's all I'm hoping for. I think that's gonna be really good. But that's it. That's it. We made it through the Watchpoint pre-show. We just have to do one more thing, and let's take a look at the predictions, of course. Let's see if we...
Pretty easy day.
Yeah, pretty easy day. I'd like
We're
to say
basically
so.
done for the day now.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's going to be any real
Anything
hot takes.
crazy?
No one?
Yeah,
Boring.
we didn't have to shake up these any further because the Watchpoint pre-show already, it's been a bit chaotic, you know? So,
Yeah. Well, there is something important that we need to talk about, though, here on the show.
Yeah.
It is Johnny's birthday today.
Yeah!
Johnny's birthday! Happy birthday!
It's Johnny's birthday!
Oh, you got a cake?
We got you a cake!
Oh my...
You want us to sing for you?
Yeah, we
3,
can
2, 1, go! Happy birthday to you! Happy birthday to you!
Wow.
Happy birthday, dear Johnny! Happy birthday to you! Woo! Yeah, we couldn't have fire.
we can't
We can't have fire. No fire.
No
All
fire.
right. We couldn't go that far. Thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate
We were
that.
thinking about caking your face, but I mean,
I would've
we had
loved
a
it.
whole show. We have a whole show to go.
Please take my face, Danny. That's it for the Watchpoint pre-show. Thank you. I really appreciate that. That's great. I love it. But yeah, I'm not going to drag out this moment any further. I'm just happy it's over. I hope we made you proud, Zoe. We got done with one Watchpoint pre-show. We got many more to go. It's time for matches, okay? Week 4 of the Midseason Madness Qualifiers. They start right now.
Right now.
Let's go.
Architect is bringing the Sojourn from the back. And the whole hog, a victory dance for Super. The Dragons teach us that if we want to climb high, we must do it against the wind.
This is the final week before the mid-season madness kicks off. Rose, well, first actually, happy birthday, Johnny.
Happy birthday!
Happy birthday. 27 or 72, I don't know. Depends
Yeah, I
which
think those
camera,
numbers
which
are
way the
switched.
camera was looking at it. Yeah, probably. Probably should be. All right, final week before we head to the mid-season madness. Rose, a lot of the placings have, or all of the placings, sorry, have been confirmed already. So most of the teams right now, they're just fighting for position, and, and then they get to choose who plays who. If you end up first, you get to choose your first or their first opponent. So ideally, if you're already in, you need to keep winning, so then you get a preferential choice for your opponents. We've got New York Excelsior and the Outlaws coming up first.
Yes, we do. And so taking a look at both of these teams, you got to start out with the New York Excelsior, right? Unfortunately, they are mathematically eliminated from being able to go to Midseason Madness. But after last week, Jaws, they're showing a lot of signs of life. You know, Reinforce even calling Kellen most improved to mediocre, I think. Is that where we landed with that?
Yeah, I think so, which is great.
Which is good.
Yeah, that's great. That's good. I think that's pretty good. Any compliment from Johnny is a good one, that's for sure.
True.
So, yeah, you can take that one to the bank, Kellen. Yeah, they need to find some sort of life. They're 1-9.
Yeah.
Outlaws is 7-3. Like, this seems like it'll be a 3 Overwatch game. Although, Rose, saying that, we've had these weekends before where we're like, oh yeah, whatever. It's 3-0. It's 3-0. And then the underdog team managed to take it to a game 5 out of nowhere.
which is absolutely wild. And so that's why I'm like, you know what, maybe New York here can take a map or two. I don't think they're going to end up winning the series overall, but I do think that they have the ability to give Houston Outlaws a run for their money, especially when you look at how Kellen really actually has been improving. You know, we can joke about the fact that he looks actually mediocre now, but it's better than sticking out like a sore thumb as a pain point for the team as a whole. You can tell that coaching that has been integrated into the New York roster has really been helping out Kellen, and I think his confidence is starting to get boosted, which is a really good sign moving forward and looking ahead to stage number 3, especially when you've got some really nice other pieces on this team as well.
Yeah, it is a duel at noon, and the Cowboys standing opposite them is the Houston Outlaws, who had that unreal, like, craziest match ending of all time against the Atlanta Reign the other day. Like, it wasn't an egregious C9. No, it wasn't. They didn't just all step off for no reason. No, it was just microseconds away from being Atlanta Reigns. And then we saw many clips, not only Hawk despair, but we saw Nero yelling, touch the point! But Outlaws, look, they managed to clutch up at the very end of it. I called it the boostio, it don't matter, but apparently it very much did. And maybe riding high coming into this week and going into the mid-season madness, in fact.
They definitely are, especially when you can see that Merit is one of the top Sojourns in the league right now. You can hear the desk talking about how incredible he has been playing this particular hero, and you know, I think we can look at this as a good case of, like, you can have strong DPS, but you also need a strong tank, right? Otherwise, you're not really going to get a whole lot done with your team, and that's where Dante comes in. That's where Piggy gets to come in as well, providing a lot more flexibility to what Houston Outlaws can bring.
Yeah, this is push week, so we are having the push maps, 2 of them in this series, if we need to go that far, of course. So we're starting out a new Queen Street, and Outlaws starting Dante. Excelsior, of course, with Kellen, as always. And they have picked up a 3rd flex support rose, so, you know, that's pretty cool. I wonder when we'll actually get to see that. It is really funny, and I look back at the debates from the preview or the prior to the season starting. It's like, okay, so where do we kind of pick up supports? Who do we end up picking up? We need main supports, right? And a lot of teams, the general thinking was, oh, double flex is insane. It is insane right now, but there's been plenty of times throughout the start of the season where you've needed that main support, and the flex supports that can't, or like haven't had an easy transition over to that role, it's been quite a pain point. And I think NYXL or New York Excelsior even, it's been one of them.
I agree with that 100%. I mean, we can even see that some of the teams that still have a main support player that is trying to play those flex support roles, because we are in the double flex support meta, they're still not performing up to expectations. And so I am looking forward to seeing what New York Excelsior can really bring to the table here as we get to start at New Queen Street, looking at the lineups, and I don't think anybody is surprised that we're seeing the Doomfist coming out from Dante, but Kellen is also going to match that with a Doomfist of his own.
Okay, and Merit is on the Sojourn, of course. Who's really surprised? Like you said, Rose, best Sojourn in the league, stats-wise. Looking great so far. And yeah, this on paper is very much an Outlaws win. It's whether New York Excelsior can play a little bit of upset here and force Outlaws down the table just a little bit so they don't get their preferred pick of opponent later on. Kellen is discorded pretty early on, but yeah, Ganojin just left out in the open. Kellen's pretty low. The rest of the Outlaws now just converging on his position, and with little support, New York Excelsior lose control of the bot.
The way that Houston played that, it really put Kellen into a tough position where he had to retreat, because you're looking at Myeonbong being the main source of healing for this team, and if you are out of LOS, then you're on your own. So New York Excelsior are going to crumble. Houston Outlaws get control of the bot, get a chance to push forward, but this corner can be a place where New York Excelsior can dig their heels into the ground when they are going to look at having those nice angles, and they can control where Houston comes from.
100 energy for Merit there, you got to be careful if you're New York. Good first pick, Lasher ends up falling, and New York Excelsior surging forward. They got a pulse more in their back pocket, but Pelican going down on the ground. Don't look like Forrest's going to need it. Nice double kill for the Tracer. New York Excelsior come back Managed to pick off one of the supports of the Outlaws first. Losing Lastro there is pretty disastrous.
Yeah, that was not great because that really did start to snowball the fight for the New York Excelsior, but these are the signs of life we were looking for. Let's see how much New York Excelsior can get done with Flora's Pulse Bomb. I love that didn't have to be used in order to secure that team fight, but this could be a way to kind of continue to push this bot forward.
Yeah, they're not quite in the lead just yet. Outlaws are going to have to recontest. Transcendence coming out for Lastro. Nano available for Outlaws. However, New York Excelsior pulling the trigger first. Good sleep from Ilios. However, that pulse bomb looked pretty decent to start off with, but actually goes a little bit wide. Flora not landing anything with that. And Outlaws just go for the cleanup.
Really nice clean fight there. Houston really not having to invest much more than the nano boost. And now you get a chance to keep that Transcendence for the Dragon Blade that Yaki is approaching. Gangnam Jin is a little behind being able to match Pelican's Dragon Blade as well. And so when we take a look at these blades just being used by themselves, that Transcendence should be enough to be able to counteract the other.
Lead has been gained now by the Outlaws. No nano for the blade, but they might not need it. Just Discord orb on somebody, and they should be good. However, Pelican does go pretty low. As Yaki tried to go for a little offensive dash into the front line. A Transcendence to push Merit and the rest of the gang forward, and a Transcendence actually forced on the New York Excelsior side. Flora picks up Merit with no power slide. Little to no luck getting away. The blade's been pulled by Yaki, gets punched into the board, instantly dealt with. Ilios and Lastro holding down the fort with the help of Dante. However, New York Excelsior now gain control of the bot once again.
Pelican actually went down without using the Dragon Blade as well, and so now that Gangnam Jin has used that Transcendence, this should be open season for Pelican to be able to get some work done with this blade. Still no nano, but Ilios is approaching it.
Holds one floor again. He's building these up fairly quickly, Rose.
Yeah.
Just the efficiency not there just yet. Got to be careful though. Still, Pelican with the blade online. Flora once again missing that pulse, and Ilios just happy just wait for the nano. No, maybe not. It doesn't matter. There's the reflect kill. Easy peasy. Straight on to Myeongbong. He was so close, that nano too. Maybe that would have saved them. But quite unlucky that your teammate shot the reflect and it ended up killing you. Double kill for Dante off the back of it, and the Houston Outlaws once again in control. Flora is in the back line, and goodbye.
Yep. Hey, at least Flora has been building up to these pulse bombs fairly quickly, but Ilios with another nano can actually use that to help Merit build up to their own ultimate as well.
What is happening?
Where is Lastro?
Oh, you win those though. You hit a headshot, you win those. Lastro's on the flank, why not? You go off, King. Doofus ready for an Arno. In fact, another support going down. Outlaws lose Lastro. And who's already surprised? He was on the flank for Sentry. Alrighty.
No nano Zenyatta? I was going to get to that too as a potential
That's happened a lot, to be fair, Rose.
No, it's not a meme, I swear. It's a legit strategy that teams have been using.
Look, if your Zen can pop off with the nano, and then you assert dominance with the trance when you've won the fight, all power to you. Sleep Dart goes a little wide. Oh, Merit caught out again. He just goes to these power slide like super aggressive. Takes a super aggressive position, never ends up working out. Nano available, however, Ilios ends up going down. Nice little one-click by Flora. A Transcendence to keep Outlaws in the fight. Flora's third pulse bomb. Can he land a connection? Might not need to, as the Outlaws willing to play all the way at the back. They know they haven't got too much healing to bear. And that checkpoint in the sights of Excelsior.
Wow, look at that. It's going to be a really nice capture if the Houston Outlaws allow it to happen, though.
Nano onto the Doom. Merit his anti to Transcendence thrown on in for Excelsior, as well as that pulse bomb. That pulse once again going a little bit wide. Uncharacteristically, Flora missing a whole bunch. But with Dante falling and a nice little defense on the payload, and Merit not finding all too much with the overclock. In fact, ended by the Zenyatta. New York Excelsior control the bot still. Pelican refusing to go down, but honestly, Outlaws gonna have to back up and go again. That bot's so close to the checkpoint. In fact, it is there. So now the Excelsior have that forward spawn.
They do, and that's something they're going to have to give up in terms of just getting additional progress on the bot right now. They don't have the positioning for it, especially because Pelican is still alive. So you can see New York is going to go ahead and just allow Houston to take some of this space before they engage with the Nano available, maybe even the Blade. Are they going to actually use this combo this time? Knowing that Lastro, well...
I mean, he's looking for summon. There's the Nano. Blade not needed, maybe. Lastro just gets dunked on, cut in half with the Nano and just the shift. However, Blade from Pelican gets cleaned up. New York Excelsior still holding their ground and not needing to utilize the Blade in that fight either.
No, you saw the Nano get used there, but honestly, the way that both of these teams are playing with that Ana, it really doesn't need to be a Nano Blade combination every single time those ultimates are online. You're a little off kilter anyway in terms of the Transcendence progress versus the Dragon Blade and using those to counteract each other. So I like that you can use the Nano with a different tool.
Big pulse one coming up for Flora, I can tell. I'm willing it to existence. There it is. It's done. The reverse caster curse as Merit goes down to the pulse. A nice meteor strike in the back forces that Transcendence from the Outlaws. However, with Kellen sleeping and now dead, the Outlaws are still in control. Pelican cleaning up. One of the biggest tools to deal with that Genji is that Doomfist. Like, you're just punching him away, getting him off the back line. But if you're Doomfist, Kellen in this situation is slept and then instantly killed. Pelican can just run a rampant.
Yeah, well, I mean, the brief stun as well can make that really nice if you can follow up with a quick, like, 1-2 punch. And then you don't have to deal with the Genji anymore, and then you're also not concerned about having the Dragon Blade either. But look at this. New York Excelsior is making this a really close map, Jaws. We have 2 minutes remaining here to see who's going to be able to take it. There's not much meterage separating the two teams.
Yeah, not much at all. In fact, 10 or so, give or take. Nanoblade, or Nano, sorry, available for the Outlaws. No Blade just yet. And with a minute to go, it's really anybody's game at this point, although Outlaws still control the bot. Ares healing up the rest of his team and just trying to stall out for as long as possible. I mean, that's what the Outlaws just need to do. Just not die. There's the Nano. Okay, they didn't even need it. Okay, Yaki tried to go in with the Blade, but he found almost zero ground. The Outlaws are ready and willing to use that Nano defensively, but they didn't need to do it. Now they pop it on Lastro as he fires some orbs down the way. Nice deflect kill from Pelican. Make that a 3-piece for the Genji. And the Outlaws firmly in control of this bot now.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, at this point, I don't know if the Transcendence from Gangnam Jin is going to be enough to kill the momentum that the Houston Outlaws have now. It's less than a minute remaining. If New York Excelsior do not win this next team fight, it's definitely going to be all over. But even then, Jaws, it's going to be a tall ask.
Gotta be careful. Merit's in your spawn. They do deal with him. Nano has been used on Kellen already. The bot is in control of the Excelsior, but the Outlaws should be good for the time. Wow, okay, the Pelican even forces the recall there on Flora, who's just trying to push the bot to the Outlaw side of the map, but Pelican is denying him so much space. A Transcendence to match Lastro's as Gangnam Jin runs back to the rest of his team. The robot's still in control of the Outlaws. There's only, what, 20 seconds to go now? The Excelsior need to do something, and they need to do something fast.
Yeah, but even still, they're going to have to win like 3 team fights on top of the one that they'll have to win out here as overtime gets activated.
Blade, overclock, Merit looking for bodies. He's found one. Pelican's found another. The Excelsior sleeping with the fishes. Outlaws gonna take the map quite handily. OT ticks down, and they lead the series 1-0.
I still think that New York Excelsior gave Houston Outlaws a bit of a run for their money there, but at the end of the map, Houston Outlaws just continuing to work like clockwork, especially just getting a value from those ultimates. So good start for Houston. See if they can keep it up.
Yeah, not bad whatsoever. I mean, Merit and Pelican just unhindered. Like, they jumped to the back line. Oh, your supports are dead. And then they were just almost spawn camping with the help of Lastro. Felt really good. Outlaws up a map. New York Excelsior still struggling to find their footing this year, but this could be the game that they do it. It was fairly close. We'll see you in map number 2.
Please don't let me in.
Please don't let me into my zone. I just need some time of my own. All these people trying to get a conversation. You can conversate to that tone. My gut eye from that throne, yeah. So I'm never alone, yeah. All these people trying to box me in. I'm at my weather, it's on, yeah. Now they ask where I'm at. Making hits that line back. I'm MJ, I'm 2-3, man. I just need some time back. I'm zoned in like defense. My life gone, no recess. But I live my best one, so I got no regrets. So gone, I'm gone. Finally back in my home. I'm working like so much, they swear I had me a clone. Can't answer my phone now, just leave it there, that tone. Ballin' can't beat me up, cause I'm back in my zone now.
Welcome back. Outlaws versus New York, or Houston versus New York, or Outlaws versus Excelsior, whichever way you want to slice it. It's blue versus green today. Circuit Royale is the next map. Now, Rose, that push map a little bit closer than what I expected it to be.
Yeah, same. I mean, like, I think everybody looking at this matchup is going to say, oh, Houston should have this based on map record easily like 3-0, right? But this is what we're looking at when we look at how New York Excelsior has actually ended up getting better over the course of the season, where I feel like they're finally starting to gel as a team. And so I'm really excited to see what they end up doing for the rest of this match and also moving forward into the third stage. But, Jaws, we've got a substitution on the board here for the Outlaws.
Yes, we do. Piggy has arrived. He's in. Dante is out. No real surprise. I mean, Piggy, Sigma God, will be playing for Circuit Royale. And Merritt, want to continue to see him on the Sojourn. I'm going to be very honest with you. You've got to just continue to pad the stats. You might as well make a break between rank 1 Sojourn and rank 2 Sojourn. got to be done.
Yeah. I think Merit right now is undeniably the best Sojourn in the league, just from stats alone for this week, heading into this week.
Yeah.
But maybe
just from stats alone, I'd still argue Kai is an exceptional Sojourn. And then obviously in the East too, like Shy. There's a lot of good Sojourns there right now. It's crazy. It's really hard to tell. And obviously, like you said, the stats do point one way, but
they're good
the
for a different reason, right? Like,
sure,
yeah, you can look at them and rank them by stats, but I think, you know, what you're alluding to is that either you're going to have these kind of individual hero moments, which I feel like we have seen a lot from Merit, or like from Kai's perspective, you're really integral in securing the damage necessary to get the team fight win.
Yeah, like Kai's just so good at picking people off too.
Yeah.
Like starting these fights, like, oh well, Kai's got a headshot.
Yeah, like that's it.
Guess we go again. Yeah, exactly. Good. I'm glad Pelican's sticking on the Sojourn. I mean, Merit, sorry, and Pelican is on the Genji.
Yeah.
I will say, trying to aim at Sojourn's head hitbox, she has power slide, of course. I don't know if it's because I'm not used to it yet, but it seems very difficult as Widow. I will say that. Plus, she just puts her left click isn't hit scan, it's a projectile, and so she's kind of peppering with you and like straight AD strafing. It just feels so annoying to hit her head. So props to anybody that can consistently do that. Oh, okay, that's also something pretty hard to do as a Widowmaker. Get off the Genji like that.
Especially with a deflect as one of Genji's abilities. Usually pretty hard to weave that shot in between that cooldown, but that's a nice pick to kick things off for the New York Excelsior. They will be able to grab a ton of space here as you see Houston Outlaws backing up to set up around this corner as they wait for Pelican to get back, because this is the tough part, right? Pelican really needs to have point presence in order to be effective. Or, I guess, deflect the Widowmaker shot. One of the two.
Yeah, just deflect it.
Yeah.
Easy peasy. Dangerous spot for the Houston Outlaws backline right now as Flora takes to these stairs. Look at the angle you can get. Oh, yikes. Dangerous position from Myunbong, apparently. That's through just chilling near that tree. Gets a right-click headshot on to Myunbong. Nice nade onto Yaki, who's now 1 HP. Houston Outlaws making a stand on point A, with Yaki falling over. Good push, though, initially, but Circle Royale Rose, especially this first point, takes so long to cap.
It does, and then you, as the attacking team, have the added difficulty in that second point of having to deal with a defense that has that high ground advantage. And so even if you get past this checkpoint, you know,
It's good. There's the nano from Pelican, though. Can he return the favor? He's already found 1 kill. Couldn't quite land the second onto Kellen, who was so low and antied. A nano boosted Kellen is going to walk forward. A flux coming up rather soon, but he's nanoed, but can't survive that damage. Piggy with a perfect response, stopping Kellen from getting the ults and killing him off before, even during the nano.
Kellen, unfortunately, was so low, and at least Kellen didn't, panic hit the ultimate button, so that is a really nice engagement tool that New York Excelsior will have going into this next fight, but you gotta worry about Lastro's Transcendence here. It's a very classic counter maneuver to that Flux, and if Lastro is able to use that as a response, then New York may not be able to get through the holds that Houston Outlaws has on this point so far.
There is the Flux, there is the Trance, and a Blade. In fact, Yaki dove to the backline, and Pelican just answered it in kind with the Blade. 2 kills for the Genji. Now he's just dodging out of the way to make sure he doesn't get a headshot, and Merit follows up with another couple of kills. Houston Outlaws have burned the time back down a good 3 minutes in the Excelsior with only a minute to go. Have to push that payload just a couple of meters, but it will be a tough couple of meters at that.
Well, at least they got the Transcendence out of Lastro. So now Yaki's Genji Blade should be able to get something else done here. But yeah, I think I heard you reacting to the Flora Tracer.
Hello. Hello, Yaki. Straight over the top. I was waiting for him to slide and then pull it and then dash into the air and then get 1 shot. That was what I was waiting for right there.
Fair
Not
enough.
going to happen. Gangnam Jin has the Transcendence to Rose. could be quite integral to helping Yaki stay alive mid-blade if they need it. Yaki instantly discorded, Reflect already used, but Piggy's dead. The NYXL now with one person up. No, the Outlaws just playing all the way at the back. Yaki just using the blade more of a zoning tool. Outlaws managed to force the Transcendence, in fact. The point does get capped, but a good force of ultimates means that they're going to be able to hold this high ground with impunity almost. But Yaki does send both supports from the Outlaws back to the spawn room. So now they're up on height. If they just force Outlaws, Rose, to just hold this small choke, could be quite tough for them to get much.
Yeah, I agree with that one. Hopefully Houston are, you know, able to kind of dig their heels in. I think they're going to be able to have this high ground, and that is what makes it difficult for New York Excelsior to continue to aggress on this point. But Flora has switched off of the Tracer and back onto the Widowmaker here. Interesting.
Ooh, that was clean. Nice little nano there onto Pelican. Don't need the blade. More often than not, you're not using it with blade anyway now. Just in the neutral, Genji is still very strong, but Yaki did every single time that Pelican gets a couple of kills in the Genji, Yaki is already in there. Cleaning up the Outlaws, or at least trying to. So unfortunately they didn't manage to find anything else. Transcendence online for the Outlaws coming up. Kellen's gonna have a tough job. Flora's changed the Widowmaker. Doesn't quite land the shot onto Pelican.
No, and this is why I was kind of confused. Weird angles to try to grab.
Ooh, Lastro already 2% away from the Transcendence, didn't have it in time. A very early flux usage from the New York Excelsior. Kellen, I can imagine, was expecting Lastro to just hit that Q key and save the rest of his team, but unfortunately, it was only a couple of percentage points away, and now with 3 people on the payload, the Outlaws have to rush back to try and touch in time. Are they going to be able to? The rock from Kellen goes a little bit wide, and a dash from Pelican to put him on the point and stop that payload from going. The blade not available for Yaki to try and clean up the fight, but it's available for Pelican, as Piggy sent Excelsior high in the sky. Too low are the rest of Excelsior to carry on this fight, and now with 35 seconds to go, same story as point A, Rose.
Even though Lastro didn't have the Transcendence online as an answer to Kellen's Flux, I think that actually works out better for them, Jaws. Houston Outlaws get to stop the...
Oh, no, the C9! Oh, the C9! Genji was hiding the whole time! Oh my god! Oh no!
I spoke too soon! Oh, I spoke too soon! Oh my god!
Oh, how does this keep happening in 2022?
Houston!
I don't know!
Stop! You're cursed! So many C9s for you, whether in your favor or against you. I don't know if you know this, but that C9 was against
H9?
you.
All right, blade for the Outlaws.
Oh my god.
They got Nano coming up too. Yaki's already used a blade of his own. Nice deflect actually from Pelican, survives. This Nano's getting not much at all, and neither is that blade. Headshot from Flora shuts down the Nano blade. Houston Outlaws fumbling the payload and fumbling their ults on this second to last corner. New York Excelsior in a good spot to approach third.
60 seconds.
Yeah, I don't know what else to say here except Flora good, headshots good. Like, yeah, look at Flora kind of taking aim for this. Oh, that Nano had just been donated over too. And that was a really nice shot.
Straight to the dome. Wow, Pelican. Didn't expect Outlaws to be that, or Excelsior to be that far up, I can imagine. The blade has been pulled. Nice nade to keep Iris alive, but Yaki still ends his life. The Houston Outlaws now scurrying back to spawn. The Excelsior putting the pressure on the payload. Yaki doing so much work in this game. Already, Pelican dead? Who touches the payload in this situation? Merritt just wants to sit all the way at the back, but he's going to need to. The New York Excelsior is still pushing the payload in with 3 meters to go. Merritt is sent sky high, but Pelican luckily comes back from spawn just in time. A Transcendence from Lastro to keep them in the fight, but little Outlaws left to touch. It is just Piggy. Excelsior just need to deal with him, and it should be good. A nice anti-nade sends him all the way back. Even Lastro was in the back line of the New York Excelsior trying to find something cheeky, but it wasn't good enough. Overtime was there. Outlaws, they do forgo the point. And Excelsior, they get third. They don't get any time in the bank, but, you know, That might not have even happened if Gangnam Jin didn't C9 the Outlaws on point B.
Oh my god, the back cap. The back cap that led to a full map completion, and that's really impressive too, because
I want to know where he was hiding, Rose.
I don't... Did he walk up? I think he walked up the stairs. I think he just said, I'm going to take the stairs.
God.
I'm going to take the quick route. You guys are all chasing after the rest of my team. And just kind of went for it.
Yeah, you can't hear the Zen, right? He doesn't have footsteps.
No footsteps.
He do be floating, though. So...
Even with
I know people a long time ago were complaining about that Zen doesn't have the footsteps, so you can't use it as like an audio cue. I'm not sure if people are still complaining about that, but hey. It results in great moments just like this.
Wait.
Oh, here you go. Okay.
Oh, where is he?
Well,
oh, he's just back there.
He just be chilling. It looked like the Outlaws were, well, we have to just chase them to spawn, and Gangnam Jin was just kind of chilling. So.
Oh my god, they just left
stuff.
him alone behind like the info sign or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Well, you know what? Let's go again. Let's switch sides, see how the Houston Outlaws do on their attack. But New York Excelsior definitely set up to get a map win here. Joss, it's impressive that they were able to complete all 3 points. Something we constantly say is very difficult to do on this map.
Yeah. Even not getting any time is still very reasonable.
Yeah.
How slow this first point is. It's kind of insane. You burn most of your time bank just on first. So a little bit ridiculous because there's 2 very defensible points. This first corner and then the second corner, of course, where Flora is sitting right now. Nice little back shot there onto Pelican. Does have reflect, so Flora can't go for the double tap. Tries to go for the flick onto the supports, but it's Yaki actually who goes down first. Now Flora's in a little bit of trouble against the Genji. A couple of right clicks from Pelican do end up missing. He manages to get the Venom Mine, I suppose, but the rest of his team not quite so lucky. However, without a tank, New York Excelsior have to just retreat. A Widow and a Nana can't really stand up to the might that is Piggy and Pelican on the payload.
No, but the payload should actually not get to that next corner before New York Excelsior end up coming back to recontest. But of course, as I say that, where is Kellen? Kellen's not actually going to be able to hold this corner, and that's not great for the defense here for New York if they can't get set up.
Oh, New York at least have a sightline now, I suppose, with the Widow. But yeah, that's about it, Rose. You got to take care of Merit up in the height. Yeah, he does get body shot, but he's got... Oh, a Discord orb on him? No Harmony orb? Harmony orb? Okay, well, Cullen just sends a few Hyperspheres his way, sends him to a different galaxy. Now they can hold much further forward than they were able to a minute ago.
That's good. So New York Excelsior can keep this super defensible position, and now you're looking at Houston having to start using some ultimates here. Iris, with the amplification matrix online, can buy a lot of space if it is used on this corner to push New York Excelsior back.
Oh, Yucky's in trouble. Double deflect. There's the window. Flora still peeking through it. Insta-kills Iris. It's a lot of damage now lost for the Outlaws going through that window. Lastro can still do a fair bit. Merit can one-shot with the railgun, but once again, Flora coming up rather large. His Tracer was decent on map number 1, but his Widowmaker, this is where he really shines.
Yeah, he's super warmed up too. You can tell Flora is hitting these incredible shots, finding these angles, and that's really difficult sometimes when you do have a Genji that can dive after you.
Left Lux. Boom. Instant lamp. Oh, nice nade, but lamp still exists. Pelican gets rocked out of the lamp, but luckily that anti-nade wore off. Now there is a return flux from Piggy. What is the response? Looks like a nano onto Kellen to keep him in the fight. He's going to do a fair bit of damage. Misses the rock, just goes straight into the shield. Perfect shield placement from Piggy there. And with only a minute to go, the Outlaws still need to find a kill to open this one up. Pelican can use the blade maybe to try and find a little summon. As Gangnam Jin has stepped so far forward. The blade on the height. It looks like Flora didn't even see him there, but the Transcendence was just in time as Flora jumped down to the safety net of Gangnam Jin. 50 seconds to go and the Outlaws, very little left in their bank. Maybe an overclock will turn the tides, but Excelsior not giving this point up just yet, Rose.
No, I mean, Gangnam Jin using the Transcendence means that it isn't available for the overclock, but Flora may just shut it down here.
Ooh. Kellen ends up biting the dust. A headshot onto Piggy, almost make that 2. That would have ended his life. Gangnam Jin follows that up with a swift orb, but Merit popping the overclock. Time runs out for Excelsior on point A, as the Outlaws manage to find the cap.
We can never underestimate Merit as the best Sojourn in the league with an overclock. That was definitely clutch there to be able to get Houston Outlaws that first point. And now you're looking at second, where this is where New York Excelsior can really shine. Flora very much performing well on this Widowmaker and has this high ground advantage to be able to play super far back, where you might not be able to actually reach Flora. Pelican's gonna have to go back there, but it might be deadly.
Yeah, Merit's just ideally just looking to charge up a rail off of the shield, but that's proving quite costly right now as his health bar just keeps going so low when he peaks. He's got to be worried about those headshots like you were saying, Rose. However, the payload's getting quite a considerable distance. It's up to Flora, really, here to find an initial pick. Window opened up from Iris once again, but an immediate flux from Kellen to try and answer this. A lamp deployed by the Outlaws as everybody survives the gravitic flux. And now the Nano on Yaki in the backline. There's no lamp to worry about now, and there's no supports for the Outlaws. Triple kill, maybe. Merit standing in front of Yaki. He does manage to escape with his life, but maybe not for long. A Venomine kill onto Pelican is good. And the New York Excelsior once again halt the Outlaws push.
Where is Kellen going?
Okay, we're looking at the payload. Okay,
yeah, we gotta
no
make sure
C9s.
no C9s.
No C9s.
Yeah.
We're good.
Nope. We're all set. We're good there.
I feel like we need payload cam. You know how like
yeah.
some games is how you have like a cam in the
Like
bottom
a dash
left or
cam?
something. We just like a dash cam. Yeah, you just need a permanent one just for the payload this season, I think.
I think so. That'd be very useful for a lot of these teams.
All right. Flux available from Piggy. Wow, they used Lamp already to save Piggy's life. They can just go hyper-aggressive, you might as well. There's the blade from Yaki, goes pretty low as he has Discord Orb on top of him, but it forced the Outlaws all the way back. Yes, a wasted blade there, Yaki, it was, but it doesn't really matter. You forced nothing. Actually, maybe it does matter, because you didn't even force trans.
Well, yeah,
that was pretty bad.
They didn't force Transcendence, but now look, it's last fight territory for the point.
True.
Maybe?
They forced time.
I'm trying.
It's all good. Blade for Pelican. Naso has the trance. Nothing really to deny, to be honest with you. You can just use that willy-nilly if you so choose. Yeah. There is the Transcendence from the Excelsior to add... Oh, that damage follow-up onto Yaki. 300 HPS is that Transcendence. If you do more damage than that, Yaki dies. And that's exactly what happened. Houston Outlaws marching forward. A lamp has been forced. The Excelsior have only got the Nano in their back pocket to defend this point. Flora in a whole heap of trouble. A nice little combo from Pelican, but now with trading DPS, that's not great. The Nano onto Kellen to help him survive, and now Pelican using the blade. He spots a Lonely Zen in the sidelines. Gangnam Jim on another world at this point. Not sure what he was doing there, trying to find another sneaky kill maybe, but the Outlaws take him out. A lamp will help see them through this fight as the Excelsior end up giving up the point. Overtime is here, and Outlaws do manage to cap, but with 1:30. Circuit Royale, pretty tough to finish, but if Excelsior have done it, Outlaws can do it too.
That's true. And especially with Merit having an overclock, that might be enough to be able to push you past that really difficult corner. And then maybe you get the snowball into being able to complete the entire map. But look where New York Excelsior have pathed. They're just trying to go up to this high ground through the window, also shutting down these flanks that Pelican might be looking to take alongside Merit for these high ground angles.
And that's what Excelsior did on their attack, was just force that high ground super early. So they know the exact weak point of this comp. Making sure Outlaws don't get the high ground. Now Piggy's gonna poke his little head out. Yeah, it's just a whole heap of damage, unfortunately, Piggy. Not sure you can assault that one on your own. Payload's still making a good bit of movement, however.
Yeah, but I like that Myeongbong is playing so far back, because then you have access to being able to pivot to where that card is eventually going to want to end up.
Oh, nice power slide. In fact, Iris just LOSing the gravitic flux. It wasn't quite on the corner. It was a bit more forward than that. Window to start off, and it pushes Outlaws all the way up onto the high ground. But Flora changing to the Widow. I mean, perfect. He gets the pick onto Lastro. Another quick headshot. No. Flick and a miss onto Iris's little head.
So
the Outlaws now It's OT. It is pushing still, and Mary using the overclock, not finding all too much. In fact, he's found Yaki, but I wouldn't want to take the 1v1 if I were you. He's got 100 charge, and he finds the kill onto Flora. He was scoped in and couldn't see him. Yaki, perma-pocketed. He's got the nano, he's got the dashes, and now the blade. Piggy had no chance, and neither do the rest of the Outlaws against the New York Excelsior. They managed to hold on third and claim the map to tie the series up.
Victory.
Wow. New York Excelsior, what a map! That's very exciting. I'm very excited.
Yeah, I mean, you should be. Again, Gangnam Jin, the hero of this match so far for the New York Excelsior, getting that big C9 on point B. Yaki still performing exceptionally well on the Genji, who is really surprised. Piggy went for that flux at the very end there. I would say it's desperation, but not really. I mean, you just need to use it, right? And unfortunately, it was just too low to do anything. Houston Outlaws, they let go of this map. No more H9s. Please no.
No.
We're going to King's Row next for our hybrid. We'll see you in a sec.
Check my baby G-Shock, said it's time. All my thoughts linked up, multiplying, no divide. Dropping hit after hit, never miss, it's a crime. But my karma stay lit, Buddha sit by my side.
Yaki showing up big versus the Outlaws already. Looking clean on the Genji. He has very much been, Rose, a consistent factor for the New York Excelsior this season, regardless of their scoreline currently.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've seen this with some other teams as well, just having really strong DPS lines that you can notice the impact right away. And Yaki's definitely one of those players that you've got the skill, you've got the numbers to back that up, you can see that on your screen, but it's all about the other pieces as well, which are definitely coming together for this series, Jaws.
Yeah, I mean, helps when Gangnam Jin hits that big old C9, that's for sure. We'll see if that can happen again. I doubt it. It's King's Row, a little less of an open map. No substitutions for either side. No more Doomte, more Piggy. That's what you love to see. It was fairly interesting in that last map road. The amount of times that Outlaws were able to force the Transcendence out of Excelsior, and then Piggy was able to just follow up with a big Flux. And then their adaptation to the Zen and the BAP to have a counter to the Flux, and then also have a Transcendence or a Lamp to see them through the rest of the fight. So I like the mid-map adaptations there from the Outlaws.
Yeah, I like that as well, especially because Zenyatta and Baptiste, that has been also kind of the classic duo of counters to the Sigma when you do see that Flux. Either you have the Lamp, you have the Transcendence, but the way that these two teams are playing with the Transcendence in mind is not really to counter a specific ultimate, it feels like. They're really using it as kind of like a finishing move for some of these team fights.
Finishing move, it just makes me think of like Mortal Kombat.
Yeah.
Fight.
Kick. Zenyatta kick.
Big finisher. Yeah, Zenyatta kick is the finisher.
Yeah.
Imagine if we got those like X-rays where like when Zen kicks somebody, it's just like...
Oh, like ultra slow-mo, like...
Yeah. That would be ridiculous, but
so
I'm not
cool.
sure it would have the same age rating in the game as it does now.
No, probably not.
But there you go. All right, Outlaws on the offense first. Pelican Echo. All right. What are we seeing here, Rose?
Okay, yeah, we're seeing a Pelican Echo. I'm okay with this. We've seen how impactful Pelican can be on this hero, definitely one of his best, and this also is going to be a weird one, though, because Flora's on the Sojourn. I don't know how much you really want to go up against a Sojourn as an Echo. That doesn't feel comfy.
Yeah, and charging off the shield of Piggy to hit those right clicks can be quite deadly. Although the neutral fire not the best. Oh, okay, well, Yaki's still doing work on the Genji. That was like basically off screen. Sorry, Genji dash, and then Pelican's body just flopped to the ground. Good start. Yeah, so the railgun, of course, hits the Echo fairly easily, but the normal fire, not so much. But I guess he is lucky that he has Piggy on the other team to charge up off the shield.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly what I was looking at as well. And then you also have Gangnam Jin that can really help you too, just to kind of keep you alive. Yaki's still gonna do work here. Houston Outlaws gotta get reset. What else are we looking at, Joss?
Your Yaki right now is doing Yaki things. Oh, almost got the... Oh, this should be an easy kill. Yes, sir. Yaki already going crazy for the New York Excelsior. 55% on Dragon Blade.
Yep.
Not bad whatsoever.
Well, especially when you're just continuing to pick up Pelican as well. That's gonna feel pretty good. I was talking about Flora being the problem. I think we're more worried about Yaki at this point getting up in your grill if you're Pelican.
All right, Piggy trying to force a point. A bit easier versus the Doomfist. Doomfist can step up, but against someone like an Echo, pretty tough. As soon as he puts out the power block, you can just pepper him with the sticky bombs. Kellen is in danger, however, a nice little nade there from Myunbong. Even a nano invested. Straight to the back line. Here it's in trouble. A nice couple of shotgun shots from the Fist. Should be good. Yeah, Yaki just signaling his ult is nearly ready at 70%. The Outlaws really have not had a say in this. However, they do manage to get one tick.
Yeah, they did. New York did have to give up a little bit of that progress, just be able to get some space back, but also Kellen just bought so much time using that nano. Pelican's turn.
Pelican trying to find targets, but everybody's just scattered. However, Kellen does end up going down to a body shot even of Merit after the Discord. In fact, Yaki falls too. The Nano Echo may be a distraction technique while Merit deals with the backline. A duel versus Flora, pretty easy when Piggy's on the flank. The Outlaws claim point A. Nano Echo did nothing at all, but Merit did everything. Ooh, another nice little kill.
Yeah, look at that. Merit's going to be rewarded with the overclock available, and Houston did not need to use anything other than the nano boost. And so Jaws there, very much set up here to just kind of keep rolling through second. Holy cow, they just keep getting picks.
Yeah, you
It's
can't
Lastro's
let
turn.
this happen. Yeah, Lastro's on the payload. It's okay, don't worry.
Cool.
Gangnam Jim is right there. We're good. No C9s. All right, Blade, Overclock, Transcendent, and Meteor Strike available for the Excelsior. Just a very quick engagement for Kellen, I can imagine, and then using that ult to get out of jail free. Outlaws have so much to respond though, Bros. I'd be a little bit careful if I were the Excelsior right now. Yaki's Blade's going to have to be rather big, but in these short corridors can be quite easy to get value.
Look at Pelican also taking the flank too. Oh no, Kellen, that
Oh
was...
my god! He's nothing but DNA left. What was that? He didn't even have a chance to use his ult. Pelican's a little bit trouble. He's got Discord, but he's chasing Yaki off. Yaki using that dash, doesn't want to go in that blade without some sort of gap close. You do get the reset of the dash, of course, but ideally you want double dash to close even more space. 2 minutes and 30 seconds to go. There's the Flux, a Transcendence from downtown. Yes, of course, Gangnam Jin was in the backline. Who's already surprised at this point? A copy from Pelican. He goes to the Doom Fist, but Flora starts off the fight with a headshot through the Trans onto Merit, and now Iris is in a lot of trouble. Ganajin deals with the copy quite easily as Iris ends up falling, and New York Excelsior, they did lose a lot to start off with, but the Outlaws didn't have much to finish the fight.
Keep track of Gangnam Jin. Difficulty very hard. Where was he? He just came in with
No one knows.
out of nowhere.
Yeah.
Oh my god. I mean, to save the point for them at least, like New York is not going to let Houston take the second point yet. But Houston's still going to be able to come back with the overclock and the nano. And I think that'll be enough damage to really push Houston over the edge of getting the second point.
Oh, not good. Yaki caught out for V5 as Pelican gets nano. Good sleep, not before he can kill Pelican. Overclock for Merit. No chance. Absolutely no chance. Where is Gangnam Jin? There he is. A headshot on another orb will kill Merit. He's 104 HP. Gangnam Jin taking the 1v1. He wins it, but Pelican's there to clean up. Outlaws still get the second point, however, despite the casualties.
Oh my god, that was a very dishonorable 1v1. I roll it back, run it back, okay? Gangnam Jin's gonna end up...
He can't flank now, Rose.
What do you
He just can't.
No, that's not true. No, that's not true. You watch, Jaws. He's gonna come out
through the mega room and just get owned. Okay, I'm waiting, Gangnam Jin. I'm waiting.
Just wait for it. It's gonna come. Look at where he is!
I mean, yeah, to be fair, he's... Okay, that's not a flank. He's just...
No, I know, but you could...
Which is what I say when I'm on the
walking.
flank. I'm off angling, guys. You're in the back line. Yeah, I'm off angling then. Don't worry. We're good. Payload nearing completion. Piggy with the Transcendence. Gangnam Jin, unfortunately, nowhere near that Piggy with the Flux, even. No Transcendence to be had for Gangnam Jin. Piggy trying to get a connection. Does find one. Heals. Not quite. With those sticky bombs, it's so hard to heal through all of that instant damage. The Outlaws in the driving seat. The Transcendence forced a duplication onto from Pelican onto Gangnam Jin. Why not? A free Transcendence for the Outlaws might not even be needed as Yaki and the Zen end up going down. There is Flora onto the payload, overclock, and now very much dead. The Outlaws, they cap point 3 with 1 minute and 22 to spare.
I like my headcanon that Pelican only copied Gangnam Jin to get the Zen 1v1.
True, that's what happened. That was exactly why.
Yeah, that's it. It's not about the transcendence at the end of the game. It was about the 1v1. I like
I mean, look, at the end of the day, what's more honourable than a Zen 1v1? Not much.
That's true.
Not much. Maybe a Torp Hammer 1v1, actually.
Ooh. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, that's actually pretty good.
The most honourable way. Remember coin flips back in the day?
Yeah.
Should have just been Torp Hammer 1v1s. That's what it should have been.
I
There we
agree.
go. All right, Excelsior on the offense and now the Outlaws on the defense. Same old story, I can imagine, for the Outlaws. Yep, there it is.
Yeah, I think that New York obviously just going to go ahead and use the Widowmaker to try to get a quick pick, and then like we'll see the pivot. But for Houston, same old, same old. You know, especially when you've got Piggy in the roster, you're definitely going to see this Sigma, and I really like the way that Piggy plays the Sigma. You know, it's very meticulous. You see the shields come out. It's really easy to be able to kind of integrate that to either protect the team or just kind of create space. And I think New York Excelsior right now is struggling a little bit on how to break the shield. So maybe this is why we're going to see some... Maybe some Flora Sojourn? Is this Widow going to really stick here beyond just a pick? I'm not confident.
I can't imagine so, no. It's so hard to get so much stuff done on the Widow. Like, you have, like, what, 2 angles, maybe?
Yeah.
But then, like you were saying, Piggy, one of his best heroes by far is that Sigma, so deny the Widowmaker super easy.
Yeah, but Flora's on the Sojourn now, so that shield becomes a bit of a detriment there for the Houston Outlaws.
Does indeed. Quick flank, though, for New York. Ideally, they get Yaki and Kellen on this high ground and then push the Outlaw supports down. Oh, Pelican. He's playing Doorman, though. All good. No one can get past him. Oh. Kellen in, almost out to the spawn. A little twist there. Oh, the beam.
Wow.
We're good. It wasn't enough HP. It's all good.
Yeah, did you see how low Kellen got, though? You know, Pelican was definitely chasing that down, landed the sticky bombs, and then you saw the ante on top of that, so... New York Excelsior do have to kind of wait for that to expire, but they're ready to go back in.
Oh! Wow, that was a lot of damage. Antine, there was a couple of orbs and a big old right click from Flora to start the fight off. Yeah, Flora can jump on top of there, and now both DPS from the New York Excelsior are in a good position to force the Outlaws' hand. And Ana Booster in the back, he's trying to kill the Ana. 3 punches will do it. 3rd time's a charm. Iris goes down in the end. Kellen taken pretty low, but he has Doomfist and gets out of there quite easily. A recontest from the Outlaws is possible, but looks unlikely now, as 2 ticks have been acquired.
Yeah, oh, look at that too. Pelican just trying to go in against Yaki. Easy takedown over there. Yaki gonna get this blade up really quickly as well for New York to keep this momentum going.
Piggy ends up going down. This forward momentum from Excelsior, pretty devastating to the Outlaws. Although this is exactly the same thing that happened, to be fair. You haven't got the furthest to walk either. Or Piggy.
You still have to wait for Piggy to come back, though, and look at how aggressive Kellen is playing so far forward. Just to buy some time for this cart to round the corner, and this is exactly what you want to do, right? You were able to force Houston Outlaws into the farther spawns, you staggered them, and now that cart's going to be rounding this corner before you know it, so that you're taking away the advantage that Houston would have on the defense.
Ooh, a little bit of time in there. Yaki didn't see the Sojourn until he was up in the sky. Transcendence to stop that damage from the Flux, and a force of a Transcendence from Yaki. Doesn't have deflect, needs to get out of there, not quite quick enough. Looks like he got half body blocked. He forced Trans though, which is great. Means his blade can do a fair bit of work, but the Outlaws do win this fight.
Well, you also saw that Gangnam Jin used the Transcendence as well. Gangnam Jin is going to go down there. Nice to kind of get him out of the rafters, right?
Sure.
Just in case that sneaky little Zenyatta. But the fact that Gangnam Jin used the Transcendence already means that Pelican's Echo duplicate could be really, really strong here. I mean, Pelican's just kind of waiting behind New York
Pelican
as
spawn
well.
camping.
Yeah,
he just spawn camped Gangnam Jin that entire time. You saw him kind of look over to the monitor, it's like, I've got this. Like,
yep.
This Zen player, yeah, he's history. All good. Now they have to escort him. That's a lot of time burn off, actually. Just that one little pick there stops Excelsior getting any space.
Yep. But it is buying time for New York Excelsior to get other ultimates online. Before, we were really looking at Yaki's Dragon Blade to do the work, but now you've got an overclock on top of that. Might even have the Meteor Strike up as well.
Tripping. Oh, Kellen's already in. Blade from Yaki. It's been nanoed. He's trying to find somebody, but a perfect answer. A nano onto Piggy to stop him falling. The nano blade, 2 ultimates versus 1. Outlaws come out on top. Pelican used the copy, but ends up getting taken out by Flora's railgun. Again, overclock also being used, but little to no effect. However, Yaki, yeah, he's pretty good in the neutral too. Iris does end up going down as both Gangnam Jin and Flora are trying to make a flank happen, and Excelsior in a good spot to end this to put this payload in. Piggy with the flux could use it at any moment, and now that's the one tool Excelsior have to force out of the Outlaws.
Yeah, we traded the overclocks. We've got the Meteor Strike up. The flux also. Oh, Piggy's antied.
He's gone in again. Yaki with 2 kills.
Goodness.
Dash straight to the backline goes Kellen to try and help Yaki out. He's now sleeping, but he's not needed. Flora and Yaki cleaning up the Outlaws. Piggy had the perfect ultimate to stop that point going forward, but Yaki again in the neutral rows just takes care of the Outlaws backline.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Piggy didn't have a chance to react, and so it is better to save the ultimate rather than just kind of throw it away. And so you at least have it now, but at this point, Gangnam Jin has an answer, or should.
Oh, nice right click from Flora. Yeah, Pelicans feeling that one, that is for sure. Now an easy bit of space for Excelsior. Like you said, Rose, Gangnam Jin's got the Transcendence, the Flux comes out, yeah, he's the only one that's hit, just pops the Trans. And now they can just walk on forward for free. Transcendence from the Outlaws, though, to try and turn the tides. Later ult normally better as Yaki finally pays for his sins. Pelican takes him out with the beam, and the Excelsior have been halted just for the moment.
Yeah, but look at how much Flora is outpacing Merit right now with getting the overclock online. They had traded them. They were at 0 at the same time, and Flora already has the overclock back, Jaws. This could be huge for New York to clutch out this final point.
Pelican a little bit too scared to pop his head for too long over that high ground. All right, 2 minutes to go. Might not get a better time bank than the Outlaws at this stage, as there's still a nano online for Houston. It's about a slow game, trying to force something now.
Yeah, but you gotta win now. You want time in the bank.
Nano onto Pelican, sticky bombs miss. He's still got the beam, but that's about it. Overclock. Not gonna. Ooh! Snipe from downtown, a shield. Not quite saving Lastro's life. And now the blade from Yaki. He's in the back already. A nice power slide to get out of the way, but now you're trapped in a corner. Merit goes down. Reset. Piggy in trouble. Pelican falls in the back line, who tried to go for a little bit something extra. And with the Excelsior pushing on forward with a nano boost to spare, should be an easy cap. 1 minute 18 seconds. 4 seconds separates both teams.
They do indeed, but that's exactly what New York wanted. They just wanted any time in the bank, and I love the way that Yaki played that. Did you notice how he just kind of like stuffed Iris like back into the spawn? No LOS onto whoever else was coming out from Houston to reinforce the point. And then Lastro as well just couldn't reach it in time despite having the immortality field up. Crazy.
Easy. Yeah, I think Lastro changing over to the BAP at the very last second, always a nice option if you're not really near the Transcendence.
Yeah.
You just throw out the lamp can win the fight sometimes. Oh, okay, so this was the pre-flux kill.
Oh.
Nice, couple of shurikens, easy resets, yeah. No one's looking at Yaki in that situation either. He's just so high up.
Yeah,
I think he wasn't able to get flux out in time, right?
Yeah, a nice little Z move there coming out from Yaki, but that's exactly why Piggy just didn't have time to use the ultimate. So it ended up working out because Piggy had it for the next fight, but like we also pointed out, Gangnam Jin had time to actually catch up. So it didn't actually work to stop the point from being completely captured. But let's go again, shall we?
Let's go again. One fight in a little bit, maybe, with this 1 minute time bank, or 1 minute 18, or whatever it was.
maybe it's time to get some ultimates online? Unlikely, though.
Yeah, I mean, Yaki, the way he's been going. Oh, Piggy! Oh. Yeah, that was a nice punch by Kellen, forcing him in that small room. So health back there, but not much else. Excelsior with a good start. That was a very aggressive push on the Excelsior, but if you take care of Piggy, like, who steps up from the Outlaws here? Pretty much nobody. Well, nobody. Not pretty much, it's just nobody.
Yeah, the other heroes just don't have a lot of point presence or the ability to kind of sustain, so that was a huge pick for New York Excelsior to confirm early on. They've already gotten a point captured, Jaws. 20 seconds remaining, but they could really take this inch and turn it into a mile.
They very much could. Outlaws, though, playing it smart. They know they didn't want to go for the point again, so they're just holding this choke point. Sigma play pretty aggressively here, but you've got to be careful. Yaki, always on the flank, and even Gangnam Jin, they're both in the flank right now. Pelican has spotted both of them, so maybe Gangnam Jin has to play a little bit more careful, but let's be real, he's probably not going to do that. Nope, there you go. He's forcing some sort of positioning, and he gets caught out by Pelican. Nice flank from the Echo, and now Merit's in trouble. A try shot to the head as Floor ends up going down. Pelican gets slept, but not before he does a ton of damage to the back line of the Excelsior. And now a boost on to Kellen. Somehow Myunbok built that up so quickly. Even a play from Yaki, over a use of ultimates, just maybe, as there was a 2v4 situation. Not sure he wanted to use that. Now you've got really nothing left apart from the Meteor Strike, but overtime is here and the Outlaws need to touch.
I think it's okay. I mean, New York Excelsior just want the insurance policy to get as much distance as possible. Maybe even secure the second point. They're gonna have the Meteor Strike, the Transcendence on top just for the extra sustain, but it all comes down to this, Jaws.
Might be more of a weakness policy, we'll see, as the Outlaws have the copy. Oh, and Lastro almost had Trance. He gets taken out by Flora. Now the boost applied to Piggy. A perfectly timed duplication before Pelican ends up going down. Myunbok's the first casualty as Piggy is just wreaking havoc. The Flux into a couple of Hyperspheres. With that nano boost, it does so much AoE damage. The Outlaws making their stand on point B. It's only Yaki left, and he hasn't got much health to bear. OT takes through. And the Outlaws stop Excelsior, but not after a valiant push. With only 1 minute and 18 seconds in that time bank, getting near point B, not bad.
No, it's not bad at all. I mean, New York can definitely walk away very happy with that so far, because we still have a 4th round to go. But as soon as New York lost the support backline, that was it. That was the lethal blow, and so Houston were able to stop them there. But winnable. Jaws, it's very winnable. New York could actually take the lead in this series.
I said at the top of the show, a lot of these matches and some of the weekends as a whole, where lower seeded teams face higher seeded teams, in this case, Outlaws versus Excelsior. Excelsior, you can see their record on the screen right now, 1-9, versus Houston Outlaws 7-3. Like, you're like, well, you go into the day, you're like, okay, maybe a little bit of 3 Overwatch, but not normally the case. In recent history, it's very much been a close affair through every single weekend. That was a godly flux from Piggy there. Both supports caught. Hypersphere accuracy looking good too. But yeah, it's been a much more of a close affair than what I think people have anticipated. And this happened week after week.
It has, and absolutely we need to be looking at New York Excelsior as the potential to get some upset here just because of how well they have continued to improve over this stage. I mean, I think looking at New York Excelsior and how they performed at the beginning of stage 1, you would not look at this and go, yeah, they could take some maps off the Outlaws, but here we are.
They only need to hold on for a minute. Oh, that's a lot of damage. Luckily, Power Block blocking 90% of that. Plus, he was getting healed, but without Power Block, you're pretty vulnerable. However, so is Pelican up in the air. Doesn't matter where you are. If you're in the skybox, Yaki's still killing. He's got 2. Pelican and Iris go down to the Genji, and now Flora chasing at the backline. Yaki is still alive. He's discorded, but Lastro and Piggy are so low. Yaki putting the team on his back right now.
Absolutely. I mean, you end up getting that beautiful orb of harmony, and you are about to make peace with what you are going to do here. Houston actually switching now. Piggy wants a little bit more aggro. Going to the Doomfist here.
Got to make something work. Outlaws have 20 seconds to go. Very little point presence, though, with the Doom. Rose, and that's what I worry about. Cannon Jin still up on the high ground, just perma-pocketing Yaki. You can see that Harmony Orb attached to him constantly. And like you said, if you got that, you're pretty golden. Iris goes down to a Flora headshot. Pelican trying to make space on the height, but Yaki's just not giving him any of it. There's the orb on him, but it don't matter. Oh, a little bag too. Give it to him. A nice double kill for the Genji. Maybe make that a triple. Deflect don't matter. Excelsior take the lead in the series 2-1 as they defend Kings Row first.
Amazing. Absolutely amazing. You can see, though, that New York Excelsior, they are still looking at the rest of this series as work to do. But Houston Outlaws, they kind of fumbled that one. I'm not expecting that coming out from this type of team. But we do have more maps in the series, and one thing's for sure, this next map is going to be the ultimate showdown.
New York Stonks rising, Outlaws teetering on the edge. Can they close it out with a 3-1 and grant themselves their second win in this season? We'll have to wait and see after this break. Don't go anywhere. Could be a blowout. Are you an Overwatch League enjoyer? Are you a connoisseur of art? Well, look no further because the fan art gallery, it wants you. Show your art celebrating the mid-season madness for a chance to be featured on the broadcast. We've had a ton of cool looking artworks already this season, so yeah, keep them coming. Right, back to the series at hand. Rose, New York Excelsior currently 2-1 up against the Outlaws as we head into Oasis as our fourth map, and could be the final map. We do have a substitution. Piggy is out, Dante is in, so Doomfist on control. That does kind of make sense.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely where the Houston Outlaws can close out the series, right? Yes, they need 2 wins here, but we're going to control, and then after that, we are in a week that's got double pushed. Houston did win the first one, but New York looks warm. I don't know, Jaws. It's really hard to call this one.
Yeah, New York are looking rather clean right now. Yaki and Flora both pulling their weight in this game so far. Yaki is leading the server in final blows at 37, although Pelican is not too far behind either. So both like Genji players currently are top of the boards. Pelican with 35 final blows, so only a couple really separates them right now. But I feel like Yaki is getting a lot more, it's like, whoa, Yaki show, because it's like Blades, it's Genji getting resets and stuff like that, but still Flora's putting in a ton of work too. But with Dante coming in, you know Outlaws are going to go aggro. A little less when Piggy's in the roster because they want to play around that Sigma shield, but with Dante, you know what you're getting.
Oh, for sure. And so this is something that New York can maybe adjust to going into this particular map. It felt like they got a little caught off guard by it and let Houston kind of run away with things on New Queen Street, but it was still pretty close. It was Doomfist versus Doomfist then. We're looking at the same thing now. And so this map may be closer than what people expect it to be.
Oh, look at that. Much quicker rollout for Dante there. You saw on the overhead. Reached that high ground super quick. That's really pivotal too, yeah. That's just a rollout diff from Dante over Kellen.
That's gonna net Houston Outlaws the points already. Like, New York Excelsior have to back off from this, try to go again. And that gives so much advantage to Houston to just set up. I mean, look at Merritt right now. Woohoo!
Yeah, nice headshot. Alrighty. Yeah, if you don't get to the point first, that Doom has control of the high ground, especially with the environmentals. Can be quite tough to get out of that doorway, because then you just get punched off, or Sojourn and Echo, so much spam in a small corridor. So yeah, Outlaws claim first point.
They do. And we're looking at kind of a couple of things that are matched across the board, really. I mean, Merritt is definitely putting in a little bit more damage overall, but everywhere else we're kind of evenly matched. We just got to see kill confirms here for New York.
See ya. I wondered if she fell off. Yes, yes. Yes, she did. Merritt is gone. Kind of with a nice little seismic slam into punch combo. And you can get away from that with the slide, but Merritt wasn't quite quick enough. Almost a flip for the New York Excelsior now. Lastro dueling with Flora on that Tracer. Flora had to back all the way up, and now Dante can just juggle. He's got so much pocket from the Outlaws backline, and now he's even got the Nano straight into the backline of the Excelsior now, with a nice couple of kills on to Kellen and Gangnam Jin. Myunbong don't stand a chance to make that a triple for Dante.
Yeah, I mean, with the way that Dante is just kind of setting the pace for these team fights, Houston is earning every single percentage that they are getting on the board right now. In fact, by the time that New York Excelsior actually come back into this one, we're starting to approach that one-fight territory here for Houston to be able to clutch this out. And they're coming up on some really impactful ultimates with the duplicate, the meteor strike. Dante can play even more aggressively here.
Pulse. Oh, Myunbong, goodbye. Goodbye. He was on his own completely. The rest of the team were just nowhere to be found. Kellen just trying to do a little jig there, a little dance to try and get away from Pelican's beam. But, I mean, the Outlaws just blow away the Excelsior. This round is an absolute wash right now. Flora is in the back with a pulse bomb, and Myunbong does have Nano, so you can get back in time to try and find something. What?
That wasn't even
That wasn't even a connect. Okay, Iris does fall to the Flora Pulse Bomb, but a Transcendence is going to keep the Outlaws in this. Well, we lost the Ana. Let me just dupe into one. A quick nade from Pelican's duplication is going to be good. He does get killed, or the copy gets killed, but it don't matter. Outlaws, clean wipe on Excelsior there.
Yep. That is exactly what I was talking about with the pace that Dante is kind of engaging and really forcing New York Excelsior to have to respond. And one of the reasons why they were able to win those 2 previous maps and be our leaders in the series so far is that they were doing that, right? The Sigma plays slower, Kellen able to play a little more aggressively, but the Doomfist versus Doomfist, it went in the way of the Houston Outlaws before, and that round definitely a testament to how Dante wants to play this is with a ton of aggression. Let's watch the pulse bomb, though.
This was the floor pulse.
Oh, you jumped!
Oh, Iris is already midair. Oh, I mean, that's just sad. That is I feel like that's happened way too many times to myself, more than I can count. You've already got momentum going one way and you can't shift momentum going the other way. You can slightly, but not enough, yeah. Unfortunate, but that's just how it goes. That's how it be. That's how it do. All right, the Outlaws again. Although this time actually a little bit slower to the back line, or to the mid even. Rollout not quite as successful. The Outlaws lose their back line very quickly. Wow, that was quick as you like, really.
Wait, hey, look at this. Yaki and Pelican traded places.
Aggression. Oh.
We've got Yaki Echo and Pelican Genji this time. Oh, that's fun. I like it. Yeah, I mean, this is kind of what you want to play with the Doomfist. We saw how Pelican was able to use the Echo in order to confirm a lot of the eliminations with the focusing beam, and so Yaki's kind of starting to do that too. But Pelican now switching over to the Tracer to try to get those duels with Flora, but at this point, New York have control of the map so far, and that means control of these health packs.
Yeah, it's definitely going to serve a whole lot of good for the DPS, the Excelsior. Not quite for Yaki though, no health pack on there. However, sleep on to Pelican, instant kill. Gangnam Jin is going to get saved. Oh, that was close. Dante just dies from death a little bit there. Discorded. Didn't have that power block available to it, but the Outlaws do manage to find that flip.
Now they can keep control of this one as well, but New York Excelsior are coming up on ultimates first. Yeah.
We're just that 90% damage resistant. I mean, the beam does a fair bit of work. Good stick by Flora. Nice sleep, however. That was an unreal sleep from Iris. As he was going down, lobs it out, manages to connect with Flora. He falls. Nano boost onto Gangnam Jin, who's on the sidelines, but the Outlaws can still juggle this point, Rose. Especially with Yaki going down, they're not going to lose this. Absolutely not. Especially with Pelican and Dante on the point. Pulse bomb available. And now the backline, the Excelsior, feeling the wrath of the Outlaws as they continue to hold.
Yeah, I mean, look at that too. Iris is going to be able to get back in to get LOS on the rest of the Houston Outlaws that are still defending the point to keep them alive. And so just like that, Houston Outlaws changing the tide of this battle again.
Man.
They got to go again. New York's got to reset.
Yeah, what a stick from Pelican. Yeah, just one more fight. Go again. 60% and building. A couple of fights in the tank for Excelsior. Pelican in the 1v1 versus Flora. Doesn't want to die, so backs off.
I think Houston have this, though. I mean, look at the ultimates that they have and just the sustain. Dante once again with the Meteor Strike. Is this going to be a confirm?
Nicely. Power block used. Beam straight through it as Dante falls. Excelsior trying to take control of that mega health pack. Lastro was just alone, just like me in a school disco, alone and awkward in the corner. Merritt with a nice double kill onto the back line of the Excelsior, but it doesn't seem to matter all too much. Yaki has the dupe if he really needs to use it as they try and cap the point. It's only Pelican to really touch now. Merritt has used that power slide already and meet the disintegrating beam of Yaki. A pulse bomb to end Dante's life. And now with only one fight to go, the Outlaws can send us to a map number 5. 97% versus 50 in building.
Houston looking at the pulse bomb for Pelican. Good to go after somebody in the back line, but if that target is Gangnam Jin, then you've got the Transcendence you can force out and then go in with something like the Overclock. So Houston have tools to engage and sustain.
Transcendence, dupe, Meteor Strike, everything thrown in from Excelsior. They want to win the fight, and they best do it, because they've invested everything. Yucky showing his sick healing flicks on the Ana. Is he going to be able to get a nano? 2 seconds to go. Someone get healed. Okay, there we go. Applies the nano to Flora. However, when the Duke does run out, the nano also fades away, but not before he can get the kill on to Lastro. 83% for Excelsior. They threw everything in that fight. They've got a nano and maybe a pulse for last now.
That could be enough, but Merit still has the overclock to use. We have seen the impact of this ultimate with this player.
Merit, one of the best Sojourns in the league. He's trying to find Flora. He's giving them the whoop. Oh my god, his face just melted. Another one. Oh, just keep giving it to him. Another one. Merit, that's 3. Go on, just power slide right into his face. Let's get 4, please. Nope, doesn't want to go for it. Outlaws end up taking the map and taking us to game number 5.
Wow, a 5-map series. Who thought we would be here, Jaws? New York, of course, was leading the charge just a little bit, but Houston evening the score, and then, oh my gosh, another push map to end it all.
Sick little triple there from Merit at the very end to secure the map. A 2-0 on control with Dante in the mix. Does he stay in for push to round the series out, or do New York come back? We'll have to wait and see after this break. Yo, welcome back. Map number 5 on the table. Rose. Outlaws looking to come back into this one. They just, I wouldn't say narrowly. It was a crushing defeat for the New York Excelsior on Oasis. As we head into push, we're going to Colosseo, and Dante is staying in the roster.
He is. That's not a surprise. Colosseo has some great Doomfist rollouts, and Dante was an integral part of making sure the Houston Outlaws could outpace and outmatch the New York Excelsior. As they also won the first push map with Dante on New Queen Street. This is a good look for the Outlaws, that's for sure.
I mean, Merit last map was near a deadlift. That was on Oasis. 12 out of the 26 final blows for Houston. He's looking good on that Sojourn. 3 of them with the ult at the very end. So yeah, he's been looking rather clean. Who's really surprised? Statistically right now, the best Sojourn in the league. All right, Colosseo, like you said, Dante staying in, Doomfist. You want to get to the midpoint first. Seen a couple of different looks from Kellen, but I can imagine it's going to be the same sort of thing, Rose, with the Doom.
Yeah, I think so as well. It's just going to be able to match Dante a lot better, and how the Houston Outlaws really want to kind of push the envelope. So we'll definitely see that from New York. Now, though, I'm not going to look at the supporting heroes just yet, because I don't know about that Mei. That doesn't look right for this comp, but everything else across the board does look very standard for what we have seen coming out from both of these teams so far, and what is going to give them the best chance at being able to win this series. It all comes down to this, Jaws.
All comes down to this. Can Outlaws close this one out, or could New York claim their second win of 2022? Ideally, you don't want to be the team on the other end of that. That is for sure. Very quick rollouts to the mid portion of the map. Not where the bot is, but where that mega health pack is. Ooh. No random reflect kill. All good.
Okay. So no one falling just yet. Still waiting for that first blood to be drawn. But as you posture for position, you're also looking for a key opening. Yaki not finding it quite yet.
Yeah, not quite. Although that railgun got reflected, could have been a very different story. You reflect the disruptor shot too, mind you. That's rather frustrating. If you're the Sojourn, you get a disruptor shot thrown at your face.
Yeah, it's not the greatest, but look at this. You know, kind of still waiting in the neutral here for just... Oh, well, just kidding.
The neutral, Dante was on the wrong side of the map there. Couldn't get healed. Yaki finished him off with a quick blade. There is, or a quick dash, I should say, not the blade. Gangland Jim and Yaki, name a better duo on the flank. Woohoo! Didn't expect that, did you, Iris? Outlaws now forced all the way back to spawn. Excelsior win the first fight, and Yaki's got a blade already. In fact, he's forced Pelican to switch Rose straight onto the Echo.
Yeah, I like the Echo look, though, from Pelican, just because I think you're going to have a little bit more value. You know, the focusing beam has been really powerful to just be able to confirm some of these picks. And right now, you're really hoping for anything to be able to deal with what New York Excelsior is throwing at you.
Yeah, Pelican has been killing Kellen over and over again with that beam. It's been kind of annoying. Nano, blade, straight to the backline. Iris had no chance. Maybe maybe not. Maybe not. A Nano onto Lastro. They're doing a trading support for a DPS, but the Excelsior still managed to gain a whole lot of ground. Excelsior can stand tall too. Ganajin does have the Transcendence coming up. Keller with the old Flora as well, so it could be a nice little three-piece. And in fact, Flora gets the better of Merit. A Transcendence for both sides have been used, but Ganajin using his one a little bit later on. Overclock looking to the skies, can't quite find the double tap onto Pelican. But the Outlaws still scurrying for cover as Ganajin once again on the flank, but he's going to be good. The rest of his team are going to join him, and the Houston Outlaws forced all the way back again.
They are, but look at this. If you can stagger Lastro here, that could be really, really big to just be able to get past the bridge. That's always been a tough spot for these teams.
Oh. Ganajin and Pelican trading once again. Like, I mean, it's just trade after trade after trade, right? You're looking at a car boot sale at this point. New York Excelsior still with good control of the bot, but it is just a brawl right now. Yaki recalling to his death. Finally, the scales have been tipped in favor of the Outlaws.
Outlaws need to get a little bit more meterage to be able to catch up, though. New York do have a lead, but also they're not giving up any ground yet, Jaws. New York Excelsior still here very strong, using these high grounds.
Wow, what a punt, what an engagement from Dante. That looked way too far for him to guarantee a kill, but takes care of Myeonbok quite easily. Charged out railgun shot, Gangnam Jin's history, and Dante now flying up to the spawn doors almost.
You have to. You absolutely have to. This is the hardest point on the map right now that these attacking teams need to get through. If you allow this defense to set up on the bridge, you may not be able to make it past.
Kellen jump into the backline, already going pretty low, and Ganajin ends up going down. Who's the backline? Oh, it's Pelican. There's the dupe. Honorable 1v1 as the Ana. Does get killed out of the dupe, but it don't matter. Support's already dead. A one-man wrecking crew is Pelican right now. The Outlaws, they should be able to get the checkpoint by the looks of it. Dante chasing Flora all the way back, and Excelsior in a troubling situation.
Are looking like they're going to struggle a little bit here. I mean, hey, Yaki is here, but not before the point gets captured. Houston just unlocked those closer spawns.
Feeling pretty good. Astro under no pressure whatsoever. Excelsior struggling to get out of the spawn doors right now. Kellen's found himself out there, but unfortunately, sent right back. It's free postage. Outlaws just pushing on through. I mean, this is their map, really. This is Pelicans, more specifically. However, Yaki does find 2 kills, maybe a third, not quite, 2 HP, and going to survive. Dante willing to take the 1v1s. Got all the backup in the world, is pretty low. Can he get away? 24 HP? He does indeed.
Wow, getting the Mega just in time as well to keep himself up and alive.
Oh, wow, Kellen. Oh, has to use that ult to get away. That really sucks for him.
Yeah, I mean, it's okay, though. I think that well, at least it gets you back to the bot faster to get back into the front line. Well, I'm trying to find the silver lining here. It didn't look great. But now, at least New York Excelsior can look at the overclock. They can look at the pulse bomb. Yaki has been getting some pretty big sticks and is already behind the Outlaws.
Flora trying to end it. However, Lashro with the Transcendence. A bit harder now to get those railgun shots or the double shots off, but he still manages to do it. Iris falls and a late Transcendence from Excelsior. Kanachin has been so clean with these ultimates, making sure that the enemy Trans is running out and then he bops his. Shifting the tempo in their favor. Excelsior now pushing at this first checkpoint.
They want to be able to catch up. They're not too far behind the Houston Outlaws. They are able to make it past this bridge, but now they've got to watch behind them for where Houston is going to be trying to defend this from.
All right, Merrick's got an overclock of his own. Excelsior have the Nano, so Nano onto Kellen, go for the engage on high ground, hope Yaki can clean up on the damage. Yaki's already in position, and there it is. Kellen up to height, Merrick going pretty low, but Kellen unable to get past Dante. And with a punch missing and the Nano running out, he has to back up. Failed execution there onto the high ground for the Excelsior, leaves Yaki a little bit high and dry. He's still doing a fair bit of damage. Dante's got his back to him. The power block ain't gonna protect you there. Overclock still doing its work, but no kills, just space provided by the Outlaws.
I mean, at this point, though, Merritt's overclock is run out. New York Excelsior hear that. They're just going to go ahead and take advantage.
Oh, what a stick! Oh, doesn't land, though. Well, it lands, but it doesn't gain a kill. Yaki with a nice connection, but that's just about it. Now with the 4 meters to go before this checkpoint is unlocked, the Excelsior have to find kills. They managed to get 2 as Namjin once again comes up big. Yeah, give him a little kick. Get him out of it. Get him out of it. There you go. Checkpoint unlocked. However, that little line is going to take some getting there. That bot still has to go on a small break.
But the fact that you end up getting a chance to get those closer spawns, it actually gives you a lot more life in this game. They're going to be able to catch up to the progress that Houston Outlaws has made.
Blade into the bag. Oh, air kill onto Flora. Transcendence used a little bit later than what was planned, I can imagine. Flora ends up going down, but it don't matter. A nano boost onto Gangnam Jin forces the Transcendence from Lastro. Can they keep him alive? No, they cannot. The Excelsior have the lead. 2 minutes to go. The Outlaws need to make a stand on this bridge to regain control of the bot.
I don't know if they're going to be able to get that time, though. Look at this, though. Iris is going to try. Okay, Myunbong falls. All right, Houston gonna be able to get control back, but we'll have to see if they're able to push it even further. New York Excelsior still have a minute and a half to get back into this one, regain control, and they do have the pulse bomb once again. Yaki has had some huge sticks in this map and looking for a big pick.
He got sussed, but Pelican looking a little bit more sussy going down. Myunbong with an easy kill, maybe a triple shot in the air with the help of the Zen. There's only a meter separating New York and Outlaws right now, and New York have control of the bot. The Houston Outlaws have to go all the way back. A pulse bomb thrown out. Iris doesn't jump into one this time around. Yaki has to hit that recall. He's out of the fight for just a moment, but this is all New York right now. They just need to stall. Dante got nanoed. He's straight on top of Gangnam Jim, but has to use that power bomb fairly early. Even a meteor strike to get back to the back line, or maybe the front. He has to turn the tide somehow as Lastro ends up going down. Dante's gonna fall too. 44 seconds to go, and New York are in control.
Oh my god, yeah, Kellen with that huge pick onto Dante means that New York can just start blazing forward. They are creating a path. Joss, they see the finish line. Is Iris gonna get sussed out?
Seconds remaining.
He's not making a single whisper. This nade has to be big. He knows one of them's low. The nade onto Gangnam Jin does result in a kill. Pelican follows up quite easily, but now the defense for the New York Excelsior. Kellen wasn't quite quick enough. Iris hiding away in the vents. New York didn't quite get there in time to save their supports. And now the Outlaws in control of the bot as overtime approaches.
But that's it though, right? New York Excelsior, they still have tools to come back into this match with. You've got the Meteor Strike, you've got the Nano. That could save somebody as Merit is about to pop this overclock.
Okay, Kellen's there. The bot was going to move so quickly towards that golden line of victory. Kellen and the rest of the gang have made it. A nano boost onto Kellen could be it. There it is. Straight to the back line. Lastro in a little bit of trouble, but Kellen turns his sights towards Iris. Iris falls over, and Flora holding down the payload on his own. They may have traded, but healers are a miss for the Outlaws. The Transcendence is the only thing that's going to keep them alive in this fight now as Kellen jostles Overpoint on... What? No way! Yaki goes down to a headshot there. Head in hand. Yaki with the pulse bomb could have ended it. A late Transcendence of Gangnam Jin is going to be good. Outlaws have been in this situation once before, and they might come up big once again. They do! Merit, Pelican, and Dante save the Outlaws from getting owned by the Excelsior. Once again, Colosseo, second time around, managed to keep them in the series, take the dub away from Excelsior. They jump up in the air, and they should be happy with that one. Lastra in the chat, they know what they did. It could have been Excelsior's second map win or game win of this year. But Outlaws denied them at the very last moment.
Oh my goodness, the clutch factor of the Houston Outlaws right now. If you are a fan, I think you were jumping up and down just like the Outlaws were celebrating that final moment of victory. But we have to give commiserations to the New York Excelsior, Jaws. I feel like that is just due. They played an incredibly good match, and I really hope that if you're a New York Excelsior fan, this gives you a lot of confidence about their performance going into future matches. Because Houston Outlaws, they're no slouch, you know? They are a tough opponent, and I think this match just proved that New York Excelsior can start to hang with some of the best.
Yeah, 3-2 close series. Maybe Kellen again gets upgraded slightly, and Johnny's tank power rank, going to have to wait and see. But the Houston Outlaws, once again on Colosseo, come up clutch on that corner. That is the Outlaws corner at this point in time. It needs to be renamed. I'm not sure what the call out is right now, I guess.
At least it's not... You know, they didn't leave the bot alone. That would have been disastrous.
At least they didn't get off payload. Thank goodness for that. We already had 1C9 this series. I'm not sure they could stomach another one, or anybody could stomach another one.
No.
Let's have a look at the player of the match, though. I mean, the Outlaws did some spectacular work towards the very end, and at the helm, it's going to be Merit. His Sojourn play looking clean once again. There's a reason why he's rank 1 right now in the league for Sojourn stats. And this series proved why.
Oh yeah, I mean, whether it was just kind of the raw damage, the consistency, or if it was those overclocks putting in some major work, Merit is definitely a player you need to be wary of, and I think New York Excelsior overall did a great job of trying to deal with that overall threat, but Merit can pop out of nowhere sometimes and really surprise with that damage from a flank.
Yeah. 15 limbs, we'll call that, per 10.
Yeah, round up
final
there.
blows per 10. 5 railgun kills per 10. Not looking bad whatsoever. I mean, Iris opened it up at the very end with that nade and with that sneaky position. And then Merit came in to clean on up. And killing Yaki with Pulse Bomb at the very end of that fight, I mean, that was it. That Pulse Bomb, especially in those close quarters, devastating when you have to perma-touch that payload. Merit putting up numbers right now, Rose.
Yeah, absolutely. This is super exciting to see how these players are actually playing to such a high level as well with this new hero. I know it was in for stage number 1, but let's just say it entered the game for stage 2 because it really did in terms of the meta.
True. All right, everyone's got to catch their breath. I think Outlaws need to wipe the sweat off their brow, that is for sure. They got a well-deserved break now. And we're also going to take a break. We'll see you. We've got 2 more banging games coming up in a bit.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League. And by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
break, everybody. I'm here joined now by Piggy from Houston Outlaws. Piggy, congratulations on the win. Now, I do feel like this match was a lot closer than expected. So my first question for you, Piggy, is were you at all surprised by how well New York Excelsior were playing against you guys? And also, how'd you guys manage to get the win today? 자, 첫 번째 질문은 오늘 많은 사람들과의 생각과는 달리 오늘 굉장히 뉴욕이 좀 놀랍게도 좋은 모습 많이 보여줬던 것 같아요. 원래는 좀 많은 분들이 휴스턴이 좀 쉽게 이기지 않을까라는 말들이 많았는데 굉장히 끝까지 접전이었고 피기 선수가 보시기에 좀 뉴욕에 대해 뉴욕과 경기를 하면서 좀 그들의 경기력에 대해서 좀 놀라셨는지 그리고 또 마지막에 어떻게 승리를 거두시게 되셨나요?
별로 솔직히 잘한다고 생각 안 하고 이번에 저희가 실수를 너무 많이 하고 이번에 플로라 선수가 변수를 너무 많이 내가지고 게임이 좀 힘들었다고 생각하는데 네 그랬던 것 같아요. 플로라 선수가 변수를 많이 내가지고 저희가 좀 힘들었던 것 같고 네 잘하는 팀은 아닌 것 같아요.
Right. I don't think that they're actually a good team. I think the reason why it was so close was because we made a lot of silly mistakes. And I think, but one standout player was definitely Flora from the New York Excelsior because he constantly getting the picks, and I think he was the driving force of that team that sort of made the game easier for the team. But at the end of the day, I don't think it was them being good. I quickly want to follow up on that. Why do you think that? So you said that it wasn't New York Excelsior being good, it was more that you guys made a lot of mistakes. What sort of mistakes did you guys make? 방금 이제 피기 선수가 말씀했다시피 뭐 잘한 팀은 아니지만은 그래도 꽤 접전을 간 이유가 휴스턴 팀이 좀 많은 좀 이제 잘못을 했다라는 얘기를 하셨는데 좀 뭐가 좀 잘 안 돌아갔나요? 이제 팀적으로 봤을 때 휴스턴 쪽에서는.
일단 대회하는데 펠리칸 선수가 계속 어떻게 해야 될지 모르겠다고 계속 울고 그냥 그 플로라가 싸움 전에 계속 키를 내가지고 그 잘리는 것 때문에 네 그래서 그 잘린 것 때문에 게임이 좀 힘들었던 것 같아요. 그리고 펠리칸도 오늘 좀 못했던 것 같아요.
All right. So, Piggy says that, yeah, I think Pelican he was constantly crying and nagging that, like, you know, he didn't know what to do. And I think it was just, Flora was just a menace to the team. Him getting the kills just sort of stopped us on our track. And also, I honestly believe Pelican sucked today. Piggy, one last thing. I mean, I think today we saw you play 2 maps. Of course, you got the win, but I do want to ask you because both of the maps, unfortunately, when you were playing, Houston lost those 2 maps. What sort of mistakes do you think you made, and also what sort of improvements can you make going forward for the Houston Outlaws team? 자, 그럼 마지막 질문으로 이제 피기 선수에 대해서 좀 얘기를 해보고 싶어요. 오늘 경기를 두 맵을 이제 뛰시게 되셨는데 그 2개에서 어떻게 보면은 좀 아쉽게 패배를 거두시게 되셨습니다. 좀 어떤 문제점이 있었고 또 어떻게 하면 좀 그거를 고칠 수 있을까요?
일단 첫 번째는 화물 신경을 안 써가지고 네, 그것 때문에 좀 멘탈 많이 나갔던 것 같아가지고 다음부터는 네, 뒤에 누구 남아있는지 확인하고 펠리칸 선수가 좀 덜 잘리면 이길 것 같아요.
All right. So I think for me, definitely one of the biggest thing was not paying attention to the payload, and that led us to the C9. So moving forward, I think I'm gonna make sure to check the backline, check the payload, and also I'm gonna say this again: Pelican, if he dies less, I think we will win. All right, Piggy, that is it for the interview. Thank you so much, and again, big congratulations on the win. 자, 이걸로 인터뷰 마치겠고요. 오늘 너무나 재밌는 인터뷰 너무 감사드립니다, 피기 선수님. 감사합니다. 바이바이.
감사합니다.
What in the world?
Pelican just catching strays left and right.
I think you're coming out taking names. That was crazy. Just threw his teammates under the bus.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, he was laughing. He was laughing.
He was joking.
Yeah.
And I mean, he did admit that, you know, moving forward, they will look more to the cart and careful where everyone is.
I mean, they say that, but this is like the 3rd consecutive match with C9s in them.
Yeah, it's no longer just like, oh, it happened, whoops, like it's like this is a consistent problem and you need to do something to work it out, because like this, as you said, 3 matches in a row where they've had pretty tragic C9s. One
Atlanta
was one, but you know, like as a whole, as a collective Overwatch League teams, we need to work this out. Yes, there is no more divas to just permanently stand on the card anymore, so it needs to be someone else's job.
Yeah, I mean, we can get into the highlights of it all, but I feel like, are we taking, like, you know, the calm approach? We're like, oh, it's fun and games, you know, they made some mistakes during the match, or like, you know, I believe all the Houston Outlaws fans, you know, having watched this match, and I looked at my Twitter feed, some of them were in despair. Like, should the Houston Outlaws, they've qualified for the Midseason Madness, should they be worried about these mistakes? Should it take them quite seriously? Or, you know, do you think it was a one-off? New York Excelsior looked pretty good here, Costa. Which version do you want to side with?
I think it's a bit of both, right?
Of course.
I agree, and I'm going to start harsh on New York Excelsior, and I don't want this to come off as personal, but I agree with Piggy. I don't think New York Excelsior is a great team right now. They have this look with Yaki on the Genji, Gangnam Jin on that Zenyatta, and if Flora is playing well like today, they can take maps from some of these top teams because the talent is there, so they have the mechanical skill, right?
The talent is there.
The talent is there. But like the point of what I'm trying to say is they have the mechanical skill to go toe-to-toe with these other top-end teams.
Sure.
And the problem with the New York Excelsior right now is they have maps like this Oasis where all of a sudden that doesn't matter anymore, and their teamwork was just tragic. Gangnam Jin's getting punished for going walkabout time and time again. Kellen's just getting isolated every time he tries to go in. So it's just not a consistent play style for the New York Excelsior. It's an improvement, don't get me wrong, but it is not going to get them these big wins against these top-end teams. While for the Houston Outlaws, Necro said here on this Coliseum that this was crazy, by the way. Necro said here that this was clutched by the Houston Outlaws. I actually don't believe this was clutched by the Houston Outlaws. I think this was anti-clutch by the New York Excelsior. They panicked way too much. Why is Flora the one who is stopping the cart? He is their big damage proponent. He's been doing so much work throughout the entire series. He goes down early in this fight. They just get so spread. Yes, it's good that the Houston Outlaws were able to punish this, but to answer your question, Johnny, I am worried for the Houston Outlaws going into the Midseason Madness, because if they play like this, they are not going to get very far, and they should be able to get further with the performances some of their players are putting up.
Yeah. I want to touch slightly on the New York Excelsior, 1-10 now, Danny. Do we have any faith that they can claw it back? I mean, they're, you know, without saying the thing, like, they certainly like pop off. Like, if it was for a better clutch moment on Coliseum, they would have won this match, Danny. They would have won it.
But I think that just sort of goes to show that they still need a lot of work done. Like, I think as a player and as a team, like, in order for you to be a good team, like, those clutch scenarios are the things that you have to do. But the fact that they couldn't do it means that they still have a lot more work to do.
Yeah.
But like Costa said, I do also agree that they did seem a lot more improved, and for, let's just say, I don't know, like Gangnam Jin and Yaki, who were popping off, they were both on their comfort heroes, and it is working well for them. Now, I don't know if that's going to work out for them in the next stage and when we have a new meta, but for now, I know they're not in the tournament, but I think they should just, you know, work out their kinks, their you know, just work out their stuff a little bit more.
I just fear
and try to improve little by little.
That'd be nice.
Little by little.
I just fear for a Lucio meta. That's my problem. When Gangnam Jin is no longer able to be on that pick hero, if they have to play that Lucio, they have a third flex support in the wings. Like, I'm just a little worried. And that's the thing. I'm worried because I care. Like, I do love watching these people. Watching New York Excelsior in some of these maps was legendary. That was an awesome map 5. I just want to see a better New York Excelsior in the future.
Yeah, I mean, they're 1-10, so in the upcoming stage, they're playing Houston, Dallas, Vancouver, San Francisco, Paris, Florida. So Vancouver, Paris, Florida, those are winnable matches. You can go 3-3 there. Maybe you qualify for the Summer Showdown stage and get some league points there. Oh my God, this is hopium.
That's a lot. That's a little bit too much.
But I mean, I think genuinely, like, Junker Queen is going to shake up this meta so much that so many of these teams, we have no idea what they're going to look like in a stage or so. So even if the New York Excelsior, the 1-10, maybe they could claw their way back into like a play-in spot, something like that. But that's enough of New York Excelsior, 1-10 so far. We got another match coming our way. We got San Francisco Shock taking on the Toronto Defiant. And what's on the line here is that San Francisco Shock, they could actually lock in the first seed if they win today against the Toronto Defiant, go 12-0.
Wow.
That's a pretty good record.
Pretty impressive.
That would be the second longest win streak in Overwatch League history. So realistically, What chances do we give Toronto here on actually breaking this streak? They've looked better with Muse. Do you think they have the honest chance?
Shock look to be on another level right now. With that double flex support meta, it's going to be difficult for the Toronto to fight. They have looked improved. I definitely want to see them put up a fight. I don't think for me, looking at Toronto in this match, it's not as much about the win, it's how they can compete with these top-end teams.
All right, we're going to send it over, but Danny first. We got 10 players in the server. I want your prediction. Who's going to be player of the match?
Player of the match?
Don't say it.
Hi, Zoe. Proper.
Okay. There you go. The prophecy is coming from Danny, and with that, we're going to send it over our caster for San Francisco Shock versus Toronto Defiant. It's Uber and Mr. X.
Thank you very much, Johnny and crew over in the truck. Now, I don't think Prob was a terrible prediction, right? Because I think last time we covered this team, he had like a 75% pulse bomb attach rate over the course of the series.
But don't we control the player of the match? Couldn't we just decide, like, oh, well, we're just going to make Danny's prediction wrong?
Yes. Yes, to break the fourth wall, we decide player of the match. Usually somewhere between like the end of map 2 and the end of map 3. So yeah, we could spitefully just make sure Danny's wrong, but you know what? We have
but I would not do that to Danny Lim, though.
No, and you know what? And also, I like to celebrate the best players for a good reason. Yeah. And unless people on Twitter ask me to, like, you know, give it to a player on a losing team, which has only been done once, I think that it's special the way it is. But look, don't worry about that for now. Let's just focus on the game here. San Francisco, obviously, I think Johnny put it pretty well, right? They clinched that top spot. So for seeding purposes, this match definitely has value. And Toronto are looking like they're improving a lot. I love that the truck pointed out that, you know, especially since Muse has moved over to the Doomfist map, he's looked a lot scary. But this is still the San Francisco Shock, and it's still online.
Yeah, I mean, you could be improving, and that's great for Toronto. You're going up against a team that's 11-0. They've looked fantastic. You know, even adding like Mikey into the mix now, right? For me, the Shock, like, you know, all these regular season like accolades, like, it doesn't really, like, I've almost become numb to it now. Like, quite frankly, I'm just like, okay, sure, like, you know, blow everybody out in the regular season. But if you can't do it in those tournament weekends, like, it kind of goes all for naught, right?
Right. It would be almost as frustrating as watching, you know, teams fail to like reverse sweep over and over again. For San Francisco, like, they build up such a head of steam online, but it doesn't mean anything if you cannot convert it to that land environment. Now, in fairness, Project Aloha, different feel to, you know, what we saw at Kickoff Clash, right? So Midseason Madness might provide some unique opportunities for the Shock, and we want to see what they look like against these top Eastern teams, these top APAC rosters. But right now, San Francisco, starting with Sam and Proppy here. So we've seen Sam, Matt, work a little bit more in the Hanzo direction, right? We know his Genji's really solid. The Hanzo's definitely been a popular pick on these push maps. So, yeah, curious to see how they make use of Sam here. And Mikey is getting more game time now.
Oh, look, you pick him up. He's been playing pretty good. There's time to work him into the roster where you think you have an advantage in a lot of these matches. Yeah, I mean, even if you were to lose one, right, you're still 11-1. You're still going to be in the upper echelon in terms of seeding, right? So getting him game time experience is really important.
Let's have a look at Toronto Defiant, of course. Shock's opponent today, they are doing their very best to fight their way out of Midtown, and I'm not talking about the map, I'm talking about their status. 6-5 at the very least here. You know, cynically, they might be hurtling towards maintaining that 500 status quo, that 6-6 at the end of this series. But again, we've seen some great signs from this team, and the matchup got teased. I like that Johnny brought this up. Twilight versus Violet. Players that have hoisted trophies together, now going head-to-head in a matchup like this. That's a lot of fun. Hisu has also emerged as one of the most frightening Sojourn players in the league. So good that he can sort of start to turn matches on their head. So that's also, Matt, worth looking out for.
Yeah, I expected Toronto at this point in the season to be better than like 500, if I'm honest. Like, maybe not significantly better, but I think they would be in much better shape at this moment in time. I think a win today obviously would be tremendous, but to just play the Shock close, right? A team that's been so good throughout this season, and you can really reinforce with the rest of your team like how much you are improving, right? Like closing the gap amongst these teams at the top.
Listen, Houston walked into a trap game against New York just earlier on and barely got out alive. San Francisco would like to make this one nice.
Let's hold on. Let's stop right there. There's levels to trap game. Hold on. I'm gonna stop that one right there.
I'm building a storyline. What are you doing?
New York looked good last week, right? Like, that wasn't that surprising that they were gonna. I mean, maybe it was surprising that they put 2 games like good back to back, but it's not like they've just kind of like, you know, rolled over and died every match. I mean, they've been like, pretty good the last few games.
This is like walking up to a marriage celebrant and be like, hold on, stop there. No, he actually, you know, he actually is really untidy, and so she's saying these nice things in her vows about him being clean. It's not true. Yeah, just, you know, that's what you're doing right now. This is a marriage
I'm not getting invited.
This is a marriage.
I'm not getting invited to Scott's wedding.
Oh, it's a marriage of narrative and fact, and you are
Sam,
breaking them apart.
5,
Oh my God! All right.
3,
Silly season is definitely upon us here, ladies and gentlemen. San Francisco out of the gates. Matt obviously makes a point. It's buried very deep in what he was saying, but San Francisco are definitely a cut above right now, and so calling this a trap game is a little bit cute.
Yeah, I think when you're 11-0, you kind of are coming in with the intent to just blow everybody out. That I'm not really sure.
Have it.
I'm not really sure they care what their opponent is. Look, I'm trying to be real with the people.
Why are you letting a little bit of truth get in the way of a good story, man? Unreal. Good heavens. All right. Sonic here off to the side here. Bear in mind, there won't be a Hanzo mirror. Toronto, you know, can play Hanzo. We've seen Hisu do it before, but he prefers a Sojourn here.
But Hisu's been really good on that Sojourn, right? And, you know, Muse now gets in the mix, right? With the Doomfist. So this is what we've seen Toronto do recently, and they've started to look pretty good at it.
All right. Muse, Doomfist starting to become quite notable, if I'm honest with you. So there was a sleep dart there on Finn, body grenade follow-up, and it's all too easy for Hisu. Go on, ruin it again.
Letting Muse, it seems like they're letting Muse, like, remember, I think it was like at the beginning of the stage 1 where it was either a conversation with like Muse, one of the coaches, where like, I know he wants to play aggressive, and it didn't really seem like they let him do that in the kickoff clash. It seems like now that they put him on this Doomfist, right, with a coaching change or whatnot, that they're letting him be that initiator and aggressive player that he wants to be, and I think you're seeing like just better all for team results playing around him now, right? Because you have somebody, you have a strategy that you're going to, like, in terms of pace of play that you're going to utilize like game in and game out, and everybody else can kind of fall in line.
What you just saw there is like the reason why teams tend not to push aggressively after winning that first fight, right? You're walking out of a choke, facing a low ground scenario, and you saw that San Francisco leverage the high ground, like with a pick from Violet, for example, and then the fight just sort of broke apart. That's why teams are a bit conservative pushing out of this Coliseum area.
Yeah, exactly. But, you know, you'll have another opportunity here for Toronto to kind of play defense on this bot, right? Controlling some of the high ground here. This is the spot where San Francisco doesn't exactly want to push into, right? You know, especially Sojourn, obviously good at like range, but also pretty good at like closing the gap and, you know, even getting to some of this high ground, right? You see like the dash from Hisu's point of view. Without that, for the Shock side, they also don't really have like another kind of dive DPS you can get in there with Proper and also Mikey to really access that high ground.
So the Shock now, this is maybe a little bit closer to where they'd like to fight, but have to win the engagement. Proper gets taken down by a Hisu rail headshot straight away. It's going to be a Meteor Strike out there for Muse, but Sam's able to find a pick on Chorong, so 4v4. Violet trying to hide away here, but he's going to be chased down. Dragon Strike to try and bail Violet out, and look who was there waiting. It was Finn. Keeps Violet alive and gets rid of Muse. He overextended, Matt.
That is super interesting. I was going to say, I actually thought that the Toronto really got what they wanted in that fight. They had the Nano Violet, then he had to use the Transcendence, but that Dragon Strike from Sam was really nice. It made it difficult, obviously, for Muse to finish off the supports. You know, Finn was able to heal up Violet, and that completely turned things there towards the end.
I mean, Sam is leaving quite the mark on the match so far. That Dragon Strike there as well made it impossible for Toronto to follow up on Muse to help him out there. So he ends up dying to the backline. And then he finds a pick straight away on Twilight. This is a huge shift of momentum here, and San Francisco now have the advantage. Again, pushing into a little bit of a treacherous part of the map, but you know, a team like this is going to be happy to take a fight here, especially, Matt, with Wrecking Ball.
I was going to say, with the Wrecking Ball, right, and having the minefield, fighting in this type of area, you're going to get, like, great coverage with the mines. Just like really narrow streets, being able to put them everywhere.
Finale reeling, trading a few blows there. On Proper, it's always a scary affair. As soon as he peels off, Proper goes in and strikes for the jugular. Twilight is picked out of the mix now, and Finale just as to eat an orb. This is what this San Francisco team can do to you. You leave them unattended for any stretch of time, and they will cut a bloody swath through your team.
They're brutal, man. Like, they rarely make, like, you know, we see every team makes mistakes in, I know, the Overwatch League, right? But like, it just seems like the ones from the Shock are so rare. And as soon as you make just like even the most minor of you know, mistake, or you kind of move to a spot maybe you shouldn't for like a little bit, they take advantage right away.
Sound barrier from the Defiant. They want to try and put this to a stop, but this is still risky for Muse. He took so much damage. Probably going to be there to receive him. Violet somehow staying alive, staying on the map, but with a Transcendence.
He is laughing. He is so, I mean, Chorong did a nice job.
Okay, dude.
Him, but just not enough.
No, this guy's waiting for his Colgate sponsorship. All we're seeing is the pearly whites. He is grinning from ear to ear.
Well, now Toronto, you kind of look like what? You can nano Muse here. If he gets a little bit low, send him in. But they have a Dragon Strike here, Transcendence. They don't exactly need to fight up here on the bridge, right? The Shock can wait a little bit for their preferred position to fight from, as it looks like Mikey and Co going to roll back around here towards the choke.
San Francisco will be waiting, but Muse wants to take the initiative here. Transcendence immediately from Violet as Muse was bearing down upon him. Fair enough. Doom with Nano Boost. You can use the ultimate there. Muse taking a bit of damage now, but he has a Meteor Strike. Bear in mind, Hisu goes for the overclock here. Pressuring Mikey, but he has a decent amount of shielding from that adaptive barrier. The Wrecking Ball is thwarting Hisu's plans to try and strike into the heart of the Shock. It's a trade. Violet and Twilight rather go down, but Chorong's missing it again. It's Mikey and Proper mid-fight with 3 players left. This will be enough.
It's so difficult. Like when we're on with Hisu's POV, even though he has the overclock, like he's doing like 360s, just trying to figure out where players are coming from. Like he's got Mikey to his left, then he's got Proper behind him, he's got Sam to his left, then he sees Violet come out of nowhere, where we're gonna have Hisu switch off for the Sojourn onto Hanzo there. But man, difficult to be able to track anybody and try and figure out who your team is trying to kill and commit to, because everybody's a little bit so spread out for the Shock taking these one-on-ones.
What do you reckon is the thought process here for Hisu to match? Is he just worried about getting owned at long range by Hanzo, or what do you think the play is here?
Potentially. The Hanzo's a little bit scarier for like Proper to go into, right? With the Storm Arrows. Just the insta-kill potential makes you think a little bit. But they go in, they all take him out pretty easy.
Proper's found 2 kills in this fight already. Violet chimes in, Muse is down. That's a 3rd for Proper. It's Finale. What a fitting name for the last player standing. Toronto again get absolutely mulched. And now with a 97-39 lead, San Francisco are on easy street.
And honestly, Toronto, like the scoreline in terms of meters looks like a huge advantage for the Shock, which it is. But in terms of like the play, it's really been like what the Shock were able to win like 2 fights here, like in this part of the map that we're seeing from the overhead, which gave them that meter push. Like otherwise, these fights have been pretty competitive back and forth. I know Hisu and Finale cleaning some players up.
Yeah, I mean, them finding the back line before Proper could get in position, and yet Proper still gets out with a kill, which is starting to become all too familiar for the Toronto Defiant. Proper will be happy with what he's got here, but he's had an unbelievable map. This guy is continuing to develop into a superstar. Not that he wasn't already. And Toronto have to respect him.
This could get interesting, though, Mitch. You know, Toronto's going to come into this fight, like 4 ults online. Shock, like, don't really have that much. If you can kind of get past this initial choke point without using everything for Toronto, you can make this game pretty close.
Proper gets a Harmony Orb there. Violet got to make sure he has the edge in the Tracer duel. But that means that San Francisco have only 3 players on the bot right now, so Proper / Violet need to get there, you'd think. Muse nice and healthy, pressures Sam down, sees Finn, Bardic Grenade on Muse, but he's got a Meteor Strike his way out. Finn, well, he wouldn't have escaped either way. Hisu and Finale able to run that backline down again, and I don't know what the thinking is there with Violet committing so deeply to helping Proper.
Oh, and we're going to have Sam actually use his Dragon Strike here, where he's like the only person up. Maybe he thought there were a few players weak on the card. He can get like a player or 2 down and give them an advantage coming off the spawn, but doesn't get anything. The bad part here, though, for Toronto, Mitch, is I said you need to kind of win that without giving up everything. Like, now you just have this Dragon.
Oh, my. That is just filthy. Jeez, Proper! Finds another one with the Pulse Bomb attach. Haven't seen too many of those miss from him lately. Muse under a lot of pressure there as well. Sleep on Finale. Proper has another second before he can... Oh, they're body blocking. They're body blocking while they move the bot back. That's nasty. And then they run down Finale. San Francisco know all the dirty tricks and they're not afraid to use them.
And they're so quick to like recognize a scenario and just immediately get on the same page, right? It's wild how talented they are. That'll be a minefield up there on the bridge. Is
one of the first ones we've seen.
Moving though. they kind of get off the bot and they're going to try and push forward, maybe get like a team wipe and then double back.
Yeah, you
now
can free push this though. You're pushing in a stagger, which means you're probably going to add to your total here. Yeah, Chorong just able to survive. Proper takes a ton of damage here with that bot. Yeah, they're extending their lead now, San Francisco, with 25 seconds left.
I was going to say, where we see a lot of teams, they're like okay with getting a certain amount. Like the Shock are going for it. They want a map completion.
Why not?
Here.
This team's franchise has never been big on showing unnecessary amounts of respect, and here comes that barricade. The Shock literally looking to shut the Defiant in, but Hisi might have at least got him out of this situation. It's got to be an unbelievable, unparalleled push from the Defiant to win this map. And they're in overtime now. Finale has a pulse bomb here, sees Mikey harassing his backline, but Muse was able to penetrate himself and get rid of Sam. But Proper, it's a double pulse! A double pulse in overtime! And a huge biotic grenade came in there from Finn as well to set things up. Yes, Toronto have some players here on the bot, but things are looking dire, and that's being nice about it.
The Shock do back out, though. They're down to just Mikey and the supports here, so they want to back out, let Proper and Sam get back into this fight. But still some really difficult areas on the map for Toronto to fight in. You're going to come up online with both of these support ults, though.
Transcendence to get used by Violet, but Sam leaps in Finale's direction. Not much you can do about that. Nanobu's on a Muse, but no good if you cannot touch the card. The Dragon Strike. Force the Defiant away. For San Francisco, pretty simple stuff.
Pretty simple for the Shock, right? They looked really good. I thought Toronto, although maybe it doesn't look the closest in terms of meters, gave them some trouble at times. I think a lot of just kind of what everybody deals with the Shock is how do you deal with the pressure, right? You want to go and put pressure on the supports. Finn and Violet do such a great job of keeping each other alive, and if you don't make that happen, Proper's just going to kill everybody else, right? So trying to figure that out against the Shock has been difficult for every team in the league.
Now, Toronto are going to have to come up with the answer in this series, though. They don't have a chance to phone a friend. No 50-50, not happening. Stick around, everybody. Map number 2 is around the corner in San Francisco. They've got the Fangs out today.
Overwatch League champions! Whoever said lightning doesn't strike twice has never met the San Francisco shot.
Some of the most hardcore carry performances that I've ever seen.
Just a depth of talent on their roster that can't be denied.
I mean, what more can you ask from the Shock? This is going to be a wild ride.
Violet is cracked. He's out of his mind.
I say that just as okay.
Faced with everything right now.
Jesus Christ, dude.
Sam is deadlifting right now, actually.
Finish is doing so much, cleans it up like DPS and Yardo.
San Francisco has cemented themselves as the greatest team in Overwatch. Push was first up on the docket in this series between the Shock and the Defiant. And after a little bit of a tussle early on, the San Francisco Shock, they break free. They get into a nice lead and they hold it. Again, I think, Matt, you sort of mentioned as we went to the break, you thought there were some decent moments there for the Toronto Defiant. Yeah. They're playing a Doomfist composition, which seems to be their bread and butter up against San Francisco's preferred Wrecking Ball-based composition, and Proper went and got 17 final blows for 4 deaths, so that's kind of disgusting.
And if you're Toronto, I think the way you played probably in map number 1 beats a lot of other teams in the league in that map, in map number 1. It's just, and the other team has a player like Proper on the other side, and they're just so kind of like talented up and down the roster. It's, you know, sometimes it's tough, right? Do you have Kilo coming in here for the shot for this next map? It'll be Dorado. This should be a pretty fun Widowmaker battle between Kilo and Hisu here.
Absolutely, yeah. How much of that do we get from Hisu at times? His teams have sort of put him in that role and said, go for it. And Hisu was, well, in the past, never a headliner of the league in terms of that Widow play, and maybe a little bit more passive in terms of his sort of positioning. So interested to see if that's going to be the pick, right, or if they sort of opt out of that duel. There is you'll notice here as well, it says Sam, but Kilo is actually getting subbed in for this series. Yeah. So that's worth bearing in mind, and that's always a big indicator for us. However, it's not Ants that's coming in, which is, you know.
No, look, Kilo's played incredible though in the hit scan when we've seen him. So although Ants is pretty scary, I think there are some other Widowmakers kind of coming up in the scene, and just hit scan players in general who are, you know, equally as scary.
or you know, I just go back in time and forget that Ants is currently on the Gladiators, but that's just me. Don't worry about it. And you went along with it, my guy. All right. Anyway, you won't be seeing Ants in this series.
Anytime, man. Yeah, you won't see Ants in this series.
But I know you, because if you had a chance to call me out, you would absolutely take it. You did it earlier on. So you wear that as much as I do.
For Toronto, you won't see Logics in this series, guys.
Oh my God, what a day. What a day. Man, I don't know.
Mitch, you think the Shock are going to put Dak in for game 3?
It's my sleepy, bro.
He's just like, where you're at now?
Get the boy in. I've been chatting.
Has Griffin been sleeping? Like, what's the deal?
Yeah. He's fine, mate. Don't you worry about that. Oh, good heavens. Good heavens, ladies and gentlemen. So, it will be, okay. I don't think this will be the assignment here between Kilo and Proper. We'll see. In the past, you know, on O2 Blast, it definitely felt like Merit and Kilo kind of worked around whatever Proper was playing. Seemed like they sort of filled in around that. So, then Proper might have carte blanche here on this team.
Still opportunities for changing here for the Shock in the spawn. You never know with dot ends. For Toronto, though, you're going to play the Widowmaker. You're going to play the Winston here. No Widowmaker, actually. He still will go to the Sojourn here. So, obviously a little bit harder to hit. Just really, I think Jaws was talking about in the last series, can be really difficult to track the Sojourn, but you're going to lose out in terms of range. And then Mew's going to end up being the Winston player here, where you want to play the Winston on the roofs. And interesting. So the Shock, they come out, they don't actually play the Widow. They'll actually play Kilo on Tracer, and they'll go Tracer Genji.
Are they trying to punish Muse here for sort of dropping down? Because Tracer, I mean, it's weird. Tracer doesn't have the easiest time of even accessing that high ground in the first place, right?
No, not really at all. You see Kilo drop right away at the start. I mean, what are your options? You can go like right side and go up that staircase around the back. You can go like left and go up the staircase there. That's really the only opportunities for Tracer to access that high ground.
Twilight, they're taking a big hit, but that's Hisu. Yeah, really patient there from Hisu to pick Violet out. This is, look, it's hard to play against this defensive setup from Toronto, right? It's frustrating trying to deal with the Winston. Many teams try and counter it with, you know, Winston of their own. But Killer switched to the Sojourn here. The Tracer was definitely a thonker. I just don't know how they were going to get much value out of that. Now the Shock have to break free from a compromising position once more.
Yeah, so it'll be Mikey just trying to get some high ground pressure here. Just deny like players coming out here, just killing members of the Shock coming out of spawn is. Kilo with a shot to the high ground there, not able to finish anybody.
Again, another hero who doesn't access the top of those buildings with great ease. He'll have to walk around to a degree. Finale, in an annoying spot here, and not much Twilight can really do about it. Violet can really do about it here. That's the issue for the Shock, right? I try to unseat these players playing up on the high ground is hard, and they try and dive, but they're 2v5 a lot of the time, and he's still hitting these.
Yeah, Toronto's been rock solid on defense here at the high ground as the Muse gets right up to the spawn door. He'll be able to exit without any worry. This will be the first big test for Toronto, though, right? The Shock, they'll have a Nano Blade here. They'll have their own Primal Transcendence. If you can kind of like weather this storm, right? I know maybe you lose the fight, but don't give up that first point. You have a chance to make this really interesting towards the end of this first point for Toronto. Maybe even get a hold.
Mikey had to Primal there. He was worried about falling to a Pulse, which is reasonable. Even if Finn was topping him up at the time, it's maybe not a risk you want to take. So what value do you get here? Well, very little. You harass, you try and move the card through the choke. Toronto now going to nano boost Muse here, who has a date with Violet right now, starting to put that pressure on. Blade, no nano, by the way, for Proper. He's going in without it, and he's able to find Twilight. But it's still an answered pick. It's still a trade at best.
Yeah, they end up taking out Finn. Interesting no nano for the Blade. They've been saving the nano for Violet a bunch of times to protect him while he's getting dove. That time, though, they're able to deal with Finn before you're taking out Violet. And this is going to force out the Transcendence as the Shock want to keep this rolling.
Transcendence inside that small room, but Kilo is still felled from Hisu's overclock. This is dire for the Shock here. What can they get with that Nano Boost now? It's going to be Mikey going forward, but Proper's hit with a bio. He's able to stay clear of Muse at the very least, though.
Yeah, I was talking about like Toronto needing to weather that storm there, and they had a chance to potentially get this first point hold, and they are putting it together.
Yeah,
honestly, even better than I expected. I expected maybe you kind of like lose that fight there at the turn, and then you kind of hold here towards the end, but they've done a nice job. Now they're going to be able to play here at this choke, and you're looking at what? I mean, Violet's going to switch to the Brigitte now. Kilo's got, his overclock. And that's, you're going to get a Primal, and that's about it. But Twilight's been so good at sleeping these Primals that, I don't expect Mikey to get a huge run off.
All right, it's go time for San Francisco. They're struggling against what is probably the most evergreen strategy in Overwatch. Proper, again, a tough job trying to play against this Winston. And Kilo gets taken out by Hisu again. Is that Sojourn popping off? That's 2 for Hisu, and the San Francisco Shock have got nothing. I mean, a Primal Rage Winston with one other player to accompany and still not nearly enough damage. San Francisco are getting absolutely rolled. Yep, that's that. Very underwhelming performance.
Yeah, we'll see what happens on offense, but that's about as big of a blowout hold we've seen against the Shock here. As Toronto kind of showing you the level that they can hit, kind of clicking on all cylinders. Hisu landed some really nice shots on the Sojourn, but I thought Twilight and Chorong were huge there, being able to live through the pressure constantly that the Shock were putting on.
And again, I kind of mentioned, this is not a new strategy. This is not an unforeseen approach to the game. Teams have been playing, like a deep Winston high ground based defense on this map for years and years and years. But again, sometimes knowing what you're going up against and knowing how to break it are two different stories. And when Hisu is consistently punishing any sort of positioning errors from San Francisco by just getting a railgun headshot, it doesn't matter, you know, how big your brains for the game are. You lack the pieces to execute on your strategy. So the Shock have an unenviable task ahead of them, Matthew.
It's like an almost near impossible one. We can take a look from Twilight's POVs. Yeah, I was mentioning, you know, Mikey having a tough time getting these primals off. You got slept there, but then, you know.
Doesn't matter, like, you can't, yeah. Oh, nice.
He goes over the top.
Yeah. All right. Well, San Francisco are going to have to recover from that either way. They'll start by trying a defense here. We've got Kilo on the Widowmaker, rather a high ground-based defense with the Winston here. Violet on the Brigitte. Very similar to what we saw from the Toronto Defiant earlier on. A Symmetric could break this, though, if they just rush the high ground like they planned to. Here we go. Bionic Grenade hit Mikey first. He's got to find 2 kills, though. He's just disrupt the shots. They at least able to claim the Brig, but that's Kilo with a very nice shot.
And I don't hate that strategy there at the start from the Defiant, but because you end up like picking up a kill or 2, let's say, up on that high ground. That forces the Shock back, right? Where, no, at the top of the screen, Toronto is on offense right now. Where, you know, picking up a kill or 2 there would force them back a bit.
Can't obviously on the move here, and you'll see Mikey just trying to control that high ground if he can. Pressured by Muse now. These bubbles make healing really awkward. And that's a huge pick from Twilight. He just straight up shot Violet there. Not what you want if you're the Shock. You're down to 4.
If Violet tried to play a little bit close to the corner, and he got hit with a Biotic Grenade. So, you know, Biotic Grenade comes out from Twilight, and then just a shot finishes him off.
How long can you stall this? I mean, you're so close to the end of the map here, San Francisco. I mean, they put themselves in this position. I'm struggling to draw upon my reserves of pity here, Matthew. Proper has to recall, takes a big hit there. Bubble thrown down by Mikey, but that's Hisu at long range. You saw on top of the archway. Kilo is felled, and now Hisu has a lot of space because, frankly, Proper can't afford to pay him any attention right now. The Defiant just pile in here. They'll just use sheer weight of numbers and bodies, in fact, as Finn is added to the pile. That is stunning work from Hisu, and a convincing victory for Toronto.
Yeah, I mean, that's about as big a blowout as we see, you know, in a game against the Shock from the opposing team, where Toronto, I mean, you kind of watch that performance and you're like, how are they 6-5? It's just putting performances like that together constantly, because they can do it against the top teams, right? Shock, one of the top teams in the league, they can definitely do it against them. It's just doing it consistently.
Well, okay, San Francisco starting to see a little bit of the weakness that maybe crept in at land. Can they shore up this deficiency, or will it be time for the Defiant to make a run? Stick around. This could go anywhere. Well, I think it's safe to say, if you're a San Francisco Shock player, fan, staff member, enthusiast, that last map was a big old go nexter.
Oh, that was a stinker of a map. Yeah, I mean, you go next as soon as possible, and the Shock making some subs coming in for the next map. So you see Kaluj will come in for Mikey, and then Sam will come in for Kilo. So some substitutions there for the Shock. Toronto, nothing going on their side. This series is going to be, it looks like, you know, going to be potentially pretty close. I know we were memeing about like a sleeper series at the beginning. I feel like, I almost feel like sleeper series, like Toronto, like shouldn't really be a sleeper team because, like, you know, they are above 500. They have, you know, really like top caliber talent. Like, nobody really should be like overlooking them, right? Especially when you see them put performances like that together, where they're able to take it to the Shock on Dorado.
Yeah, very important inflection point potentially in this series, and if the Defiant can convert on that, the inflection point might apply to their entire season. They're positive in our win-loss right now in the league, and moving on to Eichenwald, they forced a personnel adjustment from San Francisco, or at least we can pretend that was the case. Kaluj, of course, back in the lineup here, as is Sam. So it gives San Francisco actually a myriad of different options, right? We've seen Kaluj play Sigma when he's sort of found it necessary. A lot of those sort of main tanks, and even some off tanks we've seen Kaluj bring to the fray. Again, Sam, I would say that like Echo's up there, like his three big ones are Hanzo, Genji, Echo. So we'll see Sam potentially pilot that one. But let's talk Toronto right now, because Twilight's on the Baptiste here, Chorong on the Zen.
Interesting to kind of combo those together, but you know, if you're not going to play the Ana, right? The Baptiste is probably the next go-to, unless you want to play like Brig, but your healing's really low there. And also, I feel like the Immortality Field helps out Chorong, you know, helps out Hisu a little bit. And then also maybe like the Amp Matrix, you can get a better use out of it with the Hanzo. We'll see what the Shock end up doing. If they stay on the D.Va or we see a switch off a light, but at least thus far, it looks like yeah, Kaluj coming out on D.Va.
Okay, now I wonder what this is. This is a very specific pick, and very rare that we see D.Va picked up here. Is he playing around like in the East?
We see it in the East sometimes, the D.Va. The Seoul Dynasty, I've seen them run it on like Midtown and I believe some other maps. But, you know, D.Va's obviously great in terms of like 1v1 scenarios and being able to just fight and be aggressive. Defense Matrix always is going to be strong. Just hasn't seen a ton of love or play, right? Because we saw Zarya comps at the beginning of the season, no Reinhardt comps as we've, you know, kind of moved into this part. There really hasn't been a moment where, you know, she's had the upper edge against like any specific composition, but still really good at battling, you know, backlines, single-handedly.
I mean, Matt, Kaluj is not playing aggressively. He's 80% peel right now as he tries to shepherd the Shock through this choke, through the scrutiny, I guess, of Hisu, and try and maybe get Sam in position to find a kill. But constantly, Kaluj, look where he is, constantly turning back and matrixing his backline.
Well, you look at like Doomfist, right? And then even Winston, both very aggressive tanks. They don't have the ability to just soak up like damage from any direction like a defense matrix, right? And the defense matrix is so wide, it eats so much. You're able to just kind of bring everybody in with ease, and that's a nice nano boost as Sam comes over the top.
Oh man, Sam obviously able to survive the pressure from the Doomfist as a result of that. Chorong finding a kill for the Toronto Defiant here. Normally he plays quite aggressively actually and ends up on the receiving end of some picks here, but that's pretty clean from San Francisco. Sam is the one that everyone's looking at. He's lit up like a Christmas tree with that nano, but proper gets in there for 3.
And you also think D.Va here, the second part of the map, right? Defense matrix up towards that high ground, being able to access the high ground.
Yeah.
On relative ease. Even like knock players off of it a little bit, right?
But I think this is a different play style to what we saw from D.Va in Overwatch 1. Kaluj is playing slower. He's less interested in trying to dive targets. He's playing around his team and dematrixing them constantly. It's really quite interesting to see the change of pace.
So you can kind of play around the team, right? Defense matrix, play a little bit defensive, and then as they try and go out, D.Va has the capabilities to fly, like maneuver really in any direction to chase players down, right? Finish kills off.
Again, Kaluj is sticking on the card. Just trying to hold position right now. Sam pops up high ground. He's to a little bit of pressure over the sticky bombs, but it's Finn finding a strange pick there. And Kalush now tries to go aggressive. He at least paves the way, I guess, for the Shock Zen. If I get another kill, Kalush just gets a remake here easily enough. Kalush maybe only wants to go aggressive when he knows he has self-destruct available. I'm not sure, but either way, this slow, methodical push from San Francisco is working.
He was trying to deny Muse taking that high ground position. Muse was up there on the high ground, wanted to just dislodge him from that, force him here on top of the castle. Yeah, it's been working out really well. It's funny, I was talking to Jack and Sky yesterday. We were actually talking about like diva comps for a little bit, like are these actually going to be a thing? Like, do you think you can play it against some of the other things in the league? And we were just both going, I don't really think so. But like Shock making it work and looking pretty good here against Toronto.
Finale pays a visit to the crew in the castle and is evicted summarily. Card on the move slowly for San Francisco. It looks like they want to bait a fight in here, and you can sort of see why. Kalush snaps Muse up there as he's hit with the nano boost. Trying to double back for the Mega. Sees that's recently been picked up here, but that card is still on the way. Twilight, Hisu both hit with big bionic grenades, and Chorong has to transcend us. They forced a suboptimal trans because he was trying to stall, apparently.
Yeah, and Sam ends up using the duplicate to stay alive and comes back on the Zenyatta and actually able to take out Twilight.
Okay, playing from the top of the card right now is Violet. Finn on the low ground, trying to pressure Muse down. He's hit with that Discord orb. Throws up a power block. Finn trying to hold his own for the time being, and Kalush is having to clean up Chorong. He's actually going aggressive now, but the Shock might not really have the numbers to keep this up, especially with the demected Diva. Kalush would love for his suffering to end, and Finale obliges.
That's Toronto now finally stabilized. I feel like that was just kind of going on like a big brawl all throughout the middle of the map. So now you have to switch over to the Genji here. See if they get more aggressive behind this, right? Tracer Genji with the Diva. This you would think is one of the more aggressive compositions you could put together.
Right, I mean, if Kalush opts not to maybe peel and play card as, oh my, that's not ideal. Chorong taken down. Muse also dropping in with pretty low health here, getting a little bit of that overshield just from that impact, but it's not really enough. No Twilight here. Finn is finding a ton of first picks. Sam has high ground control. This is a good staging ground for the Shock to get a cap.
And it's interesting from the Shock POV that they have Violet now playing the Ana and Finn on the Zen. So, Muse gets slapped. I was going to say, is there a way they can knock him off? No, they're going to use a...
Oh, they knocked him off, Matt.
Kalush, yeah, I mean, they killed him, yeah.
Self-destruct here for Kalush, but look how deadly Diva is at close quarters. Now pushing into Hisu's face, a self-destruct in tow now. But there are plenty of presents for the Defiant on the card until, well, Bob absconds. Now it's a matter of getting rid of this Ashe. And that will also be completed as well here. Card still hasn't quite got there. Muse is going to come back off respawn. It's Proper and Kalush with Finn waiting in the wings. And here comes the pressure from Sam off to the side. Pulse bomb well employed there from Proper, and that will be enough to get the Shock moving.
You also see just how much damage when Kalush gets the nano that he's able to do on Diva. Like with the missiles and being able to just chase, finish up kills. It's right around some of those corners there and picks up like 2 or 3. That helps him get the cart over the line. But what I was talking about before is, Finn now playing the Zen and Violet playing the Ana. For the few maps that we see in the series, it's kind of been Violet playing the Zen and Finn playing the Ana at times, where a little bit of a change-up now.
San Francisco, yeah, just mixing it up a little bit. Finn obviously playing a lot of Zen early on this season while Violet was on the Lucio at times. So, definitely comfortable enough for Finn, and he's finding a lot of first picks, even midway through the fight, getting involved in these eliminations. He's just tough to reach right now, to be honest. Unless you full commit to getting him out of there, you're probably not going to be able to. Transcendence there forced, and Muse has to go around because I'm pretty sure Finn would have body blocked him.
Finn was standing in the door, yeah.
Rude. Very rude. Discorder for Muse. Violet hoping to pressure down a little bit here. Okay, transcendence from Chorong just front and center. Look at me, he says.
Right in his face, yeah.
Again, maybe hoping to block a sleep dart or something similar, right?
Yep. Yeah, using the Zen getting a little bit of speed there during the transcendence. Getting
there
right
it is
up
again.
in his face, yeah. It's another first pick.
Finale just getting battered as he tries to get into the back line of the Shock here. 47 seconds left. We'll need a top up on Kalush. We have a blade, nano blade, of course, on the cards for the Shock, unless Kalush just gets nanoed again. That might be the wiser play. Okay, no, nano blade is going to be for Sam. Here we go. Deflect, Twilight, not able to do much about that one there. Sam is, well, there's a dearth of targets right now. All of them to Defiant. They've split. Sam only able to find one, and Violet's been taken down by Finale, who made his way to the backline with the bomb. Fit another kill. He's been doing a great job, but it's not enough. San Francisco, one more chance.
Yeah, and for all that we've talked about with the Shock going on throughout this map thus far, where they've looked pretty good at times, Toronto putting in a good defensive hold. Really, since Hisu has switched over to this Ashe, it's been Toronto's game.
Chorong slept right now. Fired a grenade though, overshot a little bit. Connected on Hisu, and well, okay, they didn't get to the cart at all. So San Francisco will have to be satisfied with most of the map done.
And the Ashe puts down tons of damage on the D.Va, right? When the D.Va has to like turn and use Matrix, the Ashe able to just put in big, meaningful damage down at range. And then also the Dynamite, right? Once the defense matrix is out, you notice the Shock is playing a little bit more close together, a little clumped together. Then the Dynamite gets, you know, even more value. And the Bob at the end there, with like how many targets you'd have to sleep here? Like Bob, like you may not have to sleep up for it. So he's able to pick up a kill on the cart.
Interesting composition for San Francisco, and they didn't really. Well, they didn't really switch off the D.Va. They kind of stay with it. They meddled a little bit with the sort of Sam on the Echo, and then made that switch to sort of playing a more dive-oriented composition. Look, this is decent. I mean, I think that the Toronto Defiant, they're so good at this this comfort composition with the Doomfist that, you know, it looks like San Francisco maybe just didn't look that great, but in reality, the Defiant very, very good at applying checks and balances to them at multiple points throughout the map. So San Francisco will opt to defend with this D.Va though.
You know, we'll see how it goes from Finale's POV here. Nice pulse bomb there.
So Finn currently leads the San Francisco Shock in final blows with 7 of them. We've seen this from Gangnam Jin as well. The Zen's really starting to take off. The hero is a little scary right now. It's very strong. You know, having more health than Tracer and the ability just to kick her off your lawn if she turns up. Very strong.
And put a group-wide damage amp on her.
Yeah. Very powerful. So, D.Va on defense for San Francisco. Kaluj adamant that this is the answer.
And look, like I just mentioned, we've seen some other teams experiment with D.Va. Even one of the tanks that we haven't really kind of seen like the least of, right? You know, with like a Orisa in the mix. Maybe there's something here at these comps.
A lot of poke damage from Muse, but he's expecting that. Hisu, though, finding a key pick-off now. Puts Finn in a bit of a rough spot here, trying to keep Kaluj healthy. Defense Matrix also employed at the same end. Finn pressured, Finale knows better than to try and face him down. And look at that peel back from Kaluj. It's just sadly not enough.
Yeah, you see the defense matrix used there, right? When the Tracer's coming in, damage down from Muse and Hanzo at range. The defense matrix trying to soak all of that up. It is not enough, though. Eventually, it's going to wear out. Now it'll be Toronto steamrolling through, taking first point.
All right, not too shabby there. It all comes from a Hanzo pick. It's Hisu. That opens up the door. Oh, yeah, he was definitely aiming a Violet. Don't worry about it.
That's like a... If you were to explain to somebody like what Hanzo's about, I would take that clip and then this one that we just saw here, where Hisu just jumps around a corner and takes Violet's head off.
Yes. Nasty stuff, to be sure. All right, good stuff for Toronto, though. Again, a map completion well within the realm of possibility for them here. 4:42 to count. Twilight with the nano in hand here, and Finale's pulse bombs have been looking pretty deadly so far in Eichenwald. Well, Proper has one of his own. Where's the D.Va playing? Mostly on card here. San Francisco can control that high ground if they have to, and Kaluj plays that off angle for a time, but, well, Muse has slept. Still a pulse there from Finale, so he does connect that one. Last two have been very good. Sam, not happy about that one. A Meteor Strike comes out from Muse, but he's with a body grenade as soon as he touches the ground. Power Block looks like it might have given him the chance to get away, plus the Dragon Strike from Hisu. What presence of mind to shut the Shock in that small room, prevent any chase on Muse.
Yeah, I also think they were maybe even trying to like lock some of the players in there. Now they get Muso finally a few times. He's been going in really low in terms of HP. The Shock looks like they're going to hold control of this high ground now.
That was pretty elegant from San Francisco. Think about how that sort of sequence went down. Doom dives in, gets nanoed, slept. Pulse bomb from Finale. Then Doom's able to get out with a Meteor Strike. And we see Kaluj peeling fantastically for his team there, even at very low HP. Nice job playing around the D.Va from San Francisco. It's quite exciting, actually.
And he's who's similarly, like, remember in the first map where we saw Sam use that Dragon Strike to shoot it back at, like, his supports, right? Like, they, you know, they're trying to shoot that directly down and force, you know, not even able to chase down Mute. So Dragon being used in some interesting ways, not just kind of, what, the Dragon Strike in the past, right? Just been throw the grab, throw the Dragon, and celebrate.
Defensive Dragon. Top up there on Sam. Now, you don't have much intel right now if you're San Francisco until you peek down and see this. Chorong has to transcendence that. Don't think you'd be pleased having to do that at all.
No. And that's something you hope you're able to just dodge, right? Not have to burn the transcendence in that moment in time.
Yeah, that hurts. That really hurts. But had to be done, I guess, if they didn't want to lose the fight straight up, and Finale might give them an opportunity to make good on that investment. He's sat on the card right now and proper lost that duel. Wasn't really a duel. Bit of a pylon, really. Sam gets rid of Chorong at the very least here, so San Francisco have to rely on Violet here. Good sleep dart. Is there enough to get rid of Twilight here? There is, yeah. Collusion's able to go in there. Violet rather with the dart from that high ground. Proper comes back to the fight after losing out to Finale. And that's enough for the Shock. It doesn't have to be perfect, just enough with the spawn advantage.
You see how difficult it is where Kaluge gets right on top of Twilight. And with the defense matrix, the sleep doesn't really do anything. You could even soak up another biotic grenade. D.Va just has so much health, like, and does a decent amount of damage. That dueling the Ana there is way easier than, like, if you're jumping in on a Doomfist, let's say.
So Sam again, way to get some info, of course. Sonic fired off. It's always a bit scary to peek over just in case Hisu tears your head off. Finale really, really instrumental right now for the Defiant, or so far, finding picks in these fights. No assistance of Pulse Bomb this time. Kaluge runs headlong into Muse inside the castle. There's 90 seconds left to work with here. Note that Twilight's being stuck with the Discord orb every now and then, so the Shock are trying to leverage that high ground to pressure backlines. Here comes the Dragon. All right.
Doesn't really do much. I mean, it separates them, and I guess you're going to get Finn out of it.
Well, it might well be worth it because the Shock just got absolutely crumpled there. They're in a full-scale retreat. Okay, I mean, proper, I guess, never allows for retreat. That
doesn't look like much of a retreat now.
That was a 2v5!
Kaluge take out 3.
How? That should never happen. That should never happen. 2v5, and you equalize it to a 2v2. Proper and Kaluge take matters into their own hands there, and they've just completely stuffed the Defiant. That is, wow.
Yeah, now Toronto looks kind of grim here, right? 40 seconds on the clock. Sam's got this Dragon to use, right? Deny you kind of coming up the stairs, or if like Muse dives in, he can actually shoot the Dragon behind, take away any type of follow-up. Those support ults are in a great spot.
I need to know what happened in that last fight. We're going to move on. Proper finds Chorong here. No Transcendence just yet for Chorong. Maybe not a chance to use it this round. It's Sam, the beneficiary of the Nano Boost here. As to how much he's doing with it, well, survivability is key here. Pressure on Muse also helps. With Hisu falling to Kaluge. Well, Twilight wasn't far behind. Proper gets involved again. Proper and Kaluge looking incredible for the San Francisco Shock now as they really wake up, Matt. What a recovery as opposed to the previous map. And these guys, unlike our friends from the Lone Star State, can tell when someone's on the cart.
Yep, they move back to the cart. No C9 shenanigans here, as it'll be the Shock who take this map, take a lead 2-1 in the series. And I think the D.Va was really strong against the aggressive play from Toronto. I think Toronto in our last map on Dorado got really aggressive and bullied the Shock at times, where D.Va able to stand her ground a little bit more with the defense matrix and then also follow up on offense.
It can't be overstated. Winning a 2v5 is so unlikely, so ridiculous, in fact, from San Francisco that we really have to spend some time mentioning it. Incredible stuff from San Francisco. They're really strong defense around a different composition as opposed to what the West is used to. So they go up 2-1 in this series, and I'm very impressed to say the least. Don't go too far. Map number 4 is next. witness the engine room in the San Francisco Shock. When the going gets tough, these two get their motors running. Unbelievable 2v5. I mean, they win out in a 2v5 fight, right? But crucially here, winning this 2v3 and then forcing the Defiant away. Incredible moment and a map winner there for the Shockers. They kind of stopped the Defiant from, I mean, the last phase of the map pretty comfortably there. That was absolutely insane.
Yeah, they did a really nice job when playing the D.Va, really against the Doomfist, right? The pressure constantly coming in from the Toronto Defiant, and being able to stop that's massive.
So, putting, that rather puts the Defiant in a bit of a rough spot here. Again, you definitely know they're filled with momentum after that second map in which San Francisco, really weren't present. That's definitely going to be something that a lot of teams are looking at and going, okay. Interesting. Looks like they don't quite know how to get out of that situation. However, we return to Earth and reality as San Francisco sort of dump cold water on the head of the Defiant and say, wait a minute, we're still the boss here. We're still in charge. We're still the kings of the West. 11-0 are San Francisco, looking to find their 12th win online here this season. And this fourth map may be the opportunity. Want to point out we have control. We don't have a substitution at tank here.
Yeah, and I think you're going to see Toronto probably come out playing some Doomfist stuff, and the Shock, potentially counter it with the D.Va. That's kind of where I thought we were talking a little bit during the break, right? Like, Toronto, they want to be aggressive with Muse and Finale on that Doom Tracer combo. But when you dive in and you're going up against like the D.Va and the Zen, Ana, like D.Va can soak up a lot of that damage at the beginning, a lot of that burst, right? And then as you're pretty weak, kind of to get away, she can chase out with the missiles and put down some good damage.
Keep an eye out for that. Kalush, though, we know, capable of showing a ton of Doomfist play. Sigma, Reinhardt. I mean, honestly, really a very, very flexible player when you sort of consider what the San Francisco Shock have got out of him so far this season. Yeah, Mikey comes in. Primarily a Wrecking Ball player. We saw some Doom from him, though, as well, when it had to be played. So here it is, Toronto. It doesn't get any better than this for Toronto, Matt. They're playing their comfort comp. They're playing against a very similar one. So if they don't win here, then they don't deserve to win the series.
And this is another perfect option for the Shock, right? Where I know Kalush has played Doomfist for the Shock at a really high level. You can come out and play this and feel extremely confident. They switch back to support line again, so now Violet back on the Zen and Finn on the Ana. Have to get Danny on the face to figure that one out.
Easy with the throwback. I see you, fam. Nicely done. Sends Finn back to spawn as well. Railgun headshot completes the kill. Muse also going to be brought to his knees in front of the Shock, but San Francisco are down to 3 with no backline, so they'll give this up.
Yeah, they opt for the Hanzo over the Sojourn. So valuing maybe the consistent damage of Hanzo and consistent long-range damage, medium to long, versus Sojourn, where you got to farm up that damage and then land the rail shots, right?
Yeah. Sam, who with a Bardic Grenade here, forced back. A little bit of pressure there from Twilight as the Defiant surge forward in a moment, but allows Violet to get Hisu in his sights. Muse has to get out. He's very, very low. This is bad for the Defiant. And only losing one player, sure, they still kind of have to give some decent ground. They'll commit here, but it might just be a token resistance now as the Shock get the flip very quickly.
Yes, Toronto will get a close to 30% here. The Shock should be able to match this, right? These fights are going to go on for a pretty long time here on the point. Should be able to at least match, possibly pass here.
Kalush giving a lot of ult charge over to Finn. Look at him. Already with that nano up. Twilight lagging somewhat. Kalush going to go in here, but kind of doesn't stick the landing. Doom has trouble with doorways, by the way. Kind of always has, especially when he could uppercut you. Finale finding a pulse kill, but Finn, that's dirty. Hisu has to play a bit more aggressively here, but Finn finds yet another one. Zen, Ana, you name it, he has that pick potential. And Proper's still standing as that smoke starts to clear. The Shock are still in control.
Yeah, it was 3 from Hisu, and now you see players from Toronto after getting healed back up a little bit, trying to get on the point, but now both teams at full strength as we come into this next fight.
Yeah, what's the plan for Toronto? They come back in with the players here, they're trying to cap. Kalush, he gets brought down. But yeah, Sam finds one as well. Both teams DPS finding those first picks here, and Proper does have a blade. Finn's building another nano awfully quickly here. That's a sound barrier coming out from the Dorado Defiant here. Muse, though, he was in the stratosphere at the time, doesn't get the beat. He's the most important player to have got it, and he gets brought down without it.
Yeah, I think it came down maybe a little bit early, the beat, and it didn't time up with Muse's landing of the Meteor Strike, and yeah, you're spot on. I don't think he received, like, he did get some, but I believe that's kind of like the overhealth from the Meteor Strike and some of the damage. Didn't really get like the big benefit of the sound barrier there, which is tough.
Yeah, that's very, very tough for the Defiant there. That was their best combo they really had in that fight, and it's gone, gone, gone. Chorong hit with a Bionic Grenade there, and he's just somehow looking to try and salvage a situation for his team. Coming into this map, he led everybody in final blows, even Proper. He's had a great series, but it's just not been enough to give the Defiant the edge here. And San Francisco continue to stack up this percentage.
Bionic Grenade hit on Muse, so you're going to have to wait a little bit. Specifically, you know, he gets hit with a Bionic Grenade, but he's already at half HP, so it delays him healing him up. Now you're going to get him to full. Still buys like, you know, 5 to 8% there for the Shock, which is going to send this right into OT.
Oh, that's a big one. Chorong falling at the start of the fight, and Proper found purchase on Twilight. Kaluge back to the point, and the Defiant couldn't buy a team right now. Finale long gone, and Defiant, yep, they lost their chance here to take it away from the Shock on this map. Good start, but oh man, Shock had them on the fundamentals.
Yes, and I also think just Toronto crumbling under the like aggressive pace there from the Shock a little bit. You notice Toronto, right? They're not playing that, you know, on a Zen. They were trying to play some Brigitte there for a little bit. They ended up playing some you know, Lucio as well. Chorong played the Lucio, trying to like boop displace people away. It just tells you a little bit. Getting too much pressure in the back line. Let's see this sound barrier combo with the Meteor Strike. So here comes the sound barrier lands. Yeah, and he doesn't get it. I believe the overhealth here is for some damage that goes down onto Finn there.
Yes.
Yeah.
Chorong is asking to get Ajaxed there as well. Tough to time it, I guess. He sort of maybe he leaped up in the air to try and slow it down.
Roadhog mains rise up. Here we go. They probably know that the ball comp is like somewhat coming. And I think we've had a few teams say that they think Roadhog might be pretty decent, you know, in certain situations, some just like an absolute meme of the thing, but we'll find out here. You combo though with like the Immortality Field, right? Makes Roadhog really difficult to take down. As Toronto, they're going for like a very aggressive like UFC style of play.
Oh, Kaluge chilling in the middle of the map there. I mean, you're very scared of Bionic Grenade, but the Toronto Defiant are running that, so Kaluge is very pleased to see it. Finale's brought down by Finn of all people, and there's that nasty little hook that'll claim the Wrecking Ball. That's gross. I need a shower. Yeah,
it makes it difficult to go in onto the backline as well, because you're so worried about these Roadhog hooks with your like
he just
huge
stands in the middle of the map.
And you don't have enough damage to just kind of like burn him down over time with like Discord, right? You don't have like a Sojourn or even a Hanzo, right? In this type of situation would be pretty decent.
No, I mean, and this, I don't know, this rotund Emperor gets fanned with palm fronds by the rest of the Shockers. He just stays in the middle of the map. Look at him, he's not moving, he's staying. That is his house right now. Let's see if the Defiant can bring it down on him. It's a Tracer pick to start things off, even with that Immortality Field in play, not enough. Proper though wants to work
for the dislodge this Roadhog. I mean, he's got the Immortality Field to work with as well. I mean, it's crazy.
Decay rubbing his hands together, by the way, watching this game like it's time. Let's do the run back again, ladies and gentlemen. Shock still in control, and that doesn't look like it's going to change anytime soon, even with the Defiant getting a decent account of themselves with these picks. Violent with a moment on the Baptiste keeps them in charge.
You put Violet on a Baptiste, right, with how good he is on that hero here. I know, able to play some of these off angles, has 60% in counting here for the Shock. You're getting into a scary scenario for Toronto because it doesn't seem like you're close at this point, but with how this point plays out and how easy it is for stall, you're almost looking at last fight territory at this moment in time.
And they have a Transcendence and Minefield to do it with. Kaluge with a whole hog, by the way, it's the good one. So can't really interrupt that. Oh dear! Muse gets pulled straight into the gaping maw of the hog, and Kaluge gobbles him up. Gonna now play around this amp matrix, because that's what you do apparently as Roadhog, but he's just able to find a key elimination there. Pressure on Twilight. Kaluge had the follow-up as Proper tries to get there. Man's gone fishing, Matt. He's coming up with quite the haul.
He is so healthy all the time. Oh, that is dirty there. Look at this. Kalush is on the point alone.
Yep, and he hasn't left that part of the map for the entire round. It is so wrong. And I don't want to be right. Okay, so minefield here. Kalush says, okay, cool. How about that one, Chief? Seen that one before? See you later.
Lines that hook up perfectly as Muse lands, and that'll be the Shock taking this series 3-1. Pretty close affair, though, back and forth between these two teams, I would say.
What do you call the sensation when you're excited and nauseous at the same time? Whatever it is, I'm that.
I never really get that. Yeah.
Oh, really?
No. Pretty good series and showing from Toronto. Even in a loss, I think it's pretty positive signs, right? That like you are improving. You take a map here against the Shock in a dominant fashion, right? Eichenwald, like they relatively close at times. This one towards the end, a bit of a blowout, but still, I think you can say a lot of good things about Toronto in this series this far.
Yeah, a ton of really interesting points we saw through this series, right? Defensive Hanzo play, Hisu carrying the lobby. Up until that last map, right, he was ahead of anybody else in terms of final blows. So really one of the main reasons why the Defiant kept it so close. Finn with leading in final blows for San Francisco on Eichenwald that first half, really solid on the Zen. We see a bit of Mikey, but Kalush comes in, shows us the wrecking ball. But let's talk about a player of the match here. It's not exciting, and I don't care. Got to be proper taking it away here, although Kalush gave us some fantastic moments as well. Another really filthy Tracer performance, Matt, and I think it's pretty clear to see, especially after that first map, that he's not getting any, he's not slowing down.
Yeah, a performance so strong we couldn't deny. Just spitefully going against any limb. He makes every kind of composition work. I mean, Tracer, like in the history of like competitive Overwatch, really just like Overwatch in general, it's never really been like a weak hero, right? Always been relatively strong, playable in certain situations, and to have a Tracer this strong, it gives you a good base to build around for the rest of the season. And he's able to just dominate these games, man. I mean, 10 final blows per 10 minutes. I mean, just crazy numbers coming out.
Proper doesn't even have to have his best game of the season to get player of the match here. That's what's so frightening.
Yeah. Well,
and Tracer's the hero that allows for so much skill expression, Matt, that Proper's the kind of person that can take it to the next level.
And you talk about like, some of the, like we're here towards the middle of the season, and you got to start talking about like MVP candidates, right? And like, he's played so good on Tracer, like he's got to be up there for like Rookie of the Year. I know you even think about MVP. The team is so stacked though, top to bottom, right? I mean, you could like make a case for like Violet, like Kalush has played really strong at times, like playing so versatile across multiple tanks. Like, it's difficult to give these awards out. Like, I think Proper though, trying to put his name, at the top of the list for some of those.
Yeah, incredible stuff from Proper. What a team and what a player. San Francisco go 12-0. Let's head over the truck and get some thoughts on this matchup. A little closer than we thought it would be, but still the Shock come out on top. We'll see you in a moment.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League. And by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
Welcome to Game Break, everybody. I'm here with Cluj from San Francisco Shock. Cluj, congratulations on the win. I do feel like Toronto Defiance put up a good fight against you guys, but they just weren't enough. And you guys, with this win, have 12 wins. You guys are on a 12-win streak, undefeated 12-win streak. That is an achievement. How do you feel?
It feels good, but after KCC, I don't really care about regular season like win streaks. I want to win the actual tourneys that matter. That's like my mindset.
And I mean, honestly, right now you guys are looking clean right now, and I think if you guys keep this up, the mid-season tournament could be yours as well. I also quickly want to add to this, Cluj, when you were joining this team, did you expect this much, to be this successful with the San Francisco Shock?
With Proper, yeah, easily. Like, this guy is nuts. I feel like we should just win every game with him on our team. So I think the success kind of like, it's kind of like on the back of him, but the coaching staff, and we all play really good as a team now, a lot better than what we did stage 1. So things are looking up.
Yeah, I mean, Proper is really good, not gonna lie, but I mean, you as well, you're really good too. I mean, because today we saw something very special. Not once, but twice. Let's talk about the first one. On Icon Wall, on both attack and defense, we saw you on that Diva. And I want you to be honest, was that practiced or was that something just on the fly?
That's practice like every day. I think Diva is really like underrated on that map because you can control flanks a lot easier, and if the enemy team plays like main tanks, you can bust them so fast with Diva. And then you have second point, you can fly up, fly down. It's just free for Diva.
Okay. And then, of course, the last map, you pulled out a Roadhog at the end. What was the thought process behind that as well?
You know the little pillar in the middle? I just sit in there and bait a bunch of people, and if they go dive on my backline, I peek out, throw my hook out, get a kill, go back in my little home and just live. And they can't cap the point, so it works.
Yeah, that sounds like a plan. Why didn't any other teams think of that? But yeah, I mean, of course, you guys were the first to use it, and you guys made it work. Someone did? Who was it?
Yeah, shout out Reiner. He's the GOAT.
Reiner. All right, well, Cluj, that's all the time we have. Again, thank you so much for your interview, and of course, congratulations on the win again. Thank you.
Thank you.
Amazing. As a former player, I'm just like so happy that he gave Reiner credit, because if I was the LA Gladiators and I was like,
Reiner's just seething at home like he's taking all my credit.
Wow, oh my God, Cluj, the Roadhog, you're a genius. How do you get it done? Reiner's like, come on. I love your interviews though with Cluj. Like, just an amazing interviewee. Like, gives great answers, great questions. Just
Cluj, no one else?
No, I love them in particular because they stand out to me, because I think both of you stand out when you interview.
I don't know if Johnny's making fun of me.
No, he's not. He's giving you a compliment.
Yeah, but I'm trying to make it not weird.
Because every time I do an interview like this to you guys, and you guys are just like laughing, and I'm like, did I say something funny?
No.
Great.
No, Cluj is genuinely awesome. Can we agree? Like, Cluj is awesome.
Genuinely awesome.
Okay, that's it. Cluj is awesome. That's where we landed on this conversation. Someone else or something else that is awesome, the San Francisco Shock's win streak. We gotta talk about the Shock's win streak. 12-0 so far this season. If you add it all up, if you combine, add some matches from last season, 15 match win streak, and it's currently active, of course. The longest win streak of all time in the Overwatch League in the regular season is the Vancouver Titans at 19 in 2019 as well, when they were playing GOATs. I mean, this is an incredible achievement. I feel like sometimes, like so far this season, we haven't really complimented the Shock enough. We haven't given them enough credit, because, I mean, just look at this list. This is the second longest regular season streak of all time. this is an incredible achievement. Like, how did they get it done, Costa?
Well, the thing that I think is interesting about that graphic as well is that no one did it in 2021. The league has continually improved and gotten closer together, that it's more difficult to go on these crazy runs. So that's what makes it more impressive for me for the San Francisco Shock. And as Kalush just said, it's on the back of obviously Proper, who seems to get every single MVP at this point for the matches. But I just think they're an incredible team, well-rounded across the board. Finn and Violet are just switching roles, it feels like, with Zenyatta and Ana, and they're still just absolutely dominating. And then you just have really clean play. I want to highlight two things here. First of all, the Toronto Defiant. I think I came into this match wanting to see more from these guys, and I think they delivered. They put up a fight against the Shock. They only really started to stumble in the third and fourth maps when the Shock started throwing like divas at them, roadhogs, things that you just cannot be prepared for at this point. You feel the Defiant, and they just didn't have the answers. But this Dorado was a prime example of how they can play and how they can play to their strengths. Inversely, for the San Francisco Shock, this is the part of their game. This is the one thing that makes me worried about them heading into the mid-season tournament. They did it in the kickoff Clash playoffs where they were just dropping maps. They should not be dropping to teams, and then they're having to work back from a deficit. So, yes, they get the win. Yes, they go 12-0 in the regular season, but as Kalush just said himself, it does not matter if they do not win in the tournaments against the best teams. And if they are going to do that, they need to stop dropping these easy maps.
Yeah. Danny, 12-0 so far for the San Francisco Shock going into the mid-season madness. Do you think they're like the favorites right now, or is there any other team, you know, whether it's like Seoul and Shanghai or the LA Gladiators? Do you feel like Shock is the favorite going into the mid-season madness, or would you put any other team ahead of them?
I think for the West, yes, they're definitely the favorite.
Okay, but you say for the West, so
and for the East, we got the Tigers. So we're gonna see Seoul Dynasty
yeah, I was like,
versus San Francisco Shock in the mid-season tournament.
You have to choose. You have to choose. You have to choose one right now, Danny. Who's your money on right now?
All right. I will bet my money on San Francisco Shock just because I'm gonna be honest. I'm biased. We talk about the Western teams more, and of course I do watch as many APAC games as possible. But at the same time, you know, I
don't undermine your own argument.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, Shock.
Say it because you're smart.
Yeah.
Shock, definitely. My big brain is telling me that Shock is because Proper, and we got Kalush. He's gonna do some wonky things. Like pull out the roadhog.
Yeah, they're not ready for the roadhog.
Yeah, oh yeah, no, yeah. Yeah, APAC teams, once they see that, they're going to be bamboozled. For sure.
Yeah, absolutely. For sure, Costa, for sure. It's locked in, for sure. Before we leave the San Francisco Shock, I do want to give I'm going to steal Ernie Johnson's segment, like neat stat of the night kind of thing. You know, I'm going to steal that as a host, you know. San Francisco Shock in the North American region becomes the first team, I mean, it goes without saying, they're 12-0, there's 13 teams in the region, becomes the first team to defeat all other North American teams.
Wow.
So they've beaten all other North American teams. The LA Gladiators, they, of course, lost to, they got swept, they got reverse swept by the San Francisco Shock last stage. So the LA Gladiators, they haven't beaten Shock so far this season. And the Dallas Fuel, they lost to Houston in week 1, and they didn't get to beat them during the kickoff clash. So the San Francisco Shocks becomes the first team to defeat all the other NA teams. So that's an achievement. Neat stat.
Neat little stat.
Round of applause.
There you go. Going into our next matchup, we got the Paris Eternal taking on the Atlanta Reign. A bit one-sided here. I mean, what do we really want to see from these teams? We probably want to believe that there is a chance for the Paris Eternal, but they're out of the running for the mid-season madness. Atlanta Reign, they've locked their spot. At the same time, Atlanta Reign, they lost to the Houston Outlaws last week, of course. So what do we want to see from the Atlanta Reign going into the mid-season madness? They have a chance here to impress us. What do we want to see?
I just want to see their form that they're going to show us in the playoffs, because as you said, they've been a little wonky. They have some really high highs, they have some good moments, but from time to time, they've just really stumbled. And I just want to see, what am I going to expect? Paris Eternal is a weak team. You can't say anything about it. I want to see good things from Paris, but we've been saying that for multiple weekends now. I just want to see Atlanta Reign come out and crush the Paris Eternal, because that's what they need to have, that confidence after taking a pretty heartbreaking loss to the Houston Outlaws with that C9.
Yeah, that was pretty heartbreaking. Yeah. All right, so we're going to send it over to our casters once more for Paris Eternal against the Atlanta Reign. It's going to be Uber and Mr. X.
Yeah, thanks, Johnny. Obviously, this matchup is not a ton, at least, of expectation, I feel like, from our experts on what we should see from the Paris Eternal. Right? This is a team obviously looking for their second win still in this season, and we reiterate, a team that have to play catch-up, making some huge roster moves throughout the season, and they're not thinking about the mid-season madness right now, but definitely that improvement trend over the year, Matt, is what they're looking for.
No, for Paris, you're kind of focused on the postseason, right? Like, you still, this match, you obviously have, all the matches in Tournament 3 and then 4, and then the play-in. You just need to put yourself in a position to be in the play-in. Like, that's kind of what you should be looking at now. Like, qualifying for T3 would obviously be great for some bonus points, but looking at it realistically, right? Like, accumulate enough wins and points combination to be in that play-in, and then at that point, it's a coin flip, right?
Yeah, that obviously is that's how we explain what our expectations are for the Paris Eternal right now. Theirs might be entirely different, right? We've definitely seen some good signs from this team. Again, they are not getting rolled over, as much as they were at the start of the season. So, that is a pretty disingenuous way of saying this improvement there. But I will say, Matt, they're in a good spot here to make great use of Khan on the Zenyatta. Dan has also been very, very strong, across multiple tank picks. And Dove comes in and has impressed us, I think, as a new addition who was probably had much of his performance away from most people's eyes, and he competed in contenders.
Yeah, and this team, I know since they've gotten like Dove and Wub together, they've looked much better, right, as a unit, but just still not enough to get over the hump and beat some of these teams in the West, as we have some stacked rosters here in the West. I mean, we just saw Toronto, like, they win a map against the Shock, they play pretty close. They're like a 500 team, which you look back like some previous seasons, like that roster be blowing people away. The league just seems to get more and more competitive.
Now, the opponents here for the Paris Eternal have confused us in their last outing, right? A very close matchup against the Houston Outlaws, and inexplicably, they sub Kai out in the last map and lose the series. The Atlanta Reign here have got to be furious about how that series went for them. It's got to hurt. It's got to be giving them a fire in their belly here. And everybody, fans and detractors alike, are expecting to see this team come out swinging.
Yeah, I think they will. And even if it's a little bit slow and it's like a little bit of a sloppy back and forth series, I'm not really worried about Atlanta, if I'm honest. Like, this is a team that, I had somebody I went to school with for ages, and we played like sports, and he would always say, like, like some people are like PTPs, which is like primetime players, right? Where like it doesn't matter really, kind of like, I feel like Atlanta, like, they're a team that rises to the occasion, right? Like, when there's the most on the line, the brightest lies, most pressure, that's when I feel like this team plays the best. And that's ultimately where you want to play your best, right? I don't think this team particularly cares about where they come in terms of seeding. As long as they're in, they feel like they have enough talent that they can play from any position, and their play levels up at those like LAN and type of like competitions.
At least you managed to bury the phrase, the talent is there, under a few layers of abstraction. So I'll let you have it. Nero also comes in here, obviously starting for the Atlanta Reign here. Is this a Hanzo play, do you think?
Potentially. It's interesting that he's starting, with Kai. Usually they've had Venom, but Venom usually plays in tandem with like Gator at times,
right.
What we've seen recently. So with Hawken playing probably that Doomfist, we'll see what they combo with it.
Yeah, that DPS plus tank synergy that we saw, from Collusion proper here is a bit of a model that we see some teams start to emulate across the league, and maybe that's what Atlanta are planning as well. And let's not forget about Kai, who currently is tied for second in railgun accuracy on Sojourn in the entire league. That's 59% railgun accuracy. Second place for railgun kills per turn at 7.6. When this guy hits that right click, people vanish.
Yes, see from Atlanta, they're currently hovering that Reinhardt. Fully expect that to, that you'd think would change, right? I mean,
here for
that's a comp they could do. You would think that they would have Gator in, but maybe if you want some flexibility to switch off of it, you have Hawk in the game. So they'll come out with the Rhine, yeah.
We saw this from the Florida Mayhem, Matthew, not long ago. And the map consisted of someone giga-inting on the Ryan, charging, and honestly connecting a lot of them here. Atlanta playing a Ryan Rush composition here finally put some respect on the London Spitfire because they've been doing this since day dot. Now the Rain have taken a leaf out of their book.
Yeah, Zero actually snipes Wob at distance with the icicle, so they're going to push up, try and take advantage of this.
Yeah, the comp doesn't really matter now. You're in a 5v4 and the enemy team are backing up. Oh, that's so rude. That is cheeky. Dub not expecting the Atlanta Rain to appear on what he thought was his platform, but he's still able to neutralize Kai as he backs up.
Yeah, and maybe that pick from Nero will kind of go for nothing now as you're able to take out Kai. That's a large source of like the long range damage as you see the Hawk and Co trying to back out.
Yeah, Ultraviolet goes down despite that immortality field. Somehow wasn't inside of it apparently. His wife got him before his field. Paris looking pretty sharp here as they punish that pick they get on Kai and turn into a full-blown fight win.
So now it'll be Paris in control of the bot, kind of like moving up around this corner where they were opting for the Wrecking Ball play as well. As we saw that from the Toronto Defiant here is sometimes
classic
they know some positions on the map. Yeah, some positions on the map it does look really good, the ball, but some it definitely is a bit lackluster, especially compared to this Ryan.
Well, Kai's back on the battlefield, announcing his presence there with a headshot, not even from a railgun, by the way. Getting rid of both DPS now. Hawk chimes in, of course, with one of those 2 fire strikes he keeps in his pocket now as Reinhardt. And the Rain are back on the push here, so expect them to maybe sneak a lead here to be close, but Body Grenade connecting on a Hawk is not going to slow the Rain down too much. They don't quite have the lead yet.
Yeah, Ant Matrix going to use the Ant Matrix here. Yep. Set Kai up in a position. Maybe this is a little bit easier to try and access some of that high ground, but that'll be Don getting the nano boost coming right around the corner.
The Kai has to respect that as well. You see he immediately gives the Wrecking Ball a wide berth. Pressure on Hawk, you expect to be forthcoming now. It's Ultraviolet actually hit with the Discord orb. He needs to keep his head down. Dubs are able to connect the rail here and back to the high ground, go the Rain. They want to deny the Sojourn that perch play. And Hawk chases Dove down. Now there's a sound barrier in the mix of Nero and charging forward. Blizzard deployed and he's going to try and head them off at the pass. Wrapping around the backside here. And the Eternal are trapped while they could only look on as the bot advances. Ultraviolet, Hawk, everybody getting involved here. They're fighting in the courtyard. I thought this part of the map was just cosmetic, but no, the Rain are painting it red as well.
Yeah, usually, and not the spot you usually see a fight take place, but it looked like both of the Paris Eternal supports found their way out there.
That's the front spawn location, right?
Yes, that's if Paris captured, that would be their front spawn. This is interesting. You got Hawk up there in the window. Trying to deny this, like, area, maybe?
Burly German man on a China shot. Hawk hoping just to close the gap immediately. That's a fantastic Body Grenade coming in from Dridro there, and he finishes the job getting rid of Nero. Obviously, he couldn't shade himself underneath that immortality field, but Kai strikes, and it's one on the receiving end. Beautiful work there by Dub. Good patience there to remove Ultraviolet. And this amplification matrix unclear how much is going to get. The fire strike from Hawk, though, claims Dridro too aggressive again. It's his curse.
I was going to say, you still have the Amp Matrix there, and Hawk with a fire strike through it. Kai is able to pick up 3. So connecting with these rail shots is... No, we still have a contest coming in here. I believe that's just kind of like Don rolling around. Yep. So the bot will continue to move, but stall out for just a little bit.
Bear in mind, the Rain are notoriously poor at winning push maps. So to get a win here is just huge for their confidence going through this series. One, extremely respectful distancing. Doesn't want to make use of the pulse yet, even though the Discord on Hawk. Oh, he actually got done with a charge! That's ridiculous! Hawk whips around and Dan doesn't know what hit him. Should have had airbags installed, brother.
And they're just scared now of this Reinhardt, right? Comes burrowing out of nowhere. That's going to be Hawk with a pin on the dub. As playing Reinhardt in a much different way than you would have imagined, like Overwatch 1, right? Like mostly like uses like a shield. Like Reinhardt, very aggressive here in Overwatch 2, especially with the way that you can charge in, maneuver around the corners. It does really big damage up close.
The Eternal have to commit here full. They're going to have to use a lot of ultimates to get out of this situation, I think. Dridro Nano's done here. Goes a little low.
Better possibility.
Kai, he's got a good advantage here. Once Pulse only takes down Ultraviolet's immortality field, but Dub's there to finish the job. Khan, you aren't serious. Okay. Disrupt the shot there. Takes down Khan, but Dub's able to clean up the kill. Ultraviolet swings in through the window like he's fire rescue. Gets rid of the Sojourn.
again, he's able to just contest right now. He's got OG here with him. The supports for Atlanta trying to keep each other alive, but Ultraviolet will fall. Still meaningful progress there from the Atlanta Reign. 121 meters.
Meaningful
Paris
indeed.
is 16. Yeah, I mean, you're very close. I mean, you win a fight here for Atlanta in like a decent spot, you're really close to being able to fight for a map completion.
I mean, Paris are getting dragged behind the chariot by the Atlanta Reign right now. Face down, of course. But we have Overclock here, and in fairness, Paris didn't have to use nearly as many ultimates as I suspected they would to get out of that sort of spawn camp scenario. Atlanta also, though, opted not to make use of too many of theirs. They knew they were so far ahead, Matt, with 4 minutes left. It's enough time to mount a comeback for the Atlanta Reign. It can't be happening.
Oh, yes. It's looking pretty rough for Paris. What? You're going to lose this fight. Oh, that's going to be a overclock here from Dub on a little bit of a flank.
Dub takes a body hit there. Transcendence in play. Kai obviously unperturbed by that. And the bot's moving away from the Eternal, who are behind the Reign.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Dub.
Trying to pinch them in here, which is great. There's an insta-kill shatter there from Hawk.
I would love to know exactly why that was necessary at all. He was 10 HP.
Do you see the smirk on his face? Necessary. Sometimes it doesn't have to be necessary.
I think Hawk was probably trying to catch Darn there as well with it.
I don't think so.
I mean, for a kill confirmed, that's a little bit ridiculous.
Do you see how happy he looks? He was definitely trying to just...
To be fair, Hawk usually very focused. Bit of a scowl on his face a lot of the time. Nero, okay. Nero, breaking and entering. Add that to his list of misdemeanors. Gets caught inside the disruptor shot, though. I think he's confused by the particle effects. Yeah,
no, he's stuck in a bush, yeah. I'm not sure you're aware, like the disruptor shot just tether you to the earth. I was like,
welcome
that
to the
is
Overwatch 2
interesting.
PvP beta, my friend. Enjoy your stay.
Have to have somebody take a look at that.
Yeah, just get under the hood a little bit, you know what I mean? Just take a little gander.
So close to being completed as we're just,
this is a
talking about him
sham.
stuck in a bush.
This is a sham of a map. Hang your heads, Paris Eternal. The Atlanta Reign, ferocious. A full clear on a push map. Historically, they're weakest, so much so it's become a meme. Their Twitter account posted about how easy it was to win those push maps, and everyone thought it was a joke. But there it is, the Atlanta Reign actually living up to that. Beautiful work here on Colosseo. Absolutely sublime.
Yeah, it's, you know, just a dominant win for Atlanta. Really nothing to talk about on the Paris Eternal side. I think need to play much better this next map to keep it close.
Don't go too far, everybody. Map number 2 is around the corner in San Francisco. Or rather, the Atlanta Reign don't want to waste too much time.
2 shots, dead in the ground. We ain't the same, pull up. 3 rounds, bro, you done. We let it rain, head pop. So look out when we in the zone. Don't play around. I got a strap, put to your back. Tell you now, we laying it down. Yeah, bands up, trapped out. I bring the dogs, gang out. Look, don't wanna fade and drop out. Got no clout. Think smart, this crucial. We ain't no average usual. Nah, we let it rain. Ain't seen a savage. Who you?
Well, we're never getting back on Disney XD ever again after that map. Holy smokes, I can't believe we allowed it to air before 9 p.m. Unreal! The Atlanta Rain made mincemeat of the Paris Eternal there. Hawk always charging. Kai with an almost deadlift. He was 13 out of 28 final blows. So close.
Yeah. Blowout performance, dominant performance there from the Atlanta Rain. We've seen Paris actually play better recently, but I mean, it seems like a little bit of a step up here for Atlanta today as Venom will come in for Nero for this second map. So it'll be Dorado. See what they decide to play here. Maybe they decide to play more of like the Tracer where you bring Venom in, right? It's kind of what he's been great at.
Yeah, and you know, I think a lot of the reason why Atlanta wanted to sort of have like a Tracer specialist there, right? We know that Nero can do it. Speaking of which, Speedily shouldn't be too far away from being able to play, if I'm not mistaken. So keep an eye out for that in the future. Obviously not here. Again, yeah, Venom, we know him obviously primarily on that Tracer. Been very, very impactful, very effective, and expect to see plenty of it here on this map. So Kai is, yeah, you know, business as usual, Matt. Everything's running well. Hawk was like 8 final blows, the only player behind Kai in terms of those FBs on the Atlanta Rain team. So
last time Paris beat them was in week 28 of 2020. That's
wow.
That is a bit of time.
And I was even, yeah, 2020. I mean, that was it's a long time ago.
From that point till now, it's just been a blur. Like,
Attackers incoming.
Zero concept of time is how it's passed.
That's because we haven't left these boxes since then, Matthew. Outside the
right, I have been stuck inside of this digital box since then. Never left.
I'm like a Tamagotchi. Someone comes in
Dallas,
and cleans up and, you know, feeds me a snack and then off they go again.
Yep. See what do you think Atlanta plays the Winston here? Hog on the Winston, just kind of flexing today, showing that he can play a bit of everything.
Well, I wonder how it squares up here against the sort of the Zen, the Wrecking Ball setup. I don't think they haven't tooled this comp specifically to break the sort of high ground defensive hold from Paris. So I think they're really thinking about playing their own game here, if I'm honest. Why not? You just dominated in the previous map here. It's up to Paris to really, you know, give Atlanta a reason to respect them.
Yeah. It's a nice biotic grenade there at the start from Dricho. Just not able to follow it up. They let everybody get healthy and just try and take some of this high ground. I think you're just trying to get this cart around the corner, get these fights away from this area of the map.
Yeah, he set one up again for like a one clip or just able to play off the knock up from the pile driver. Not much to go on here though right now for Paris. Darn, obviously a really, really experienced ball player. Played it a ton sort of, you know, in years gone by on this roster. And has looked really good with it. Venom though, spots Streetro, sees Dove, Rail got fired off there. Venom has to be a little careful, but I mean, yeah, you go in after that one for sure.
Yeah.
Defensive biotic grenade and still the backline crumples.
And you just see with this kind of composition, no, not really like, you wouldn't really call it bullying in terms of like, kind of pushing them back in these like brawl type scenarios, but just like the constant just pressure and moving in, like forces Paris Eternal, they're on the defensive the entire time, like retreating. So we can take a look here from OG's POV.
Hey, ain't nobody body blocking that for Dart. Don't even think about it. Oh, okay.
Nah, I mean, dude, the Atlanta supports
so
were
dirty.
Crazy in Dallas, like so good. I feel like we talked a lot about them coming into the season, and I think with their up and down performance, like, you know, how good they've been is, you know, a combo may have gotten a little bit lost.
Yes, well, people are starting to say that they thought they were overrated because they had a great first couple of weeks, right? And then just, you know, they didn't, I guess, take over as many games since then. OG, obviously, normally the Lucio player, his Zen looks incredibly frightening. That's 4 kills, by the way, in that previous fight. Blade soon for Venom, and a Nano in tow. That's going to go to Venom anyway. Hopefully builds up that Blade here. Force the Transcendence and hold the Blade. Seems reasonable. Hawk has the Primal though. He's hitting the Discord Orb and taking a bit of damage here. Dan is indeed trouble though with somehow Ultraviolet. It's caught in that mine.
All right, so Paris able to hold on a little bit here. They end up burning their Transcendence. They won't have it for this Blade coming up, but a lot used there by Atlanta.
Yeah.
And they're not able to get anything for it. So pretty good hold here for the Paris Eternally. A Dove on the high ground with that overclock could be pretty impactful. Specifically against his Blade, right? The Sojourn able to slide and jump away relatively fast. You know, maybe land a shot or two.
All right, well, bit of a reset here for Atlanta. No support ultimate's definitely going to hurt. Again, they won that last fight without them. Blade is pretty good when there's no defensive architecture in play. He'll take Dredro. That's all Venom's going to get, though, is Khan able to finish the job. Hawk. Zen is so strong right now. Hawk goes solo trying to win that fight, and whap, gets himself two. Dub playing from the next postcode over.
So, we see a few kills here at the end, but I was going to say, it's taking them a while to finish Kai off. Is okay, they finally do. They stagger him a little bit, but still, takes a little bit to finish him off. As for a second there, I thought he was going to be able to like juke around, maybe pick up even Dove there before falling, but see where they it looks like Atlanta now, because you push this payload at this point, you can actually kind of go around the south side, right? Take this right-hand side, maybe play up top.
I will say Paris has done a very good job controlling this high ground. Khan and Dredro really difficult to shift. Hawks, Winston, definitely not something we see all the time, getting put to the test. Keep an eye on Dove there, he's still in a very safe spot. Kai can't do a thing about the Sojourn right now, but decent convergence here for Atlanta Reign, but no connect on the pulse spot means you are very committed to this fight. And hey, numbers advantage wins out, as is often the case in Overwatch.
And that's brutal for Paris. Like, Khan so close to getting the Transcendence there. It may have been enough to be able to save his own life as Dove gets the health back.
That was Hawk turned his head there.
Out.
Did you see that? He actually basically he predicted there'd be a rail, and he turned his head to the left really quickly, so harder to hit that headshot hitbox.
Do you think they Transcendence here? Try and keep this going? Probably not now that you lost Wob, I think.
I mean, they feel terrible either way. They feel so bad about this either way, but they need to hold on to it. Atlanta are at a risk of really pushing this a long way. All right, that's got Venom sitting up straight in his seat at the very least. Paris will fight this a little bit here. Again, it's unclear what the point is because they've got their ultimates built up here. Maybe trying to buy some time for some respawns, but they're not farming it.
They could have made a play for that if they would have had Wob alive, right? You could have used a Transcendence, keep him up. You know, you have players coming off a spawn. I believe you had Dove at that time. Don can roll back pretty fast. Maybe you were able to fight it there, but as soon as you lose one, you have to stop and hold on to everything. But now they have all 5 ultimates. They have high ground control. They could not be set up in a better spot right now.
Like, you could have made a case to fight there to Transcendence there, I think, if you're Khan. It's risky, and the Eternal seem to prefer not to go for those kind of strategies. Dump, good start here in the fight. He's jumping forward, though, isn't he? Looking for that Tracer. Can't find him. Emoji's going to be able to finish him off here. This Blade from Venom. Getting Dredro was more than enough. With 2 players down, Paris will have to give up even more ground, and Atlanta are proceeding at a pace that they can be comfortable with here, Matt. Eventually, the Eternal have to string together some more defensive fight wins like they did in that previous phase, controlling the high ground.
All right, I like this switch from Dove. The Sojourn not exactly working out. It's a great effect. Let's play the Ashe here. You can get big dynamites here on the high ground as they're all trying to come in. And then you can also have the Bob to stall the card out.
Bionic Grenade hits 2 despite their Transcendence, and it was something there. Dredro gave them a chance, but Atlanta now are playing too fast for Paris.
I was going to say, it just feels like the pace, right? Like they're just playing way too fast for Paris right now, where Paris just can't play at that pace, it looks like. Atlanta just playing at this like super aggro, very aggressive pace. This will be Hawk using the Primal Rage, trying to bully them back into the spawn.
Oh! That's a stunning stick from Wob.
Yeah.
Hey, I mean, he obviously has to cue that ability up before the blink ends. He timed it perfectly. He'll get topped up here, but Khan's gone down, and the Eternal only have Dredro. Decent brawl healing, but nothing of the burst variety right now, and they should be scared. Whipshot's going to clean Venom off, though, here. Dan back on the scene. Hawk now, of course, going to be topped up by Ultraviolet, and that's it. The Rain might not have the staying power here.
No, they don't. They have to back out. So Paris makes another switch. They'll actually have Dredro now playing the Brigitte, so Brigitte Zen with Dove playing the Ashe. Really good at terms of being able to put some damage down, at range, right, with the Zen and the Ashe, but then Khan able to take out Venom there. But also playing a little bit more defensive, right? Having the break to protect those players as the big push comes in.
This has been a real grind for both teams. But the Paris Eternal are starting to see the light at the end of the tunnel. Pulse Bomb delivered there via Stalk, it appeared, to Dan. Not exactly the progeny he was hoping for, I'm sure. Not enough, though, to get rid of the Wrecking Ball. Atlanta don't have a ton of ways to do that. Blades coming up soon for Venom here, but Ultraviolet's getting pressured down. Venom going to try and break the deadlock here, but it's going to be a Transcendence. The Eternal going aggressive, getting so much value out of the brick here, and they wash the rain away.
And the Ashe as well as Double pick up a few kills, and it's a great spot to fight if you're the Brigitte with a rally right up in that close corridor. So Paris will deny Atlanta completing the map with some nice comm swaps there at the end.
Yeah, right, the Briggs End doesn't always feel like the safest adjustment, but if you're going to set the pace and if you're going to try and play together, you get a lot of value out of that proximity healing. The Transcendence also was really well timed for Khan, just as Venom had a blade up there, so a little bit of sweet serendipity there for the Paris Eternal and how things lined up. Bear in mind, we're looking at Atlanta Reign, who are, to our eyes at least, trying something a little newer. We haven't seen a ton of Hawk on the Winston before. Venom as well as, had mixed results, I think, trying to pressure a backline, and that's just the reality for Tracer players right now. Zenyatta is really hard to deal with, and you still have to play Tracer regardless.
So now we'll see. Yeah, I kind of think, is it like a little bit experimental with Hawk probably on the Winston? Yeah, like traditionally Hawk is like an off-tank player, but we've seen him play the Doomfist at a very high level. Let's see what happens here. Does he actually clip one of these? Oh yeah, it's unfortunate.
So the hit radius on those mines is
they're pretty big.
Wider, yeah, it's wider than you expect sometimes, and you can clear them pretty easily with Ana, but it takes more than one shot, I think, which is just a little obnoxious.
I do think it's important in the long term, though, that Hawk is able to flex and play a lot of these different tanks, right? Because if he's able to pick up the Reinhardt and the Winston and play those, at a pretty decent high clip. He's already got we know he's got the Diva and the Sigma and the Doomfist, right? It starts to really become a complete package in terms of a tank.
I mean, there are no complaints about Hawk, right? I don't think you can highlight anything specific about his Winston play that is deficient.
Nope. He's an extremely smart player as well, right? So like he even if it's not like perfect, you kind of know like eventually nail it down.
Here come the Eternal. Again, they're staying with the Ashe pick here from Dove. Interesting. Disrupt the shot there. We'll pressure wipe just away from that choke here, and Atlanta had some time to just sort of adjust and realign their defensive hold here. They are trying to play the obnoxious Winston high ground comp. A lot of shield for Dan, nowhere to go with it. For the high ground maybe, his Venom is felled by Dridro here. Could be in trouble though, no connection on the sleep dart, but the amount of damage on Hawk is frightening. And oh, the mechanics are so gross. He uses the edge of the bubble to get away from that. That is unreal.
Yeah, and Ultraviolet there to able to keep him up through it.
So good.
No, he's already 80+% towards his nano, really from just kind of keeping Hawk alive as
the bubble dance was just filthy.
Yeah, first push really just going to stop there by Atlanta.
Yeah, got a little dicey there, but Hawk was able to get out alive, and that's really what matters there. Nano up for Ultraviolet because he topped Hawk up from almost dead, so he's definitely ahead of Dridro in that count. Dove will look to control the high ground, but will never be fully comfortable, as you never know where a wayward rail shot or a Tracer could come from, as Dove's just discovered. And Arena playing the extremities here as well, staying out of line of sight of the Ashe, playing that stairway. Hawk slept, but will be okay for the time being, as he's nanoed.
Yeah, nothing to really worry about. Trying to make a play for the supports, but Kai with a pick on Wob is... I mean, even Kai's just consistent damage at range and just being able to find these picks on the Sojourn. Just is like, it's so difficult to play against. Venom just walks right in.
Bob! Hawk is so mad. I was actually going to ask, what is the Bob for here? Sorry. The Eternal are player down, they're backing up, and they send him over towards the fountain.
Kai's just going to kill everybody lower live.
Oh, man. Like a glove.
Makes it look so easy.
Well, and also the way he talks
not,
about
right?
it as well makes it seem easy. I mean, he's the only one that can say he feels bored playing a very like high skill expression hero. But okay,
the disruptor shot at the choke, right, and then he can safely move into that left room and be able to take out Dove. Then kind of like just catch a little bit of Dridro and then just turn the corner and get another kill. I mean, Khan and Dridro there at the end. It's crazy.
Oh, that looks like a tasty morsel. That's Zen until the Transcendence comes in. Now, did the Rain get any use out of this? Doesn't look like it.
Probably not. Yeah.
It was forced. Oh, that's... I mean, there was no blinks available for Wipe. He was maybe a little bit frivolous in his use of those and couldn't get away from Hawk. Hawk probably can't believe that he got gifted that kill on a platter mat. What is going on? Venom's able to take down Khan, and Kai just deals with Dan comfortably with that railgun. The Atlanta Reign stand tall with 35 in the round.
Yeah, now you're coming in here with Paris. You have your Transcendence, you got a Pulse Bomb, that's about it. But look at this, they're trying to play a little bit close. They know where Dove is. And he doesn't have that Coach Gun, so not really an ability to escape at that moment where, you know, Ultraviolet, he'll have the Nano. Nano most likely goes on to Hawk here as well. Some good ultimates here set up at the Atlanta Reign. You land a Pulse Bomb on a Khan, force out the Transcendence, you're in a fantastic position.
Hawk is ignoring the Wrecking Ball. Who's helping the backline? They can't touch!
Transcendence, yeah.
Not a thing they can do, and why? I wonder why. They get dove upon there. I guess the Biotic Grenade comes in, Matt. So Khan, he himself would have had immortality if he'd used the Transcendence. He wouldn't have been able to save Dridro, though. That might have been the decision maker, but instead Paris just stand there.
Time on the
like stunned bloody mullets.
But there's no time on the clock. Like, sure, I think if there was like a minute and 40 left, like, yeah, that's the play. But like at that point, like, you just kind of have to go for it, right? You know, Paris does a decent job on defense, right? Doesn't allow Atlanta to complete the map. Did a nice job of controlling that high ground. Offense, though, was a bit of nothing.
Another map, another serving of effluent care of the Atlanta Reign to the Paris Eternal. They are in trouble. There's no two ways about it. The Atlanta Reign are making it look easy right now. Stick around for map number 3, a last hurrah for the Eternal, or perhaps the start of a resurgence. We'll find out either way. It's the final week of qualifier matches before the Midseason Madness Global Tournament. So make sure to head over to pick'em.overwatchleague.com to share your fandom and submit your picks for a chance to earn cash and prizes. Get those pick'ems out of the way and watch that score go up, brag to your friends, etc., etc. Welcome back, everybody, to the Overwatch League. And again, it is, well, I mean, you'd be forgiven for thinking this was more of an extinction event than an esports tournament, because the Atlanta Reign are... well, they're dominating the Paris Eternal. Look, I mean, it's been ugly.
Well, so, yes, it's been ugly. I feel like Atlanta obviously playing very good right now, and I think out of like the recent performances of Paris, this is a really bad one, where they've had some performances where they've looked a little bit better. This is just a little bit of a
well, let me ask you this.
Not a great match, yeah.
Let me ask you this. In that attacking round on Dorado, do you remember if Khan was able to use Transcendence or not?
I don't think so. Didn't use it towards the end there. I'm not sure if that was like first or last one. It maybe just couldn't find a right time. Like maybe like a few players had dropped like before him and didn't want to use it and burn it.
Yeah, it just seemed like there was never a good time for it, which is, I mean, that should tell you everything you need to know. Transcendence is an unreal ability. And you could, yeah. I mean, that's...
even if it's something that like feels kind of probably like bad in the moment, in the sense that like, hey, we lost like 1 or 2 players, but we just picked up a kill. We have a closer respawn, right? Like if I keep this player alive and myself, like maybe, you know, those players coming off the spawn, we have an advantage. We start moving a little bit, right? Like, doesn't feel great. It's definitely not the optimal, like, hey, this is how we should use it, but better than not. It's Hawk looking to see what comp Paris is running right now. Trying to charge up his power block through the wall. Hopefully that doesn't work. That'd be interesting if it did.
They get under the hood with that one as well. Bust the spanner out. Alrighty. Wap making a switch to Tracer. We have a very quintessential Atlanta
versus the Doom.
I don't know how much they interact, if I'm honest with you. I think that, you know, I think that for Hawk's money, he wants to get as much seismic slam value as he can, and using on the Wrecking Ball probably doesn't, you know, excite him that much. Power blocking, I guess, to heal is fine.
Yeah, that was so sick. They dove right on top of Ultraviolet. Then Hawk with a seismic slam gets right there, able to block all of the damage coming in with power block and being able to just play around Ultraviolet and keep him alive. That was a sick play by Hawk.
Venom almost just gets falling out of his seat. Yeah. Really, Homie must have one of the bougie vests on, mate. Feeling it in his body. Dove able to find OG there with that railgun, and Ultraviolet is not going to get out alive. But Hawk at least extracts some revenge for the Atlanta Reign. Now who are in a bit of a retreat here. Yeah, Dan just careens towards Kai, eliminates him. Dan has got a few different targets to go for here, but the Eternal are advancing.
Yeah, Hawk is still here, Venom is still here, so you're able to contest this point a little bit as players coming off the spawn now for Atlanta. As Don, I like this play, like Don and you know, specifically trying to lock these supports in that back corner.
Venom back in the fight though. Hawk gets caught in the back line, slapped and dealt with pretty comfortably. Oh, the stick on X-Ray! Oh, okay, it was on a Sojourn. I was like, I'm about to lose my mind. Okay, whew. So Dove goes down. Nice stick from Venom here. This might give the Reign a chance. Especially Dart is struggling to find perch on any of these targets here. The Reign can touch, but will they? Dart just disintegrates, blown up. He has no idea what hit, and here come the Atlanta Reign. They're back to throw down. Kai onto the site. Has himself that ultimate, but doesn't even need to use it, and what a slap in the face this was.
And really, that is like Venom playing really smart there on the Tracer, being able to live pretty much throughout all of that, being the one who's constantly contesting the point. Feels really bad to lose that one as the Paris Eternal, but you got 93% on this point, right? You got 2 ticks. Opportunity is there to unlock the payload.
Paris have so much to work with here. It's a matter of putting it together. Finding a pick with this pulse bomb, a guaranteed pick is probably a big part of that. All right, Venom going hunting, one sectioned off, make his way to the back line here. Hawk just going to redirect Dan, a slight nudge, like the bump is at your bowling alley. Got a correct course for the Wrecking Ball, and Dove Gets shredded there as he peeks a little too long out. We get Venom at the very least here, but the Rain don't look like they're too bothered by this aggression. Kai keeps Khan's head down, but there's a Transcendence in play. Keep an eye on it now as here comes that minefield. Kai gets out with a slide. Dom wants the pressure here, but he cannot.
Just to see how fast Kai is able to build up the railgun.
No, he can't believe it. Look at him.
Like, what? How fast he's able to actually build up the railgun against the Wrecking Ball. We saw it just like a little bit there. And, oh, that's going to be the Transcendence here for Khan.
That's for free. That's for absolutely free. And Dove is caught out of position. Kai throws to disrupt the shot down, and Hawk just snarls up that Sojourn with the slow from that seismic slam. Oh man, this is getting out of hand once more. There's 26 seconds left in this round. Paris, it's now or never, honestly.
Yeah, what do they have? Just maybe a nano they'll end up during this, but Ultraviolet able to farm up his nano a little bit earlier, so you'll probably have Hawk getting the nano boost, or maybe even OG if they go in and dive him.
All right, nano boost there for Dridro. Maybe for a Wrecking Ball play, but Dan wasn't able to do much with it last time. Ultraviolet's going to send his first. Okay, keep Khan alive, they say. Hawk might be a bit of a tough one. Fortunately, that bio doesn't last for too long. He's able to pick up the Mega and Dove. Oh, Dove running into Doomfist in a dark alley. Not an ideal situation. And that'll be it. The Atlanta Reign, they're going to be putting this to bed pretty quickly. You have to feel like, Matt, with that defense, the road is clear.
This is very ungood for the Paris Eternal.
This has been a very quick series. It's what, 4:15
It's been a very fast series. I just think, like, you know, Paris want to play fast, and that's great, but I think Atlanta playing those like fast aggro comps just look like a step ahead, and I think the pace, you know, I think eventually it kind of goes like from Paris wants to play fast to then they're like playing a little bit like frantic, right? Like you're all over the place and
like they're out of control.
You're not on the same page. Yeah, you're kind of like out of control.
Real
because the pace ramps up so the pace ramps up so high that you kind of lose control a little bit. Where we'll see now what Paris can put together on defense. Still an opportunity to hold, right? You know, 93% they got. This is wild.
93.3, and Wub just loses it.
Yeah, his face is just like, what? Like, what am I supposed to, like, realize, what am I supposed to do? Like,
just play one yourself. Which they did. Moments after that, Dove got completely ruined. He got caught between Hawk and Kai again, if I'm not mistaken. So, Atlanta really felt very much within their comfort zone for that round. 93.3 is what the Paris Eternal gets, so here come the Rain. And they're here to end this series, but Wub is going to shut OG down first. I think, something might be afoot here. Wait, hang on.
What?
Was that an lineup?
I don't know.
I wonder.
Like a Storm Arrow bounce off the wall type of thing? Like,
yeah, possibly. Very cheeky. We'll check that out later on, maybe. Sonic on Hawk. He used to be an adventurer until he took one of those to the knee, apparently. We carried that around with him for a time. Another one from Wub. OG again. He gets spawn camped. Okay, that's rude. Wub now suffering a bit of pressure, but that healing will be applied quickly, and it will be back to... we'll be back to status quo in a moment. Kaida found Dove. Okay, railgun connection there. Not bad, but the Rain still have a lot to do.
Yeah, and still an advantage here for the Paris Eternal. So, not completely over yet. Paris, see if Wub can maybe find some kills here in the choke, buy some more time. I think once you see though Atlanta get like a player advantage, that's where they're gonna collapse.
Venom in the Tracer duel. Dove the first to recall. Venom saves the cooldown. Actually grabs the health pack. Khan though managed to find Hawk there, so Atlanta unsuccessful thus far in their push for the point. 2.5 minutes left, but this has been quiet.
It's been very quiet. I mean, just really nothing here on offense for Atlanta. So a punch there from Don finishes him off. You're in a really good spot in terms of building up towards ultimates here if you're the Paris Eternal. Much better spot than the Atlanta Reign. You have to be careful though, like with Venom, right? He can just come out of nowhere and maybe get a one clip going, take a player out. The downside is if they do a nice job tracking him, right? He's out of the fights for so long.
And that's exactly what the Discord does anyway, right? It just gives over that information persistently about where the Tracer is. So frustrating when you get stuck with one of those. Dragon Strike in the alley, now the Rain are going to have to move up, they're going to have to make a play. One got to be healed. Venom gets caught by the Hunter on his way across the point here. Discord Orb again, finding its mark. Hawk, will he get nanoed? Maybe not. He's able to be kept alive by Ultraviolet for the time being, and there it is. That's that nano to stave off the Pulse Bomb at the very least here.
Is this a nice bio grenade though that comes through, but Hawk is able to take down 2.
Yeah, and maybe that might count for something here if he can get out and there can be a regroup. The Paris Eternal though really haven't suffered enough damage to make them concerned here, and Dan's able to shrug off the Pulse.
Well, he's able to get rid of it because he uses the Meteor Strike. So even with some kills exchanged for both teams, I think the thing you have advantage here is, Kai is going to have the overclock as Don end up using his Meteor Strike there. Kai will have the overclock, and then you also have a Transcendence here. Those are the 2 big things you're looking at here for the Atlanta Reign.
Eyes on Dove here. Kai pops that overclock. Khan is able to get away. No, he's not. Hawk catches him, and yep, there it is. All it took was a decent overclock opener, and OG just snaps one on Dove.
Kai doesn't even have to get a kill, right? It just sends everybody separated and running in different directions, and that allows Hawk and Venom to isolate players in those one-on-ones and be able to pick up those kills that ultimately allow them to take the point and take this match in commanding fashion.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Again, a little bit of a slow start for the Atlanta Reign on that attacking side, but ultimately this series could be characterized as one of the most one-sided matches that we've seen so far this season. It's pretty clear that the Paris Eternal have much to work on for the time being. Credit to Wub there, finding some that opening shot, of course, on OG. But this team, this Atlanta Reign roster, look very comfortable here. We still have questions because, frankly, is this a great indicator of Atlanta's strength? No. This is the kind of performance you'd want to see against like another fellow 5 and 5-7 and 5 team for us to think, okay, this team is taking another level. However, it is a reminder, I guess, that this team are the real deal. They don't slack off when it comes to matches like this, and they're still serious about this mid-season madness seeding.
Absolutely. Atlanta, when they're clicking like this, can beat anybody in the league. Like they could, if you say, like, if they're a team that one of the ones in the league where if you were to tell me they win the midseason madness, like I wouldn't be shocked. Like you can see a path there for the Atlanta Reign if they play, up to the caliber we've seen from them, especially in a match like this, right? If they play like that.
Yeah, it would require them to play at the higher end for a consistent period of time, but we know it's within their capacity, right? It wouldn't be anything mind-blowing for them to sort of achieve that kind of level here. This Atlanta Reign team showed us a bunch of stuff, right? Nero comes in for Coliseo, and Hawk plays a Reinhardt. So that ticks a box for me. Already I'm leaning forward in my seat.
Right.
Really, it was a very fun map to watch. Probably not for Paris as they get full cleared.
Yeah, I was going to say, if you're Paris, you just delete this one from your brain, right? Like, you do not even think about this match, kind of like, you take the break, you come back.
I'm not trying to be, if you're starting to ask Paris to delete the losses from their brain, they may as well just reformat. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's a lot to delete so far at this point of the series. Let's talk about a player of the match here, Matt. Yeah, pretty easy one for us to give, I think. I think one of the most impressive displays that we've seen, at least in terms of showing that flexibility, goes to Hawk. Ryan, Winston, and we saw the Doomfist there as well. Not always pretty, this Atlanta Reign team, right? But again, when they're effective, it's brutally so.
No, and you see the tanks that Hawk played today.
This is like, what?
Yeah, no, that was intentional. You were like wondering if it was. That was definitely intentional. We've seen Hawk play like D.Va in the past. We've seen him play Doomfist now this season. We've seen him play Sigma, obviously, at a really high level. His Winston looked fairly good today. Same with his Reinhardt, right? Being able to push the pace, where I think you start to see him broaden his kind of tank pool. You look at somebody like Smurf, right, who's really done that, I think, in the East, where you get really excited about what this player could be long-term for this team.
I love that parallel. Great example of another sort of tank player that's really good across so many of those different heroes. Ryan is doing it as well, to be fair. In fact, a lot of our best teams are the ones that are showing the ability to cover so many of those heroes. Even players as good as Fearless, we sort of just accept that he can't play all the tanks, and that seems fine for us. But now we're starting to see a new generation, a new breed of tank players. Well, man, most of them younger, willing to play whatever has to be played, and that might be part of the switch to Overwatch 2 here, man.
I think it will, because if you remember in the past, right, you had like hit scan DPS and flex DPS, right, where those have kind of like merged together, where like you're expected to play just about everything now. I think like with the move to 5v5, obviously the tank role sees like the biggest changes in this. you're probably going to see that start to like develop or take shape over time, right? Where if you're a tank player, you have to just play most of the tanks, not just kind of like, I only play main tanks or I only play like traditional off tanks. And I think you'll probably see as younger players come up and whatnot, and players in Overwatch League evolve, like that type of slot and performance take place.
Well, Hawk and the Atlanta Reign set the bar once more for the rest of the league to follow. This team are definitely going to be there in the mid-season madness. We just need to see them solidify comfortable seeding. We'll see if that's going to be possible over the rest of this weekend. For now, though, we're going to head over to the truck, hear from the crew over at Watchpoint and get some of their thoughts on the day that was.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League. And by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
Welcome to the Watchpoint Post Show, everybody. I'm here joined now by OG from Atlanta Reign. OG, congratulations on the win. Now, your previous match prior to this, you guys were facing off against the Houston Outlaws, and you guys were a bit unlucky and you guys lost that match. But I think from every loss, there's something that you could learn from. Was there like any takeaway lessons from that match that sort of helped you get the win today against Paris Eternal?
Yeah, we did a really good job of staying on the point this time, staying on the map, and, you know, everything involving overtime.
That was totally unintentional. I totally forgot about that. But yes, yeah, great that there was something to learn. I mean, also this was your last regular season match for this stage, and of course, in a couple days, you guys are going to be going to Hawaii for the Midseason Madness. And with that means, I think you guys are, of course, I'm guessing that you guys are going to be practicing for the tournament. What are you guys planning to improve before going to Hawaii?
Definitely our push maps, I think, were our weakest, but we've been working pretty hard on them. I think we showed today that we have made improvements on them, and that it is an important game mode to be good at since there's only 2 maps, because there's only 2 maps. So we're really focusing on those to make sure we lock them in.
Awesome. All right, and one final question. Talking about the mid-season tournament, is there like a team, OG, personally that you really want to face off against, and why?
For me, I think I'd like to play against the Glads again, since they were a hard opponent in the kickoff clash. So I definitely want to be able to get revenge on them this tournament.
Okay. All right, OG, that is it for the interview. Thank you so much for your time. And again, big congratulations on the win. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you.
Well, there you have it. Paris Eternal and the Atlanta Reign. I don't have a watch. I don't know why. That was like an hour. No, that was so fast. I mean,
27 minutes and 40 seconds from no other stat guy who also hates APAC Sojourns. So,
do we have a power ranking of times there? Like, was that fast?
It was that. Oh, what? No, there was no rankings. Because they did play Dorado, where, you know, Atlanta Reign took the whole 8 minutes to attack Dorado, so they really played themselves.
All right.
So 8 minutes?
Yeah.
Yeah. Before we get into the highlights, I do have a question though about the match. Matt Morello, when he gets done casting at the end of the day, do you think he keeps the same hoodie on the rest of the day, or do you think he swaps hoodie?
I think Matt. Yeah, it's like a weekend hoodie or something like that.
He keeps it on the entire weekend.
He keeps it on the entire weekend. He'll probably wear the same hoodie tomorrow.
No, I know, Matt. I bet Matt has the same exact clothes, like 10 of the same clothes, and he just wears the same thing.
The real question is, do you think Matt ever washes clothes, or do you think he just buys new hoodies, or has multiple of the same ones and just wears fresh ones at all times?
He wears one for like a couple of days, throws them out, buys a new one, replaces it, and then just keeps doing that.
I'm honestly shocked how much you guys know about Matt's wardrobe habits and his everyday
kind of
clothing.
my thing.
Very impressive. Anyway, the match itself, I just had to ask. Okay, I had to ask. It was a question that popped into my head. I had to do the due diligence of finding out. But we had the Atlanta Reign taking on the Paris Eternal. You said going into this match, Costa, you just wanted to see like a dominant performance from the Atlanta Reign, and I don't know what else you could ask for. Like this was as dominant as you get.
It was a match, that's for sure. I think potentially one of the first times we've seen this season a team not capture a single point in an entire series.
Brutal.
So the Paris Eternal woes continue. It just looks like a team that is fully defeated. They've kind of accepted defeat, and it becomes this feedback loop of you're losing, so you try and do something different to try and make it work, but then you stop playing as a team, and then you can't work out anything that does. This happens when you you sign multiple players in the middle of a season, in the middle of the stage. It's so hard to catch up, especially transitioning from Overwatch 1 to Overwatch 2. So I do feel bad for that, but let's talk about Atlanta Reign, the team that we will see more of in this tournament. They look good. There's a lot of flexibility being shown. I'm not sure I'm in love with the Venom Genji, Kai Tracer, Hawk Winston.
Okay.
I don't know if that was on my bingo card for this match, but obviously they need to show some form of flexibility on maps like Dorado and stuff like that. But when they were playing Hawk on the Doomfist, even the rush looked really good for them. I'm really happy with what they're playing. But the standout player was actually OG for me on that Zenyatta. You know, a lot of main supports have been transitioning to that flex support role in this meta, and I think OG did a great job on Zenyatta, especially that 4K on Dorado. It was absolutely nasty.
Yeah.
Ooh, that was good.
Nice.
Yeah. So Danny, last stage, the Atlanta Reign, they were hot and cold like some matches. They just didn't look good in the regular season. But then, you know, come Kickoff Clash, the tournament in Dallas, they actually turned it on, and they looked really good, and they made top 3 at the tournament itself. Do you feel like there's similar vibes this time around? That even though the Atlanta Reign, they lost to the Houston Outlaws, they looked a bit shaky at times. Do you still think that kind of like playoff team, that they can just go into the mid-season madness and
I think Atlanta always has been that team, like a wild card team.
They're just a continuous dark horse forever.
They're like you could never guess how they're gonna do, but like they somehow always makes it work. And at the time that you actually have to perform, that they do it. Like it's kind of crazy, and I think that's what makes Atlanta Reign really exciting to watch.
Yeah. And we're as high on Kai as always on the Sojourn.
That Kai guy.
Did you watch that match? He's pretty good at Sojourn, pretty good at aiming.
Pretty good. I love the Atlanta Reign. They're always like lurking and like another team to just keep into account because they're so good. Let's take a look at the standings after today's 3 matches here in the North American region. Of course, all teams are already qualified for the mid-season madness, but we're playing for the seeding as well. San Francisco Shock, they secured the #1 seed going into the tournament, so they get to pick first. Huge honor for them. They can pick whoever they like. They can pick whoever they want. But Atlanta Reign as well, as you can see, they got 8 points now following that win. And we got plenty more matches to come. We got the Dallas Fuel and the Lone Spitfire, another Houston match tomorrow. So, you know, some of these teams that have secured their spot, there's still stuff on the line, and you know you don't want to get picked by one of the best teams in the, you know, whether it's Seoul Dynasty, Shanghai Dragons, San Francisco Shock. You don't want to face those teams immediately. So it's important that you get your seeding way up there. Now we're going to wrap up today after witnessing all 3 matches and the overnight matches as well. We had so many great moments. So we're going to take a look at our best of the days. I'm just gonna kick it off with my best of the day, and we're jumping over to the APAC region actually, and we took notice of it in the pre-show. It was so much fun to see Lip pushing this Bob around, you know, just like giving him a nudge.
Honestly.
Giving him a nudge in the right direction. So overtime here on Dorado, Bob comes out, but there's a pillar in the way, and Bob can't really, you know, think for himself, so a little nudge. There you go. There you go, Bob. Fire away.
Yeah.
This is why Lip is the best. Well, something. He's best at something. I didn't want to. I caught myself saying he was going to be the best in the world, and I'm like, oh, I don't know if Lip.
It kind of reminds me of when you remember like when players used to play a lot of Diva, and then when you press Diva bomb and they like
you push off the edge.
Yeah. So it sort of gave me that vibe. My best of the day was what's better than 1 Transcendence? 2 Transcendence! That is literally my best of the day. This was on Kings Row from Houston Outlaws Pelican duplicating the 1 and then 2. And they're just saying, they're staying on court, they're invincible, they're vibing, talking to each other, dancing together. I thought that was a very, very fun way to just clutch out the win against the New York Excelsior.
That's a Spider-Man meme right there. They're like pointing at each other. I wonder how much healing that is per second.
I trans, we all trans. Experience duality. Thanks, Costa. That was really good.
That was my witty thing of the day. That was my lower third.
I feel like that's like, there's nothing worse than coming out of Kings Row spawn and just like, oh my god, there's 2 Transcendents.
I'm just gonna go back.
I'm just gonna go back.
You didn't do anything. You was just saying nothing's gonna work.
Staying out of this one. You guys capture.
Okay, well, my best of the day is I live off of Houston Outlaws tears. It fuels me every single day. So I thought I would just sort of replay this for all of the fans who potentially want to miss this. So here's the Houston Outlaws getting confident, but we had Gangnam Jin. He was hiding in the lower tunnel. Oh, no.
Sneaky Zed.
Oh,
Jake Despair.
Jake Despair in full effect. We need to get those spammed in chat right now.
No footsteps, huh?
Yeah. People should do this more.
Yeah.
You know, maybe we should do
hopefully this doesn't happen anymore. Remember I talked to Piggy, and Piggy said he's going to keep an eye out for now, like from now on the cart. So yeah.
If you ask Piggy, this was all Pelican's fault. Apparently everything in that match was Pelican's fault.
Probably.
I'm like worried that Houston are like gonna be overcommitted to the cart now. Like all
focus
5
on
of them
anything
just
else.
sit on the objective, guys. We'll have to see. They're playing tomorrow actually, so we can take a look at the schedule. But starting out with the APAC matches, what is going to go on during the night or day. Wherever you live, you can watch these. It doesn't matter if it's night or daytime, you can watch these matches. They'll be going live. We got Seoul Dynasty taking on the Los Angeles Valiant. Then we got the Hangzhou Spark against the Chengdu Hunters and Guangzhou Charge against the Shanghai Dragons. Which one stands out to you, people? Costa, you want to go first here? I give you first choice.
This is prime moment for Spark to just fall over and like lose a match to Chengdu and make us question everything.
No.
It is that prime moment for that.
Yeah, Danny?
I mean, Seoul Dynasty Valiant, and if they win, they lock in. I was told that they lock in top 4.
Who, Seoul Dynasty?
Yeah, so?
Seoul Dynasty.
They can lock top 4.
And I mean, if they lose, that's another big fun story as well.
We're here for chaos.
Danny embracing the chaos in Valiant beating the Seoul Dynasty, the reigning Peak of Clash champions. That's very unsurprising as well. And of course in the West region, the matches we'll be covering here, the Washington Justice taking on the Vancouver Titans. That one is going to be spicy. I'm just so ready for that one.
Okay.
It's going to be so good.
It's okay.
Don't worry about me. I'm predicting Vancouver. You got this. First win, baby.
Oh, and then the Boston Uprising against the Houston Outlaws, the LA Gladiators taking on the Florida Mayhem to wrap up the day. I mean, you could say that LA Gladiators against the Florida Mayhem could be like a, pretty close. You want to see someone pop off perhaps against Reiner, but I feel like it's all Washington, Vancouver.
Yeah.
That's just going to be the story of the day.
Yeah.
I'm very much looking forward to it, and we're going to cover it here on the Overwatch League YouTube channel. So make sure you tune in tomorrow. Thank you so much, gentlemen.
Great job hosting.
Thank you. Great job.
Thank you.
Looking forward to tomorrow's hosting as well.
Yeah, tomorrow we'll change it up. So you'll host and I'll
No, you do. No. I like my job.
Brushing up on your career.
I'm gonna stay right here. I like this middle seat. I like it.
Costa's gonna go cast or something. We'll figure it out. We'll play rock, paper, scissors again in the morning. Thank you so much for tuning in today, and we'll see you all lovely people tomorrow for more Overwatch League.
Bye.
Bye-bye.